Defying, a Creator. The Dragon God's Wife, Book 5, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. Chapter 1. Bright Skies. A Warm Sun. An Invitation to Trouble. I sat in the garden where it all began, my eyes closed and a smile on my lips. The sun soothed my aching muscles, still sore from my adventure in the pool. A month of recuperating hadn't quite taken out the deep wounds I'd received. A nice day, is it not? I started and whipped my head around. Lyron strolled toward me with a gentle smile on his face. I watched in surprise as he took a seat beside me on the bench. "You're not watching the barrier?" I asked him. "I heard your health had improved and came to satisfy your curiosity," he revealed. I blinked at him. He chuckled and raised one hand. A thread of silver rose from his palm. "I noticed you showed some interest in my ability when I revealed my magic during our last adventure. Then you really can use Sylvine magic like me?" I guessed. "Very much so," he confirmed as he closed his hand and the thread vanished. "I believe you and I are among the very few capable of using that particular element, making us almost as rare as Lord Eastwei." I lifted one hand and flexed my parted fingers. "So what does it mean to be able to use this kind of magic?" He leaned his head back to study the sky. "I wish I had an answer to give to you, but such explanations are kept close by a higher deity than you or I." He rolled his eyes to me and his smile widened. "However, I do know that we Sylvine are a very stubborn lot. Perhaps our strength comes from our confidence in our abilities." I snorted and dropped my hand into my lap. "I don't think that fits me at all." He leaned down to catch my eye. "Then just imagine how strong you would be if you did have such confidence. You would be able to strike down those serpents tenfold with a mere look." His comment piqued my curiosity. "The serpent? The one I fought in the past?" "Just the same." "Then did you guys know it was me who led you to Dardan all those years ago?" I inquired as I studied his face. "You and Lady Wuhel and Frumai were all there." His eyes twinkled. "What do you think?" I leaned back and lifted an eyebrow. "I think you're avoiding my question." "Well, let us say that we were very interested in you upon your arrival, and seeing you in your feline form at my home confirmed our suspicions," he revealed. "Lord Lyron. What a pleasant surprise." I leaned to one side and looked past Lyron to the door. Yushir and Ariane strolled into the garden, the prince with a wide smile on his lips. Lyron stood and stepped to one side as Ariane approached us. "Please do not rise on my account," she pleaded. The ancient lord swept an arm toward the seat. "I rise on my own account, Lady Ariane. I must return to my watch of the barrier." "How is it?" Yushir wondered. "Slightly stronger for Lady Anna's efforts, but Lady Wuhel will still craft a potion to strengthen the magic even more. If you will excuse me." He bowed his head and slipped out of the garden. Yushir watched him go while fiddling with his ring. "He is a very difficult book to read." Ariane plopped down beside me and grasped one of my hands in hers. "How are you feeling?" I grinned. "Just fine, but I'm sure you didn't come here just to ask that." She blushed a little, and her eyes flicked up to Yushir. We have come to say goodbye." My heart skipped a beat, and a little color drained from my face. "Say goodbye? Why?" "What Ariane means to say is we will be resuming my mission to speak with all the clan leaders," Yushir spoke up. She frowned up at him. I had not yet finished, but yes. My eyebrows shot up. "Both of you are going?" Ariane's faint red hue returned and she bowed her head. "I wish to be of use, and I cannot think of a better mission than to assist Prince Yushir." Yushir's face drooped at the impersonal name. "You may call me Yushir, Lady Ariane." "And you may call me Ariane," she reminded him. He grinned. "An apt trade we both often forget." But perhaps I should be more personal with you, Ariane mused as she winked at me. I believe my brother has given you the nickname of Yushi. Yushir shuddered. I beg of you to refrain from that colloquial name, lady. She gave him a look of warning. Ariane. When do you guys leave? I asked them. The day before you do, Yushir replied. I blinked at him. Me leaving? Where am I going? He lifted his eyebrows. Has Dardan not told you? He intends to travel to the land of the demons and learn more about the Black Rain, particularly this individual who is spreading these seeds of evil. Ariane gave the prince a pointed look. Perhaps we should let Lord Eastwei explain the matter to her more fully. He cleared his throat. Yes, I believe you are right, and we have a few things left to prepare for our trip. Ariane returned her attention to me and squeezed my hand. You will stay safe down there and return to me. I laughed and wrapped her in a hug. When have I ever broken that promise to you? She eagerly returned the gesture. Never. She drew us apart, and her eyes revealed reluctance. But I fear for you. The demons are a monstrous lot, and they have little love for gods. No love, Yushir chimed in as he set a hand on her shoulder. But they do respect Dardan more than anyone else. If anyone can find anything more about the rain in their archives, it will be him. Ariane reluctantly stood and smiled down at me. I hope to see you soon. It's a promise, I swore. She slipped away with the prince at her side. The bright warm sun no longer allured me. I had too many questions in my head, and I set off to find the one god who could answer them. The fire dragon god himself, Lord Eastwei. Otherwise known as my fiancé. Chapter 2. My search led me hither and thither over the bright land of the heavens. I was just about to give up when an idea came to me, and I made a beeline to the music hall where he had performed so long ago. The sweet melodies of a flute reached my ears before I reached the door. I paused and listened to the melody. There was something melancholy about the tune. I took a deep breath and peeked my head inside. Dardan sat as before on the low stage with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed and sweet music flowed from the flute. The notes transformed into wispy fog that flitted about the room. I opened my mouth to speak, but Dardan stopped playing and set the flute in his lap. His brilliant scarlet eyes opened and fell on me. You wish to speak with me? I smiled and slipped inside, shutting the door behind me. I wish you'd tell me how you always know when I'm around. Your footsteps are loud and your scent unique, he told me. I stopped a few yards short of his position and cocked my head to one side. What do I smell like? Like the fuchsia flower. I snorted. Of course. Could you smell that all those years ago? Yes, but I had forgotten the connection until only a short while ago, he mused as he looked me over. But you have more important questions than your scent. Right. I'd forgotten. I crossed my arms over my chest and lifted an eyebrow. When were you going to tell me we were going to the demon land? The moment we set off. My face drooped. Don't you think that would be too short a notice? Not at all. I'd need time to pack. Purin is already taking care of that. And I don't know where this demon realm is either. I will lead the way. A snort escaped my lips. So you've thought of everything except the most important? He lifted an eyebrow. What is that? I folded my arms over my chest and put on my best stoic expression. Whether I would go with you or not. A crooked smile slipped onto his lips. Would you refuse me your excellent company? I shrugged. I might if you don't tell me where the demon realm is. To the far north and down. I lifted my eyebrows. And down? Like down in the ground? Not exactly, he mused as one of his fingers danced along the holes of the flute. In the first wars between the gods and demons, the demons captured the lowest realm, and made it their base of operations where they could emerge from any deep cave to make their attack. When the war was settled, they were allowed to keep that domain. Then it is below the ground? I wondered. The realm is separated from the world as the heaven realm is from the ground, Dardan explained as he lifted the flute to eye level. One uses magic to travel to the realms where magic also sustains the air you breathe, and the sun you enjoy, though the sun in the demon realm is very muted. Did the first gods make these places? I asked him. He set the flute back into his lap and shook his head. No. They were created by another being. The first who created the lands and people you have seen and met. My ears perked up at his comment. Like the black rain was one of the first. And the demons called it the old shade? He cocked his head to one side as he studied me. You have been looking into this matter rather deeply. I tamped down a proud smile and shrugged. It was all in the book Eastwei gave me, but is that what you're talking about? Just so, or so the older gods were told when they first bit into the fruit from the deity tree, he added. They received a brief vision of the beginning of all things. Dardan paused and studied me. You did not achieve such enlightenment? I snorted. If I did, I forgot about it. What about you? What did you see? I saw nothing. I never ate the fruit. I was born as you see me. Minus a few inches, I teased. A thought struck me and I cupped my chin in my hand. So if everything I remember from the past is true? It is. Then does that mean that a few of our friends are older than you? I guessed. He raised his hand and studied his upturned palm. Yes. Those who ventured with the first king of heaven to the Far East and are still around today, are slightly older than I am, perhaps a few thousand years. And you should not forget it. I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sudden and raspy old voice. Dardan looked behind me, and I spun around to find myself staring at the blushing figure of Fuhel. The young maiden clasped a ball in her hands, and an apologetic smile on her lips. My sincerest apologies, Lady Anna, Fuhel replied as she dropped her gaze to the ball. I am sure grandmother did not intend to frighten you. She should have more awareness of her surroundings. What did that lazy-about Eastwei teach her at his lodge? The fine art of woodworking? The noise seemed to come from the ball clutched between Fuhl's hands. I crept closer and squinted into the faint mist that clouded the surface. A face emerged. It was the wizened old features of a woman with sharp, playful eyes. This is a late proper introduction, but you must be Anna, the face spoke. I am Lady Wuhel. We met some time ago. I blinked at the wrinkled face, so familiar and yet so foreign to me. You're the one who wanted to go up the hill. She lifted her chin. Yes, and that fool Wormir almost had us miss our chance to save the boy. Were it not for your intervention, we may never have found Eastwei, but I am not here to speak of the past but the present. Her eyes darted to Dardan. The elixir is nearly finished. You may pick up the concoction in a week's time. You are ahead of schedule, he commented. I managed to snatch some of Anna's blood before it all went down your greedy gullet, she explained. Wuhel lifted her chin and a smile played across her lips. It increased the elixir's power tenfold, and brought my work to completion 4 months ahead of what I planned. What elixir? And why are you using my blood with it? I questioned the head. It will strengthen the barrier trapping the black rain, Wuhel explained to me as her smile slipped away. But how long that may last I cannot say. Perhaps another 1,000,000 years. Perhaps it will collapse tomorrow. Why don't you know? I wondered. She sighed. Because we do not know why the barrier is so weak. Eastwei has certainly overextended himself over the millennia, but I believe there is more to this than we understand. Her eyes flickered between us. Keep your guard up at all times. Eastwei inclined his head to her. We will heed your advice. Wuhel grinned. Good. Now, if there are no more questions, we will be on our way. I raised one hand.
I have one question.
Wu Hel lifted an eyebrow.
What is it?
I pointed at the ball. Why are you being carried around in a glass ball? Why didn't you just come and see us yourself? She wrinkled her nose. And miss a chance at trying out this fantastic new invention? I think not. And speaking of this invention, I believe Fu Hel is forgetting to give you something. Fu's face fell. I had not forgotten, grandmother, only I did not wish to interrupt you.
Well, whatever the reason, give them what they need.
Fu Hel tucked the orb under one arm and rummaged through her pockets. Wu's face rolled to and fro, as her granddaughter dipped and rummaged, searching her person.
This is very nauseating.
Wu Hel scolded her. The young woman clapped her hand against her pocket, and tears sprang into her eyes. I cannot find them. That is because you put them into your inner pocket on your right side, so they would not fall out, Wu Hel reminded her. Fu's eyes brightened, and she eagerly resumed her search, leading her grandmother to be jostled about. A smile brightened her face, and she drew out her closed hand. She stepped forward and stretched out her hand.
Grandmother wished to give you these.
I opened my palm, and Fu Hel dropped a small leather bag into my hand. The container was shut by a drawstring that I pulled loose. The leather fell down, and revealed a pair of orbs similar to what Fu Hel held but much smaller. They were hardly larger than a rubber bouncing ball, though their surfaces were as clear as crystal. I held one up, and could view everything through its crystalline body. What are these? I asked her. The same as you see me using but for travel, Wu Hel explained as she lifted her chin with a smile on her lips. Now that I have proven this a success, these will no doubt aid you on your travel. I pinched one between my thumb and finger, and lifted it to my curious eyes.
How do you use it?
She huffed. It is a simple matter of focusing all your thoughts on the person you wish to see, providing they also hold a seer stone. And if they're not the one holding the stone? I asked her.
Well, then it might not work.
Might not? Dardan repeated. Wu Hel rolled her eyes. I have not yet tested every use for these orbs. Perhaps they may explode if you use them too often. My face drooped, and I quickly tucked the orb back into the leather bag. Maybe we could wait on using these.
Nonsense.
Wu Hel insisted, as she rolled her eyes up to Fu Hel. Hurry along back now, Fu Hel. I need you to fetch some water.
Yes, grandmother, Fu Hel agreed.
She smiled almost apologetically at us as she bowed her head. I wish you well on your trip, and I hope to see you soon. The girl slipped away, leaving me holding the two bombs. Chapter 3. I carefully tucked a leather bag around them, and held the pouch tightly in my hand. Do you think we should use them? I asked my companion, as I turned to face him. A faint smile graced Dardan's lips. Wu's trinkets are generally considered safe. Generally.
There have been instances where the user had troubles. What kind of troubles?
They vanished into a void for a few days. My eyes widened, and my mouth fell open. A void? Were they okay? Unharmed but for the trauma of floating through an eternal darkness for a few days. My face drooped.
I don't like the sound of that.
I noticed a glint in his playful eyes, and I put a hand on my hip and frowned at him. Are you telling me the truth? He dropped his bemused eyes to his flute, and used the back of his fingers to brush away a piece of lint. I may have embellished some parts. Such as the time.
Which was
only a day. A day in an eternal darkness. I muttered, as I tucked the leather bag into my pocket.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
Just another normal day in the world of the gods. Dardan chuckled. We have endless amusement in our long years. I sighed and my attention dropped to his flute. Speaking of amusement, it's been a while since I heard you play that. He followed my gaze and brushed his hand over his flute. Very true. We both have been quite preoccupied with other matters.
When did you learn how to play?
I wondered. His hand froze over the instrument, and a dark cloud settled on his brow. My heart dropped into my stomach.
Did I say something wrong?
Dardan closed his eyes and sighed. No. I was merely remembering some of my earliest memories, learning the instrument. My second friend taught me. I pointed at myself.
Am I the first?
A faint smile played across his lips. The very first. I had not known companionship until you yowled into my life. He opened his eyes and studied the flute in his lap. The second was a man by the name of Lord Ansung. He was slightly younger than I in years but far wiser, and was the son of the noble house of Gao. Xian's brother, I stated rather than guessed. The one who helped you build the lodge and the one who betrayed you. He wrapped his hand around the flute and tightened his grip. The very same. He was tasked by the then King of the Heavens to investigate our foe. Whatever he discovered made him side with the Black Rain, and I had to seal him in the shrouded mountains together with his master. My eyebrows shot up.
So you never figured out what made him turn?
Dardan's hard eyes stared at the flute. No. We discovered his treason and attempted to capture him, but he overpowered the officers sent by the king and escaped to join his new master. I pursed my lips before I strolled over and knelt in front of him. Dardan looked up as I set my hands over his. I won't say I understand because so much of this happened so long ago that I can't even comprehend those years, but I will say that I'm sorry you had to go through that. It couldn't have been easy sealing your friend away. No. That single word was filled with so much grief that it pulled at my heart. I swallowed the lump in my throat and managed a smile as I nodded at the flute. How about a song like the one you played for me the first time we met in here? Dardan pursed his lips as he studied the instrument, but I leaned down and captured his eyes. The flute might be a reminder of your friend, but the music you make with it is just you. Dardan studied me for a long time. Long enough for me to squirm beneath his gaze. What? I asked him as I drew my hand away.
Is there something on my face?
His hand shot out and wrapped around mine. I started back but not very far while his firm but gentle grip held me in place. He leaned over and pressed our lips together in a long, passionate kiss. It was long enough that I had to pull myself away to catch my breath. My cheeks were warm and my chest heaved up and down. And Dardan looked perfectly serene as he drew away, with a mischievous smile on his lips. Thank you. I reached up with a shaking hand and pressed my fingers against my lips.
For what?
He wrapped his hands around the flute and lifted the instrument to his mouth.
That the past should remain in the past and the present has its charms.
Dardan closed his eyes and softly blew. A sweet dancing melody poured forth, enveloping us in a springtime of memories. My mouth dropped open as the notes crafted twirling phantoms of mountains and rivers, and birds flew over them, twirling and diving about like dolphins. Their colors were all the colors of the air. Blues and greens and yellows and reds, and all the colors in between. And then the flowers burst out of the floor. Thin stems grew up and sprouted dazzling blossoms that hung from the branches like lamps. Soft petals of all colors burst open, and illuminated the room with their wonderful rainbow of color. I stood and walked into the midst of the brilliant chaos. The sweet notes surrounded me in the literal and figurative sense, dancing through the air with all the joy of love lost and regained. I reached up, and one of the birds landed on the edge of my palm. The creature lifted its head and opened its mouth, and a twittering song sprang from its beak. Another bird, larger than the first, joined it on my hand, and together they sang a harmony of happiness. I couldn't help but smile at the wonderful serenade, and I was more than a little sad when the music ended. The figures faded, and the songbirds vanished. A noise in Dardan's direction made me turn, and I saw him stand.
We should see about the preparations for the trip, Dardan announced as he strode over to me and offered me his hand.
Shall we? I set my hand on his and nodded. I'm always beside you. I will be sure to keep you to that promise, he teased as he led me out of the music hall and onward to our next adventure. Chapter 4. I leaned close against Dardan's side as we flew over an endless forest. It was late afternoon of the same day, and the gate to the heaven realm lay some 50 miles to the south of us. A wilderness of nature stretched out in front and on either side of us. The western horizon held the orange tinge of the waning sun. The view made me shiver. Dardan tightened his arm that was wrapped around my waist, and his hushed voice sounded worried. Are you well? I smiled up at him.
Just thinking about the night.
It gets kind of cold out here, and we're heading north. It must be even colder this direction. On the contrary, the temperature increases. I cocked my head to one side.
It gets warmer.
How? He turned his focus to the way ahead of us. That. I leaned forward and squinted. A dark patch of earth stretched out before us, and I was reminded of the Tianfeld. That thought and the memories connected to it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Is that another battlefield? I asked him. They are the Western Feld, or the Wastelands, he revealed as a soft breeze blew over us from that direction. I wrinkled my nose.
What's that smell?
It's like rotten eggs. There are mountains filled with fire, and they often pour their hot earth out through their cones. I stiffened, and my eyes widened. Cones? Like a volcano cone? He lifted an eyebrow. I am not familiar with this word, but we shall reach one of these mountains very soon. We flew over the trees and they grew more sparse and twisted. Their limbs were stunted and gnarled. The undergrowth struggled to break through the blackened earth. The cool evening air melted into a mess of heat and faint bits of gray ash. The specks of burned earth floated around us, creating a gentle snowstorm. One of the pieces landed on my nose and I yelped, quickly beating it off. The ash had left a nice little burn mark on the tip of my nose.
I don't think I like this place, I commented as I rubbed the good skin around the burn.
There is more ash than I remember during my last visit, Dardan mused as he swept his arm over us. A transparent red barrier formed around our little cloud, and the ash was deflected.
When was that?
About 100,000 years ago. Never going to get used to these timelines. I muttered to myself, as we continued into the nightmarish lands of the Western Feld. The trees completely vanished and the scrub stopped growing. There was only blackened earth that created uneven ground. Piles of large volcanic rock, formed by falling stones and cooling lava, dotted the area here and there like ancient sentinels. A few small fissures allowed steam to escape and create mist over the land, hiding much of the land.
Nice place, I commented.
Perfect for a horror story. How do the demons live here? They live away from the main vents of the smiths. I blinked at him. The what? I believe they are what you call a volcano, he guessed as we ascended to dodge a small hill. A small bit of lava gurgled out of the cone. The people of the lands once believed that blacksmiths once worked underground, and the explosions were their fury after a failed work. I guess that makes as much sense as anything, I mused as I studied another larger hill in the distance. How often do these smiths vent their rage?
Not often.
It was at that moment that one of them vented their rage. The ground shook beneath us, and the chattering earth caused a shockwave that climbed up to our location. I yelped and clung to Dardan as he came to a stop. Some of the piles beneath us collapsed, and a fissure 2 feet wide and 30 feet long opened, swallowing up the earth until its gullet was satisfied. The gap collapsed into itself, leaving only a depression as a scar of its existence. I managed to slow my heartbeat long enough to look up into Dardan's worried face. Was that unusual, or are we just lucky? He pursed his lips and stared ahead of us. We shall inquire of the Demon King. Dardan tightened his grip around me, and we flew forward at a faster speed. The world beneath our feet was now a blur, and the hot ash blew past us so quickly that the scenery became a hazy outline of grays and blacks. For some reason, the view made my innards churn. I clutched my arm over my stomach and doubled over. Could we stop for a second? Dardan whipped his head down to me and set his other hand on my arm. Are you feeling well? I shut my eyes and clenched my teeth as my stomach tumbled again.
I don't think so.
Dardan slowed and we descended. I was glad to feel the solid earth beneath my feet, and Dardan gently guided me over to a blackened rock. He swept his hand over the stone and his fire shot out, brushing away the ash and leaving a clean spot for me to sit. His transparent barrier continued to protect us, as ash floated down to cover the earth. I gladly settled myself on the seat and smiled up at him. I'm sorry. I guess this place is getting to me. We will be out of the area soon, he assured me as he inspected my person. But you are sure you feel well? A lot better, I told him as I rubbed my stomach.
So not all of the demon land looks like this? Not where they reside, he confirmed. Then I'd like to see that, I insisted as I eased myself onto my feet.
You are sure you are quite well, he persisted. I laughed. I'm better, but I'll feel really well when we get out of here. Dardan quickly looped his arm around my waist and drew me close to his side. We flew into the sky, and over the blackened ruins of the world. I searched for a sign of change in the land, but the horizon was filled with blacks and greys. It was another half hour of quick flight before Dardan descended. I clutched onto him as we reached the ground but didn't quite land. Instead he zipped us over the uneven earth, dodging rocks and boulders and mounds of cooled lava. My heart pounded in my chest.
What are we doing?
The entrance to the demon realm is close, but it is difficult to spot from the air, he told me as his sharp, glowing eyes searched the area.
And the land has changed much since I was last here. Not for the better?
No. We flew for another 30 yards before I felt Dardan stiffen. There. I barely had time to squint at the blackened way in front of us, before a gaping hole opened in the earth. Though the crater was large, its blackened walls matched perfectly with the rest of its surroundings, masking the entrance. Dardan tightened his grip on me.
Hold tight.
My eyes bulged out of my head as we dove at breakneck speed into the black chasm. I screamed and clutched onto him as we dropped down into the abyss. The sky overhead disappeared, and the only light came from Dardan's magic. His fire illuminated the rough walls which were pocked with countless tunnels of every size and shape. They ran off the main tunnel at odd and straight angles, sometimes large enough to walk through and others too small for a cat. And some of them weren't empty. I gasped as we sped past one particularly small one. It was hardly a foot round, but what it lacked in space it made up for in its residence. We flew past and Dardan's light illuminated the bowels of the hole, stirring awake hundreds of small centipedes. The insects scurried out like a monstrous wave, and crawled across the wall trying to reach us. A few desperate creatures lunged across the gap, and landed on our barrier over our heads. They opened their tusk-filled mouths and hissed at us. I was glad when Dardan's magic burst up and reduced them to ash. Friendly place, I commented. The demons encouraged creatures to take residence in these caves to protect them from the other gods, Dardan explained. Though the wars ended long ago, the creatures remained and reproduced. Please tell me the rest of the place has a nicer welcome. See for yourself. Chapter 5. A faint light appeared beneath our feet, and I felt a strange sensation that reminded me of traveling through the heaven portal. We burst out of the tunnel, and into a completely different world. The land a half-mile beneath our feet stretched on forever in all directions, but there was no sky. A ceiling capped off this new world, and a plethora of glowing mushrooms, some larger than me, grew out of the roof. They came in all the shapes and colors of wild mushrooms, but all of them had one thing in common: they all glowed. The mushrooms put out a soft white light that illuminated the world beneath us. The light fed strange plants. Slender trees of blue bark stretched up hundreds of feet toward the ceiling, their elephant ear-shaped leaves the size of cars. Smaller versions of those trees were scattered about the trunk, and ferns covered the ground. Huge thick stalks sprouted from the ferns and rows of trumpet-like flowers bloomed along the stems. Bluish-colored grass grew between the larger plants, and nestled against the banks of rivers filled with crystal-clear water.
Are we below ground?
I asked my companion.
Yes and no.
This is the realm of the demons set apart for them by the creators, Dardan reminded me as he pointed above us. I followed his finger, and beheld a faint swirling black mass in the tunnel we had traveled down. We traveled through a portal to enter this enclosed space.
And people actually live down here?
I wondered, as he lowered us toward the surface. People and animals, he confirmed as he nodded at a nearby glade. A herd of pale-colored deer munched on the grass in the meadow. They looked up at our coming, and stampeded off, disappearing into the brush and rousing a mess of small sparrows that roosted in the trees. The birds took flight, revealing a plumage of reds, greens, and many other colors as they scattered. I followed the path of some of the birds, and a faint light in the distance caught my attention.
What's that?
I inquired of my guide. The capital of the demons, he told me as we began to descend. I clutched onto him as the ground approached. What are you doing? Aren't we going to fly?
That would be considered rude, as the demons are incapable of flight, Dardan told me as he set us on some grass.
We will meet them on the road. My pulse quickened.
Meet them?
Meet who? The sentinels, he revealed as he dropped his arm from around me and turned in the direction of the lights. They are no doubt aware of our entrance and will come to greet us. With flowers and chocolates, I guessed. A teasing smile slipped onto his lips as he tread forward. I scurried after him and caught up to his side. They will be friendly, won't they? That is uncertain. They may not appreciate our coming. I stayed close to Dardan as we trudged forward, so close that I stepped on his heel. Or so I thought until his heel wrapped around my ankle. I yelped as something yanked me to the ground. In one swift move, Dardan spun around and his hand shot out, wrapping around whatever held me. He tightened his grip and I heard a faint squeal. The scent of burning flesh hit my nostrils. Whatever held me loosened its grip, and I scuttled back on my butt. Dardan's magic flowed over my former captor's form, and I saw that a huge worm had latched onto me. He yanked and the lower half emerged from a small round hole where it had partially hidden itself, lying in wait for an unsuspecting person. The creature squirmed in his grip and opened its huge mouth. The crevice practically took up the front of its body, and contained a dozen rows of terrifying needle-like teeth. My leg wouldn't have stood a chance against those fangs. The creature writhed as its whole body was consumed by his fire, and it was turned to ash. The grey powder floated down to the ground, and disappeared into the grass. Dardan strode over and knelt beside me. Are you unharmed? I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. Why yeah. I guess I should have watched what I was stepping on. As should I, Dardan mused as he raised one hand with his palm turned up. A fireball burst from his palm, and cast his red light around the area. My heart dropped into my stomach as I watched dozens of insects of various shapes and sizes, but most with sharp teeth and claws, scuttle away. My light frightens many of the dangerous creatures in this realm, Dardan assured me as he held out his hand to me. You should have no more troubles. I accepted his hand, and let him help me to my feet. Is that why you wanted to come in Yushir's place? We wouldn't trust one of the heaven princes with a bean. I started at the voice and whipped my head to and fro. Movement to our left made my eyes settle there, and I watched with more than a little apprehension, as a tall figure emerged from behind a tree. It was a man about Dardan's height, and with as slim a build. His face was ghastly pale, and his eyes were almost completely pitch black. The man's long black hair was tied behind him, and trailed down to nearly his butt. He wore a heavy overcoat over his thin frame, and underneath that was black pants and a shirt. His feet were covered in heavy black boots, with a simple buckle design. What really caught my attention were the horns. They sprouted from his temples, and were drawn back into sharp points just behind his head. The man crossed his arms over his chest and smirked at Dardan.
It's been a while, Lord Eastwei.
To what do we owe the honor? The honor is mine, Dardan countered as he deftly drew me closer to his side. Not every visitor earns the welcome of the Prince of the Demons. The man threw back his head and laughed. You have me there, Eastwei. We were alerted to such a large amount of magic entering the realm that we believed it could only be you, or the Black Rain itself. Were you expecting the latter? Dardan inquired. He shrugged. We had heard some rumors from the Sun realms that your hold on the barrier had weakened, so we've prepared ourselves for every trouble. His attention fell on me, and his eyes lit up.
But where are my manners?
Please introduce your lovely friend to me. Dardan caught my eye, and grudgingly used a hand to gesture to the stranger. Lady Anna Roberts, this is Prince Ison of the Demon Realm. Prince Ison stepped forward and bowed low to me. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Lady Roberts. The pleasure is all mine, I assured him as I bowed my head. He straightened and inspected me. I don't believe I've ever seen your face among the other gods. Are you from a far-off shifter clan? I opened my mouth to reply, but Dardan did it for me. She is a young goddess of the heavens. I believe you have not visited that realm since you were a boy. A crooked smile slipped onto Ison's lips. You're right as always, Lord Eastwei. I haven't been to that lofty place in quite some time. That would make you younger than me, Lady Roberts. With that in mind, please consider me an older brother, and I will be of whatever assistance you need. I had to suppress the urge to fidget with my fingers. Thanks, I'll remember that. But I doubt introducing me to your lovely companion is why you came here, Lord Eastwei, Ison mused as he returned his focus to my companion.
What's brought you here in such a hurry that you couldn't send one of your famous flame messengers?
I trusted this task only to myself, Dardan told him as he nodded in the direction of the capital. Is His Highness taking visitors? Ison's good humor fell, and he pursed his lips. My father isn't in the best of health, but he'll probably be willing to see you, even if he were on his deathbed. If you'll follow us, we'll lead you through what has become increasingly dangerous territory. I repeated. His eyes shimmered. Do you believe the Prince of the Demons would be traveling alone? He snapped his fingers, and a dozen figures emerged from the shadows. They were camouflaged the same as him, except their heads were covered in clothes that hid all but their eyes. He swept his arm in the direction of the capital. If you would follow us. Chapter 6. We ventured through the woods with our entourage ahead and behind us. Prince Ison tried to steer himself to my other side, but Dardan eased himself into the middle. The prince smiled at the elder god. You seem rather protective of your young protégé, Lord Eastwei. I believe you treated another lady with such reverence at one time. What was her name? Lady Gao, Dardan replied. How are the others in the heaven realm? As you mentioned before, I have not visited since I was young, but I do have fond memories of that bright sun and those white walkways, he mused as he tapped his chin with one finger. Lord Yushir was very friendly, but my father was not taken with me becoming close to any of the royal family.
He's still friendly, I confirmed.
Ison's face brightened. I'm glad to hear that. Have many of the older generations survived these many years? Father will be interested to know if his old foes are as lively as he. They are alive and well, but rumors have reached us that your father is not, Dardan returned. The prince's shoulders sagged a little, and he turned his face away. I'm sorry to say he's not well at all, though his age has nothing to do with it. I detected a mystery in his words and tone. Did something happen to him? Our guide sighed. This must come out sometime or another, so I will tell you all. He was hunting out in the southern felds a month ago, when he was bitten by a snake. My father thought nothing of it until that night, when the wound began to swell. Doctors were called and they drained the wound, but he developed a fever. He's been in a state of delirium ever since, with only brief moments of lucidity. My hand flew to my agape mouth.
That's terrible. Was the snake unknown to you?
Dardan questioned him. Completely. The thing emerged from a hole in the ground, just as the worm you came across. However, when the men with him cut the creature in two, the lower half slithered back into the earth. We can only assume it was much larger than what it showed. There was a tension in Dardan's tone that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Can you describe this thing's appearance? Ison stopped and turned to face us. A dark cloud settled on his brow, and his black eyes studied us with a sharp look. Do you have some special insight you might be able to give to us?
That would depend on the appearance of your father's attacker, Dardan countered.
Ison breathed out, and rolled his eyes to one of his compatriots at the head. In hold. One of the men turned at the shout, and strode over to us. He bowed to his prince.
Yes, Prince Ison?
Ison nodded at Dardan. Describe to him the creature you struck after it had attacked my father. It was a long, slender black worm, Lord Eastwei, Inhold revealed, and I detected more than a hint of disgust. I struck it with my sword and a thick black blood emerged from the stump. I heard a faint high-pitched cry from beneath the ground, as the remains of the stump slithered back into its hole. My stomach flip-flopped at his description. I settled my hand over my tummy, and looked up at Dardan. Black blood. We may be familiar with this creature, Dardan told the others. Inhold and Ison both appeared surprised. Then do you know of a cure for his malady? Ison pleaded. We may, but we will have to see him first. The prince lifted his chin and pursed his lips. Then we'll make haste to the palace, but I expect a full explanation from you once you've seen my father. Dardan's reply was to bow his head. We continued, but at a much faster pace. The trees parted, and revealed a winding dirt road. Cart paths revealed a long history of heavy traffic, though I didn't see a single one in either direction. There weren't any pedestrians either.
Where are your people?
Dardan inquired. Ison's gloom increased twofold as we hurried down the road. The creatures in the woods have grown more aggressive since my father was attacked. Hardly anyone leaves the capital to visit the villages, and it's the same for the villagers. The world we know has come to a standstill. It was at that moment that the earth began to tremble. We all froze, and the men around us stiffened their legs to keep their balance. I wasn't so prepared and fell against Dardan. He caught me in both arms as his sharp eyes flickered over the area. They stopped on Ison, who stared at us with a small smile on his lips. The tremor stopped, and the world was as it should be. For all of 2 seconds. Then a new rumble came, but this time it was on the surface. Stampede, somebody shouted. Horses appeared through the trees. In appearance they were the same as their upland-dwelling brethren, but their colorings were completely unfamiliar to me. There were browns and blacks mixed with purples and greens. The beasts charged through the trees, flinging their heads about and whinnying. Ison and his men threw their coats aside and revealed sword scabbards. They drew out long shimmering blades, and prepared themselves for the frenzy. Dardan drew me behind him so he faced the stampede. He held me with one hand, while he stretched the other in front of him. A huge fireball burst out of his palm, and cast the area in a light almost as bright as the sun. The horses saw the spectacle and parted, leaving even our companions safe from their hooves. Our adventure with the local wildlife hadn't finished. The earth had calmed enough that now the creatures of the ground slithered out. Worms, snakes, scorpions, and every other nightmarish subterranean creature crawled out of the depths of the countless hidden holes around us. Many of them had the same hunger as the first worm, as their hungry eyes, if they had any, fell on us. Ison and his compatriots stepped up to the plate, swinging their swords with such speed that I couldn't follow their movements. The creatures were cut in twain or retreated before their onslaught. Those that slithered toward us received a different fate. Dardan drew me close against his back, and turned his head far enough for one of his bright scarlet eyes to catch mine.
Hold very still.
The color drained from my face, and I held as still as marble. Dardan lifted his hand with the fireball, and brought it down upon the creatures in front of him. They were obliterated by the heat, but the fire didn't stop with them. A faint red mist burst out of the point of impact, and flowed over the entire area, even past the feet of our companions. The creatures withered and were turned to ash. The others stopped their fighting, to admire the complete devastation. A snake peeked its head out, and its black eyes fell on us. Dardan created a fireball in his hand, and tossed it underhanded at the creature. The snake let out a horrible hiss before it dove underground, the fireball chasing it, never to emerge again. Ison sheathed his sword, and sauntered back to us with a smile on his lips.
That was very impressive, Lord Eastwei.
I'm glad you're on our side. Dardan surveyed the blackened ashes of our former foes. There were hundreds of bodies. When did this many creatures take up residence along the main road? When the tremors started 3 months ago, Ison told him as he folded his arms over his chest and examined the work. It seems they like the earth moving less than we do, and when they pop up they're not only angry but hungry as well. Dardan looked down at me. Are you unharmed? I managed a sheepish smile. I'm fine, but I'm starting to wonder if anything down here doesn't think we're tasty. Ison grinned. My people generally don't eat outsiders, but if you don't mind my saying, you are a treat to behold, Lady Roberts. My face drooped. You generally don't eat outsiders. Is that a seasonal thing? Only when a drought dries up the river and withers the crops, but the water flows high this time of year, he assured me as he swept an arm down the road.
Shall we?
Chapter 7. We continued on our way, and the outskirts of the capital appeared over the horizon. The houses were made of wood hewn from the local forest and stones dug out of the earth. The different colors of moss and wood created a myriad of muted green and purple colors. The style too was of a basic square design with flat roofs. There was a high defensive wall around the metropolis, and a dozen gates allowed entrance.
Does it snow down here?
I asked our native guide. Ison lifted his eyes to a large tree that we passed. Only when the trees bloom in the spring, and then the world is drowned in their lovely white petals. As for the weather, we don't have seasons as you understand them. We count the year through the changes in the plants. The rest of the time, the land is much as you see it now. I raised my eyes to the ceiling high above us.
And the lights?
He continued walking but half turned to study me. Do the heavens no longer teach anything about the other realms? I sheepishly smiled at him.
I think I fell asleep during that class.
A dark glint in his eyes told me he didn't quite believe my story, but he turned to face ahead. The lights dim during the night, and replenish themselves to illuminate the day. What you see now reflects the sun of the other realms. The dirt road changed to a cobblestone road, and we found ourselves along a great thoroughfare. Shops lined either side of the street and advertised their wares with huge billboards above the doors. The billboards featured carvings of their goods, like needles for the tailor and baskets of food for the grocer. Elevated sidewalks lined either side, and the roads were kept clean of the horse dung by roaming bands of cart drivers with shovels. Plain lampposts stood at consistent intervals, and lamplighters plied their trade with ladders and long matches. I was mesmerized by the many different types of horns sported by the demon folk. There were curly ones and stubby ones, and ones that stretched straight up. Their attire, however, was the same, dark colors with long coats. Even the children stumbled along in overcoats, hanging on to the tails that belonged to their parents. And it was all covered in a tense hush. The buyers scurried in and out of the shops, and the shop owners only peeked their heads out now and again. Most watched from the windows as we passed, their attention focused on Dardan and me. We traveled through the winding streets to the opposite end of the town, where the city abutted a steep set of cliffs. A street had been carved out of the hillside and wound up until it reached the top, where a pair of heavy black iron gates awaited us. 4 guards stood watch and allowed us passage, though they set their hands on the hilts of their swords as Dardan and I passed. The gate led into a large courtyard, and the palace of the Demon King towered in front of us. The stately home had been carved out of the cliffside, and stretched some 500 feet above the rest of the city. Windows covered the front, and balconies added a nice touch to some of the rooms higher up the wall. A pair of heavy wood doors barred our entrance until Ison sauntered up to them. He pounded a fist against the wood. "It's me. Open up." The doors creaked open, and revealed a dark interior. Lamps and candles illuminated a large entrance hall, with a wide set of stairs at the back. The floor was of the whitest marble, a stark contrast to the black-paneled walls. Tapestries covered the walls, and showed off scenes of grisly battles where demons were pitted against others in robes similar to what Dardan and I wore. Above the fray of every scene hung an orb, with the colors of the silver moon and the yellow sun. The only natural light came from the windows behind us. Nothing but finely chiseled stone faced us. There were doorways on either side, but Ison led us up the stairs. A long hall ran the length of the palace, and the wide stairs were broken into two on our left and right. They led up to the higher levels and we followed, winding our way higher and higher. I glimpsed the view out one of the upper floor windows as we passed, and my stomach lurched. The drop was a good 200 feet to the courtyard below. I swallowed the lump in my throat and scooted close to Dardan. My hopes of a comforting arm or hand were dashed when he kept his arms at his sides. He hardly even glanced at me. I shrank from the strange aura of indifference, and wrapped my arms around myself. "Are you in need of a coat, Lady Roberts?" Ison asked me. I managed a small smile. "I'm fine, just resting my arms until the next flight of stairs." He chuckled. "We have one more flight, and we'll be in the royal quarters." We climbed those stairs and found ourselves in a long, wide hall. A pair of doors in the center were opened by the two guards, and revealed a large reception hall. The castle had been dug even deeper into the cliffside than the rest of the floors to accommodate the gallery. A bright red carpet led up to a throne carved out of black wood, polished to a high sheen. However, we didn't enter that grand assembly room. Ison led us toward the far right end of the hall, where we stopped before a large door. He rapped the back of his knuckles against the wood. Footsteps were heard on the other side, and the door was opened a crack. A sharp red eye glared at us, and a squeaky old voice of a woman answered our knock. "What's wanted?" "An audience with the king if he's able," Ison replied. "Who wants the audience?" Ison rolled his eyes. "Is it not enough that his son wants an audience with him?" "No, it's not," she snapped as her eye rolled over our group. It stopped on Dardan and widened. "Lord Eastwei." The door was flung open, and crashed into the wall behind it. A short, hunched woman stood in the doorway. She wore a long brown dress and an apron over that, which was spotted with many white stains. Her long grey hair was tied in a bun at the back and top of her head, straight between the pair of grey horns that stretched back from her forehead. The woman's sleeves were rolled up past the elbows and wrinkled, not just from age, but from a constant dip in water. She put her hands on her hips and glared at Dardan. "About time. Do you know what trouble we've been having?" The corners of Dardan's lips twitched upward. "We are here to learn." She stabbed a finger at the interior of the dark room. "Then get your butt in here and learn." Dardan slipped inside and I made to follow. The woman stepped into my path, and narrowed her eyes at me. "Who's this? You've fetched yourself a servant girl from the stars." Dardan turned to face us. "My assistant. I will be of better help with her at my side." The woman examined me with a sharp look before she stepped aside. "Very well. Get in here and be quick about it." I gladly hurried past her to where Dardan waited. Ison made to join us, but the woman grabbed the edge of the door and stuck her hand in front of him. He frowned at her. "I wish to be present at my father's side." She sneered at him. "No more visitors. You stay out in the hall until we're done." And with that she stepped back and slammed the door in the prince's face. The woman brushed her hands together as she turned to face us. The faint smile on her lips disappeared and she scowled at Dardan. Did the Heaven King finally decide to care about us in these holes, or are you here for another reason? A little of both, Dardan told her. I took this chance to look around the room. The fire in the hearth illuminated enough of the room to let me see the ornate rugs and tapestries. Like all the other rooms, there were no windows, and the only light source came from fire. The woman huffed and marched past him to a large four-post bed. The sheets were a raven black, as were the pillows, and a thin frame of an old man lay under the blankets. The man's face was so pale he resembled chalk, and his breathing was labored. The woman plopped herself on a small stool beside the bed, with her back facing us. Her shoulders slumped a little, and her voice sounded weary. "I-san told you what happened to the king?" Dardan moved over to his side, while I hesitated near the door.
"Yes, and we hope to have brought a remedy for his malady."
The woman's head shot up and she glared at him. "Don't tease an old woman like that. How could you know what ails him when even I don't know?" "I believe we have dealt with this creature before, and have defeated its poison," Dardan told her. She cocked her head to one side and examined him.
"Then what is this medicine?"
"An herb concoction." He nodded at me. "It is her." The wizened old woman whipped her head about and stared wide-eyed at me. She examined me more thoroughly than the first, and ended her study with a scoff. "Her? This thin little thing? Does she dye her hair to achieve that fabled look?" The corners of Dardan's lips twitched upward as my mouth fell open.
"Of course I don't dye my hair."
"I'd never be able to get this color, even if I tried." She lifted her nose and waved a hand at the man.
"Then prove it."
Chapter 8. Oh boy. I rolled my eyes to Dardan, who nodded. Apparently, he had more faith in me than I did. I took a deep breath, and let it out before I walked forward. I skirted the old woman, and moved to the other side of the bed. The man's pallor was even worse on closer inspection. His sallow skin was covered in small black dots, and drool dribbled out of the corners of his mouth. In years, he appeared to be the same age as Lord Lyron and the others of that generation. I noticed a lump under the covers, lower down where his legs were, and drew back the sheets. His left leg was heavily bandaged, but even the many layers couldn't block a terrible black pus that seeped through. The stench from the wound was awful, like a mixture of putrid eggs and a dead animal. I swallowed bile that crept up my throat and held out both my hands so my palms faced down. The room was as quiet as the grave, as I closed my eyes and concentrated. My magic flowed out and over the man. I heard the scrape of the stool, as the old woman quickly stood. "What is this, Eastwei?" she hissed.
"Is she related to Lyron?"
"A moment, Lady Droon," Dardan insisted. My magic sank into the man's body, and met with resistance. The darkness inside him squirmed and fought against my silver light. I scrunched my face and lowered my hands closer to his body, almost touching him. The light was so bright I could see it through my closed eyelids. Then a darkness arose from his body. The familiar black tendrils wrapped around my silver threads, twining themselves in a magical fight that wrenched the strength from me. My eyes flew open and a gasp was ripped from me as I felt that terrible tug, as though someone had pulled at my very soul. The magics tumbled over one another, pushing and pulling. I gritted my teeth and pressed my hands into the fray where they disappeared. The black tendrils were as cold as ice, while my own magic was as warm as a summer sun. I gave a mighty push that jolted the king's body, and a burst of my magic swelled over the darkness. The tendrils gave a shrill cry before they shriveled to nothing. I choked on exhaustion and stumbled back. Dardan was there in an instant to catch me before I crumpled to the hard floor. He drew me against his chest and supported me with both arms. "Are you unhurt?" he whispered. I swallowed hard and raised my hands. They were shaking hard. "I don't know." Lady Droon scurried close to the other side of the bed, and leaned over her king. Some color had come back to his ghastly pale cheeks and his breathing wasn't as hard. She turned to a bag on the nightstand and drew out a knife. My heart skipped a beat as she faced us with the weapon, but she threw off the covers and took the knife to the bandages. They were deftly dispensed with, and she opened the cut cloth to reveal his leg. The flesh was sore from the constant bandages, but there was no sign of a wound save for a tiny pinprick near the calf. One of her shaking hands brushed over the mark. She bit her quivering lip and raised her eyes to me.
"How did you do this?"
I gave her a weak smile. Just a little elbow grease and some stubbornness. Her eyebrows crashed down, and she stabbed a finger at his leg. "Such magic isn't common, girl." Her eyes darted to Dardan.
"Where did you find her?"
"In my garden a few months ago," Dardan admitted as he lifted me into his arms. I yelped and instinctively looped an arm around his neck. "I can walk." "I believe you can, but I would rather carry you," he countered, as he snatched a high-backed chair that sat in front of an ornate desk and dragged it over to the bed. He positioned it a few feet away and set me down. I was glad for the armrests. Lady Droon's attention returned to me, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "So the rumors are true. A strange goddess fell from the sky and holds the power of the Sylvine." A smile slipped onto Dardan's lips as he set his hands on top of the chair. "I thought King Brego's spies would have found out more about her than that." She waved her hand at the unconscious king. "He hasn't had much time to hear the reports." Her eyes flitted to the door, and her scowl deepened. "And his son takes them now in his private chambers to hear them, and I can't learn a damn thing else from his closed lips."
"Why doesn't Prince Isen trust you?"
I asked her. She lifted her chin.
"We don't trust each other."
"That boy is too eager to take on the duties of his father."
"But shouldn't he?"
I pointed out, as I nodded at the bedridden monarch. "Nobody else can do them right now." Droon wagged a finger at me.
"You're too naive, girl."
"You can't trust anybody in the realms, much less a demon." I blinked at her, and my eyes invariably raised to the horns atop her head. She clapped a hand atop one of them, and forced her head to nod.
"Yes, even me."
"You never know when I might throw you to the sandworms if I think for 1 second you'll betray the king." Anger boiled up within me, and I opened my mouth to protest, but Dardan stepped between us. "We have not come to side with you or the prince. The minions of the Black Rain are stalking the realms, no doubt searching for a way to release their master. We must find as much information about the reign as the king can provide." Droon crossed her arms and lifted her nose. "We gave you that information long ago." "Then the archives must be searched again, in the hopes we may discover a stronger method to seal the creature away," Dardan insisted. She looked down her nose as she studied him. "If the threat is so urgent, then aren't you a little late to be asking these questions? Judging by the look of your aura, you should have been down here ages ago. Before you became weak." Dardan met her gaze with his stern one. "Whether I am too late or not, we must receive permission to search the archives." "I will grant it." Droon and I jumped at the frail voice. A faint smile slipped onto Dardan's lips as he turned to the bed and inclined his head. "Good evening, Your Highness." The thin frame beneath the covers shifted, and one of the hands crawled across the blankets. "Droon." Droon's eyes lit up, and she rushed to the side of the bed. She collapsed onto her knees and bent forward, her clasped hands shaking in front of her.
"Yes, Your Highness." "How long have I been lying here?"
Droon swallowed a lump in her throat. 4 weeks, Your Highness." His red eyes stared up at the canvas above his head, and a heavy sigh escaped him. "I see. Is my son close at hand?" Her face twisted in disgust. "I have no doubt he is just outside the door."
"Tell him to come in."
The old woman reluctantly stood, and scurried past us to the door. She opened the portal, and revealed the prince with a reduced entourage. Droon stepped aside and jerked her head toward the bed. "His Highness wishes to speak with you." Eisen's eyes widened. "Speak." Is he lucid? As lucid as I can be, all things considered, Brego replied. The jaws of the men around him hit the floor. Many a face was brightened by the weak voice. Ison pursed his lips and slipped past the old woman. He hurried to the bedside, and knelt on one knee before he set his hand over that of his father. This must be some wonderful miracle, or were our visitors telling the truth about their ability to heal you? I have not inquired as to the details, Brego admitted as his softened gaze fell on us. But it can't be a coincidence that I now feel the best I have felt in many an age on the day these two arrive, and miracles aren't uncommon in regards to Lord Eastwei's work. Eastwei bowed his head. You honor me, Your Highness. A faint smile touched Brego's lips as he rolled his head from side to side. You weren't the Emperor of the Heavens because you bowed to everyone else, my lord, and that merely affirms my resolve to allow you into the archives. Ison jerked back and frowned. The archives, father? Whatever for? Brego stiffened his jaw and eased himself onto his arms. Ison reached out to assist him, but the king held up his hand. His son drew his hands back, and Brego managed to sit up so his back leaned against his pillow. The effort quickened his breath. I heard enough these last few minutes to understand that our common foe is attempting to return, the king revealed as he studied Dardan. We may assume that they're trying to break the barrier, without going to the trouble of killing you?
That may very well be the case, Dardan confirmed.
The king stared hard at his lap. Then the archives are our only hope, though a slim one. Our people had searched those works many times over during the last confrontation with Old Shade.
Then what need do they have to search the papers now?
Ison wondered as he stood and partially turned to us.
Surely we shouldn't give them a false sense of hope.
Brego leaned his head back and turned his head in our direction.
There was one place the archivists didn't look.
Chapter 9. Dardan's eyebrows crashed down. Why? The king sighed. Because of my arrogance and pride. Those were dark times when even a whiff of weakness brought danger. I ordered the archivists to inform you and everyone else that all the documents had been searched when those lowest in the depths were untouched.
Why would you do that?
I spoke up as I frowned at him.
What's down there?
The king closed his eyes. Die. My heart skipped a beat. Die. Like death. A faint smile slipped onto his lips. It may as well be, and perhaps that's where her name comes from. All anyone knows is Dai is the queen of the spiders, and a creature of immense size. He opened his eyes and they settled on Dardan. I believe you are familiar with her, Lord Eastwei. Dardan nodded. We had an altercation many years ago, and without news of her, I assumed she had died. A bitter chuckle escaped the king.
Would that she had.
She crawled into my realm, through one of the lesser-used tunnels, and made her home in the deepest depths of the kingdom. Unfortunately, she bred with other beasts of darkness, and as her family grew, so too did her domain. She eventually swallowed the lowest archives in her webbing. I sent men down to free the tunnels when you requested the search, but they couldn't break through her thick nests. He turned his face away from us and pursed his lips. I was too weak to even take back my land from a spider, and the wound to my pride was too much. I told my people to lie to you, and tell you all the documents had been searched. My mouth slowly dropped open.
What would have happened if the rain hadn't been defeated?
He took a deep breath and exhaled. I don't know, but I had a great relief when I learned the fiend had been imprisoned. I felt Dardan tighten his grip on the back of the chair. He lifted his chin slightly, and his red eyes glared down at the ailing old man.
How do we reach the deepest archives?
Brego shook his head.
That's a foolhardy mission, even for you, my lord.
Dai's hold has only grown stronger. Half the archives have been swallowed by her and her brood.
It must be attempted, Dardan insisted.
Ison turned to us and lifted his chin.
Then, allow me to show you the way.
My friends and I ventured through those tunnels as lads, and learned many of them. Drew narrowed her eyes at him. Perhaps we should let those lads go, and not the prince of the realm. He turned his head far enough to catch her eye. I must make amends for my father's sin, and the best way I can do so is to offer my services to Lord Eastwei and his companion. I forbid it. The stern command came from the king himself. He shifted atop the sheets and scowled at his son. You are my only heir. The realm cannot risk you being captured by the Spider Queen or worse.
Is she a smart spider?
I spoke up. Brego nodded. She is very intelligent, and one of the most ancient of creatures in all the realms. Ison took a step toward him.
That's why it would be wise to allow me to lead them, because I know the way, father.
The king shot him a look of warning that cowed his son. I have given my order, and you are to obey it. Do you understand? Ison straightened, and his face was a mask of tension.
Yes, Your Highness.
Then I expect I will not hear any more on this matter, Brego added before he returned his attention to us. It would be best for you to stay in my palace this night, and set out in the morning. Dai is cunning, but she is not fond of light, as my people soon discovered with their torches. I can vouch for that as well, Dardan agreed. The tunnels are many, but they are not very long. You should reach the edge of her domain by midday, Brego added as his eyes darted to his son. Show them to a pair of empty rooms, and tell Inhold he will lead them through the tunnels. I believe he was one of your companions in your underground adventures. Ison bowed his head.
Yes, Your Highness.
He turned to us and gestured to the door. I'll be out in the hall when you're ready. He slipped out without waiting for a reply, closing the door behind him. Dardan looked down at me.
How are you feeling?
I grasped one of the arms with both hands and eased myself onto my feet. I'm feeling better. A moment before you leave, King Brego spoke up as his eyes softened on me. I owe you a great deal, perhaps my life. How can I repay what you have done for me and my kingdom? My stomach took that moment to rumble, and I sheepishly smiled at him.
Some dinner would be nice.
The corners of his lips curled up, and he inclined his head. It will be done. Droon. The old woman scurried up to him.
Yes, Your Highness.
Please see that our guests are taken care of during their stay with us. Whatever they ask, they may receive. Droon's face fell. But I should stay by your side for a little while longer. There might be complications and…
Nonsense, he countered as he lifted a hand and flexed his fingers.
I am feeling the best I have in many long years. Care for our guests instead of me, and return when your task is done to tell me all that has gone on since I fell sick. Droon pursed her lips but bowed her head. As you wish, Your Highness. She turned to us, and showed off a nice scowl as she swept her arm toward the door. If you'll follow Ison, I'll make sure you're given some nourishment. We followed her out the door, but I paused in the entrance and half turned to face the room. The king had settled his head back and closed his eyes. His breathing was deep and even. I couldn't stop a swell of pride at my handiwork. I'd done this with my power.
This, Droon snapped.
I stepped out and Droon snatched the handle before I could. She shut the door as quickly and quietly as possible. We discovered Ison standing in the hall alone, and with a smile on his face. It appears you'll have the rest of your adventure without me, he mused as he looked between us. But you'll be in good hands with…
Which room are you putting them in?
Droon spoke up. He lifted an eyebrow.
Why does that matter?
His Highness has told me to bring them their supper, and I don't want to spend all night searching for their room, she growled. A faint smile returned to him. I'm putting them in a bedroom in the lower hall from this one, and just to the left of the stairs. Droon marched off without another word, but with a sharp look at him as she passed by the prince. Ison waited until her footsteps had faded away, before he turned to us with a bemused smile. I'm sorry for that. She's a rather unpleasant creature on the best of days, and those are few and far between. But enough of that. He gestured to the stairs. If you'll follow me, I'll see that the road dust is taken from you. Ison guided us to the floor beneath the royal quarters, where a long row of doors stood. We passed by the door he had mentioned to Droon, and stopped at the one on the right. Dardan and I, however, stopped at the other door. Our guide turned to us with sparkling eyes.
Let's play a trick on old Droon.
Both of these rooms are empty since hardly anyone has visited since Father's illness, so we won't cause anyone any trouble. But we'll be causing trouble with Lady Droon, I pointed out. He winked at me. A little trouble with her makes for a good laugh. Dardan grasped the handle of the door near us, and opened the entrance. We will take this room. Ison shrugged and strolled over to us. Suit yourself. We stepped inside and found ourselves in a less opulent, but very comfortable room. A large 4-post bed sat in the center of the spacious bedroom, and a door on the right wall led into a separate dressing space, complete with dresses, a vanity, and a huge full-length mirror. The room was warmed by a hearth not quite as large as that belonging to the king, but large enough that if I tripped, I would be swallowed whole by the thing. The floor was covered by large ornate rugs, but there was only a single tapestry on the wall. I strolled over to the sewn picture and studied the scene. It showed humans wading into a river, and those who exited out the opposite bank had horns like the demons. Ison peeked into our abode, and his smile widened into a grin.
Shouldn't I be showing you 2 rooms?
You are just traveling companions, aren't you? Dardan half turned to our guide. We will not be here long enough to warrant 2 rooms, and the chairs in your realm are comfortable enough for me to sleep in. The prince wagged his eyebrows at me.
Yes, I'm sure the chair will be very comfortable for Lord Eastwei.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Perhaps a few more blankets for the Lord's chair. Someone to light the fire? Dardan flicked his hand toward the hearth, and a fireball was thrown from his palm. The fire landed on the neat stack of prepared wood, and instantly caught fire. We had a fine blaze in a matter of seconds. Ison admired the fire with a crooked smile. I walked into that one, didn't I? I'll have to remember that if the lamplighters ever go on strike. He turned to face us and gestured to the bed. And with that, I will excuse myself, but if you need any small amenities, merely pull the cord at the bedside and someone will assist you.
We'll remember that, I promised.
Ison bowed his head and slipped out of the room, leaving us alone at last. Chapter 10. I strolled over to the fire and warmed my hands. The lights on the ceiling of the realm had faded, and a noticeable chill had replaced their warm glow. You don't want anybody down here to know about us, do you? I spoke up without turning around. I heard his faint footsteps pad across the carpet, and his hands settled on my shoulders. It would be safer for you if your relationship with me was not known, at least not yet. I lay my hand over one of his, and a bittersweet smile slipped onto my lips.
Not until all this trouble is over.
Yes. The fire had warmed my body, but had revealed the travel dust that faintly covered my clothes and body. I looked about the room.
Is there a wash basin around here?
There should be one in the adjoining room, he told me as he reluctantly drew his hands away. I will ring for some warm water. I remained at the fire while he rang the bell. The chimes had barely faded away when a knock was heard on the door.
Lord Eastwei?
Came a small voice. Enter, Dardan answered. The door opened, and a short woman with equally short horns swept into the room. She carried a tray in her hands upon which sat a basin of steaming water, with a pitcher carrying the same. The woman curtsied to us.
I have some warm water for you, and a bar of soap.
My eyes widened.
That was fast.
Lady Droon thought you might want this, the servant girl explained as she scurried into the adjoining room. She came out in a few moments with empty hands and a smile. Lady Droon told me to tell you your food should be here in a few minutes. Is there anything else you'll need?
Not at the moment, thank you, Dardan replied.
But I could use your name, I spoke up. The young woman blushed, and her hands fidgeted in front of her. I'm not one, Lad Roberts. Just a servant to His Highness. If you know my name, then it's only right I know yours, I pointed out.
It is Holdray, Lady Roberts.
I winked at her. And it's Anna to you. She bit her lower lip, and her eyes darted to one side. I should not call you by so personal a name. His Highness may not approve. We understand and accept your decision, Dardan spoke up as he strolled over and set a hand on my shoulder. That will be all. She bowed her head.
Then I wish you a good night.
Night, I answered before she swept from the room as unobtrusively as she had entered. I turned to my companion and frowned at him.
What was that about?
I know you were merely being friendly, but her king is in a most precarious position, and may not take such forwardness with a kind eye, he pointed out. My face drooped.
I guess I didn't think about that.
A crooked smile appeared on his lips. That is because you do not have the suspicion many of those in high positions hold close to their hearts. I scratched the back of my head and wrinkled my nose.
That sounds exhausting.
It is the way some must live to keep themselves in their position, he pointed out. I took up one of his hands, and twined our fingers together before I smiled up at him. Give me your lodge and enough food to eat, and I'll be happy. We should go there soon. He squeezed my hand. I will take you if that is what you wish. Some dust tickled my nose.
I think what I wish is for a good scrubbing. I'll be right back.
I slipped over to the adjoining room, and discovered the steaming bowl and pitcher sitting atop the vanity. A sweet scent of flowers floated from the water. I looked over my shoulder at Dardan. Did you want to wash up first? You may have that pleasure. I didn't argue but dove into washing the travel grime off my face. The water wasn't so murky with dirt that I couldn't see my reflection in the surface. I think Droon really likes the king, doesn't she? I called to my companion. Undoubtedly. I had heard the resident sorceress had become infatuated with the king after her long service. I took off my shirt and tossed it onto the top of the dresser, so I could get at my arms.
Is that allowed? That would depend on the monarch, he called back.
If the king approves, who would argue against the match? I paused to stare at myself in the bowl.
I suppose that's why she doesn't really say anything aloud, huh?
I'm not sure if the king likes her more than seeing her as a servant. A pair of strong arms wrapped around me and made me jump. I whipped my head back quickly enough to brush the bottom of Dardan's chin. He smiled down at me. Did you require any assistance? I snorted and swatted his hands. I'd never get myself clean with your help now, Shu. Dardan reluctantly drew away to the doorway, where he leaned his arm against the frame. He folded his arms over his chest, and watched me wash my arms in the bowl.
How are you feeling?
I flexed my arms and shrugged. Like nothing ever happened. Something in his voice made me look in the full-length mirror. The glass revealed not only all of me, but the whole of the room, including where he stood. There was a slight cloud on his brow. I looked over my shoulder at him.
Why do you ask?
Everyone's magic has a finite source and can only be replenished over time, he told me as he looked me over. We have yet to discover the true depth of your wellspring. But you're worried I'll find it one day, and my crystal will become as cracked as yours? I guessed.
Yes.
I bit my lower lip. Is there some way to tell when I'm getting close to danger? Besides losing consciousness, you would experience a terrible pain here. He tapped a finger against his chest over his heart. It will feel as though someone has taken a chisel and is working away at your very soul. My face drooped.
That sounds really bad.
I have never felt another pain as terrible as that. I thought back to the last time he had such a terrible pain, and my shoulders drooped. Is that what you felt when you saved me from Phrygia? When she stabbed you, I paused at the memory and my hand settled on my stomach.
When she stabbed you through.
You trouble your mind too much with past mistakes, he lightly scolded me as he pushed off from the frame. He came over and grasped my forearms as his scarlet eyes met my gaze. I was healed thanks to your efforts. That more than makes amends. His words popped a question into my head. I leaned back and studied his person. You never did show me how much my blood healed your crystal. What does it look like now? Much improved. Alarm bells went off in my head.
Then show it to me.
If it were not healed, I would not be standing in front of you now.
Then just show me your crystal, I insisted.
There is no need. I clapped my hands on his chest and glared up at him.
How bad is it?
It's bad still, isn't it? He tried to draw away from me, but I grasped the front of his robes.
Dardan, you don't have to hide anything from me.
I want to bear your burden with you, whether it's the past or the present, your memories or your pain. I tightened my grip on his clothes and captured his eyes in mine. Please show me. Dardan searched my eyes, looking for the sincerity I poured into them. Finally he sighed.
Very well.
He raised one of his hands with his palm turned up. His magic flowed out and shaped itself into the familiar glistening red diamond-shaped crystal. The gem floated above his palm and slowly turned. The shifting lights couldn't hide the gaps and cracks in the gem. And the missing pieces. My eyes widened, and my hand flew to my agape mouth. I stretched out my other shaking hand, and my fingers hovered near the crystal, close enough that my hand passed through the largest of the voids. I jerked my hand back and tears sprang into my eyes. My heart felt squeezed as I pressed my arms against my chest and shook my head.
But it was supposed to help you.
It helped before. The damage was too extensive. Your magic worked to seal the cracks, but it was unable to recreate the broken parts, he told me. He closed his hand, and his crystal disappeared. You worked a miracle with your powers, but even a miracle may have its shortcomings. I turned away from him, and wrapped my arms around myself. Suddenly the room felt cold, so very cold. The warm tears down my cheeks did nothing to fend off the chill. Is this really why we're here? I looked over my shoulder at him. Because you won't last long, and the barrier will fall unless we figure out how the thing was sealed before. Dardan came up behind me, and wrapped his arms around my shivering body. His whispered breath wafted over my ear. You are here because I value your skills. You have already proven your worth by healing the king. I would not trade your presence for anyone else. I closed my eyes and a bittersweet smile danced across my lips. Thank you. For what? I set a hand over one of his, and cocked my head to the side to capture his gaze. For bringing me along with you so I can spend as much time as I can with you. He leaned down and pressed a light, almost teasing kiss against my lips. I would not have it any other way. I blushed and turned my face away. Why yeah, well, I should finish cleaning up, and I bet you'd like a little scrubbing too. I slipped out of his warm touch and stepped up to the water bowl. Just give me a minute, and I'll be done in here. A mischievous smile lay on his lips as he stepped back and bowed his head. As you wish. He turned and left the room. I dipped my cupped hands into the water, and splashed my face before I glanced at the mirror. My sad self stared back at me. Don't put on the long face. Enjoy this time. I sighed and went back to cleaning myself off. Chapter 11. I finished my task in a few minutes, and wandered into the main room while slipping back into my shirt. Dardan stood in front of his fire, staring into the flames. The soft light accented the worried lines on his face. I strolled over, and set a hand on his arm. If you keep thinking that hard you'll get wrinkles, I teased. I was thinking of my last confrontation with the Queen of the Spiders, he admitted without turning his focus from the flames. She was a formidable foe then, and I was stronger. I cocked my head to one side. What happened? He opened his mouth, but I held up a finger. Hold on. I looped my arms through his and tugged him over to the bed. The backs of his legs hit the side, and he fell backward onto the sheets. I crawled onto the bed beside him and crossed my legs. Now start your story. A faint smile graced his lips.
There is not a great deal to say.
I was very young when I ventured to the Shrouded Mountains for the first time. Lyron was with me as my guide, being very knowledgeable of the area. In my eagerness to explore the foothills, I did not heed my footing, and the ground gave way beneath me. I was dropped into a tunnel system that ran the whole length of the mountain range. Lyron had not yet reached me when I found myself confronted by the giant spideress. She had not eaten in many months, and desperately tried to turn me into a meal. Did she look like Phrygia? I asked him.
Well, after she changed, that is.
Her body girth was much greater and her legs much slender. She moved with a speed I had never before seen, and with a killing instinct that surpassed all others. I would have received no mercy from her, and in our fight I managed to burn off one of her legs. She moved to end me, but Lyron arrived at that moment. The spideress retreated into the dank tunnels, and I have not set eyes on her again. I thought perhaps she had been trapped in the mountain when I sealed it years later. Is that where you got the idea to trap the darkness in the mountains? I guessed as I pressed my bent legs against my chest and wrapped my arms around them. Because of the tunnels you knew ran under them.
Just that very idea, he confirmed as he leaned his arm against the bedpost. So what's in these archives?
I wondered, as I snuggled against the pillows. I mean, King Brego is so old that he should know what's written in there, shouldn't he? Brego is the first and only king of the demons, but like the gods in the heaven realm, he was not born immortal, Dardan told me as he took a seat on the edge of the bed. His ancestors were as mortal as you once were, and they wrote down their history to preserve their stories. It was only at the creation of the deity tree that the demons too were granted immortality, though by means of drinking from the rivers that run through their realm. I sat up and blinked at him. A river that grants immortality? My gaze invariably traveled to the tapestry that hung in the room, where the humans emerged as demons. Like in that hanging picture there. The tapestry does represent their ascension to the immortals, Dardan confirmed as he studied the cloth. The river also granted them their strength and their unique appearance, but it came with weaknesses. Sunlight is disagreeable to their eyes and skin, and they are weak against silver. I snorted.
That sounds like vampires.
Dardan lifted an eyebrow, and I shook my head. Just a mythical creature from my old world, though they didn't have horns. Anyway, the archives are filled with these old writings from their ancestors. They were the ones who were given charge of Old Shade, and we have only a small bit of hope that they were shown how to seal the creature. I set my chin on my knees, and a heavy sigh escaped me. I can't believe how much trouble we've been running into. Do you think the peddler caused the king to get bitten too? We should keep our thoughts open to all possibilities, he advised as he stood and turned to me. In the meantime, I will refresh myself. I grinned.
I'll try not to get into trouble while you're busy.
Dardan was still in the process of cleaning himself when a knock came from the door, though low down. Being in unfamiliar territory, I couldn't help but stiffen. Even Dardan appeared in the doorway of the adjoining room, with one hand clutching a towel, and the other sporting a soft, fiery glow. Who is it? The maidservant's voice floated through the wood. I have brought your food, Lord Eastwei. I may need some assistance entering. I leaped to my feet and hurried over, where I opened the door. Holdray stood in the hall with a heavy tray in her hands. The platter was laden with fruits and meats, many of which I didn't recognize. She curtsied to me. Thank you very much, Lady Roberts. I stepped aside and she swept into the room. Holdray gladly set the platter on a small table near the fire and stepped back, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. My goodness, but that's heavy. I slipped up to the side of the tray and savored the scent of all the delicious foods.
I'm not sure we'll be able to eat all this.
Holdray clasped her hands in front of her and smiled at me. Lady Droon knew that, and told me to inform you that you just eat what you desire and we'll take the tray in the morning. I paused in my perusal, and reached into the mix where I drew out a large, almost meatless bone.
What's this for?
Huldre blushed and her eyes flickered to Dardan. Truth be told, the cook wasn't sure what a dragon god would eat, so she sent up almost every cut she had in the kitchen. Dardan grinned. I'll be sure to finish off the bones, so you don't have quite the carry on the way back. She dropped her gaze to the floor, and scuffed the stones with the tip of one foot.
I don't have any problem with the weight, my lord, it's the stairs.
I haven't been at this job very long, and I haven't gotten used to climbing them, especially when going this high up. Dardan tossed his towel into the depths of the washroom, and strolled out, looking as handsome and radiant as ever. Damn him.
Has the king given you much practice with his guests?
She shook her head. Oh no. There haven't been any guests here since his. She froze and clapped her hands over her mouth. I leaned to one side and examined her face.
Is something wrong?
Huldre reluctantly drew her hands down and hung her head. I was told not to speak with you about the matters in the castle. Who gave you that command? Dardan inquired. She turned her face away and bit her lower lip. I can't tell you that. I set a hand on her shoulder. She risked raising her eyes to me, and I offered her a smile.
It's all right, we understand.
You don't want to get into trouble. We're still grateful for you bringing the food up all those stairs. She bowed her head. You're very welcome, Lady Roberts. Was there anything else you wanted? I looked to Dardan, who shook his head.
Nothing.
Thank you for your service. Huldre nodded and scurried out of the room. Dardan sauntered over to the table, as I stared at the closed door. Are the servants around here always that scared, or is it just because she's new? A little bit of both, I think, Dardan mused as he plucked a grape from the mound and tossed it into his mouth. I crossed my arms over my chest and studied my companion. So the king doesn't really trust anybody, does he? I doubt the king gave her those orders. He may be awake, but I cannot imagine the fog of illness would have been wiped away so quickly, for him to act against us. My face drooped.
So you're saying somebody else told her not to speak with us?
He plucked a sliced piece of meat from the top and held it out to me.
You should try this.
It is a specialty of the demon realm. I lifted an eyebrow, and my eyes flickered between the holder and the held.
What is it?
He held it closer to me. Try it. I narrowed my eyes at the smiling dragon lord. His eyes shimmered with mischief, and his stiff jaw showed determination. He would not be denied. I sighed and plucked the meat from his fingers, before tossing it into my mouth. A few chews revealed a delicious flavor packed with spices, like jerky with all the trimmings. I pointed at my mouth.
This is really good.
What is it? Do you recall the snakes that harassed us? Oh God. Chapter 12.
How many times must I apologize?
I clasped both sides of the empty wash bowl, and looked over my shoulder with an expression of death. My target was the god who leaned against the door frame. His arms were folded over his chest, and a smile was permanently affixed to his face. You really should have told me what it was. I assure you, you have my eternal apologies. My stomach lurched, and I readjusted my grip on the porcelain.
I don't think you've apologized to my stomach yet.
Dardan chuckled as he pushed off from the frame, and strolled over to me. He reached into his pocket, and drew out a small vial with a stopper. Take this. I eyed the gift with the look of a lover betrayed.
What is it?
Medicine from Lady Wu Hell, he told me as he popped the cork. A sweet scent filled the room. I lifted an eyebrow.
She suspected you tried to ruin my stomach with snake meat?
The food of the demons is known for its unusual delicacies. He held the vial closer to me. Take it. You will feel better in a few minutes. I sighed and took the vial. The contents were downed in one big gulp, and I was glad to discover the concoction's taste was the same as its scent. I eased myself away from the bowl, and shuffled into the bedroom with Dardan following behind, his bemused smile on his lips. The platter of goodies was ignored in favor of the bed, upon which I gladly collapsed face first. The bed shifted as Dardan took a seat beside me. One of his hands rubbed my back, and the heat from his magic soothed my muscles. An unwilling groan escaped me. The flight hadn't wearied me, but the tension and late hour made my eyelids heavy. Dardan's gentle voice floated to me. Sleep. I wasn't one to argue, so I slipped into a wonderful slumber. I don't know what time it was that I was awoken, but night still held sway over the world. The room was almost completely black, except for the few lingering embers in the hearth. Then I heard what had awoken me. It was the faint sound of something dragging itself along the floor between the door and the bed. I made to roll over, but an arm slithered over my waist. Dardan's whispered voice slipped over my ear. Remain still. There was a dead serious command in his brisk words that made me freeze. My heart pounded in my chest as the seconds ticked by. The strange slithering sound came again, this time closer. I tensed as the noise reached the bed, and the bed creaked as it slid up the footboard. I dared roll my eyes in that direction, and watched something long and slender crest the foot. Dardan threw off our covers, and flung a fireball at the intruder. The strike hit near our feet, and the thing screeched and jerked back, lifting itself above the footboard. My heart nearly stopped as I beheld the hideous silhouette of a seed tendril, the very same creature we had met so many times before. Dardan gave the intruder a barrage of fire that struck it again and again. I leaped out of bed and yanked on the cord before I turned to face the thing. Another dozen tendrils slithered from beneath the door and raced toward us. I raised my glowing hands and my threads shot out, slamming into the endpoints of the thing. The abomination screeched and scuttled back, and Dardan followed close at its heels. We reached the door as a commotion came from the other side. It was the voice of a high-pitched scream followed by more footsteps.
What is going on?
Someone yelled.
What is all the commotion about?
Footsteps skittered to a stop at the other side of the door, and a collective gasp came from many. What in all the realms is that? I heard Ison shout. Dardan threw another dozen fireballs, which caused the creature to retreat to the door. He rearmed himself and turned his focus to the door. Cut off the stalks if you can.
Your swordsmen?
Ison yelled at his compatriots. I heard the slick sound of swords being drawn from their sheaths, followed by the sludgy hacking of blade against tendrils. Dardan and I fought against its front while they took care of the rear, and I was glad when several of the stalks dropped lifeless to the floor without our help. The last tendril exploded under Dardan's wrath, and the scuffle on the other side quieted. Footsteps retreated a short distance from the door.
Is it dead?
Someone spoke up. A stifled gasp came from someone else. Look. It's growing back. A memory flashed across my mind of our first encounter with the creature. It hadn't quite died until Dardan touched its stump. Can you burn this thing like the first time we met one? That would kill it, I reminded him. He closed his fists and extinguished his fireballs.
It was not my magic that destroyed that creature.
Do you recall my hand was covered in your blood? My eyes widened, and I looked down at my glowing hand. I stiffened my jaw and clenched my hand. One of my threads skewered my palm and blood flowed freely from the wound. Take care of the door, I told him as I marched toward the entrance. Dardan threw a fiery flame at the door, and the wood went up like a Roman candle. The entrance was consumed in seconds, just in time for me to walk through the lingering flames. The hall was crowded with a half-dozen troops including Ison, and behind them stood Holdray and Droon. The former had her hands clapped over her mouth, and her wide eyes couldn't look away from the thing on the floor just outside our room. It was the unmistakable rootstock of the fangstrung plant. The stumps of its tendrils twitched and oozed black blood. A puddle of its life liquid pooled about the remains of its body, staining the stones and filling the air with a foul odor. I tightened my fist and drew my arm back. The plant seemed to sense my attack because a fresh, thin tendril shot out at me. Dardan's fireball flew past me and struck its tip while one of the knights, the one Ison had called Inhold, swung his sword, lopping the trouble off at the root. His sword gave off a strange wave of heat that was shrouded in darkness. I swept my arm out in front of me, and my blood splattered all over the fangstrung. Smoke rose from the points of contact, and the creature wreathed about on the floor. The stumps both shriveled and melted into itself, sinking into the shallow hole in the floor that its rising had created. Nothing was left save for the depression. Its blood evaporated into black mist that rose a few feet in the air. Ison sneered at the fog and swung his sword, creating a gust of shadow that dissipated the mist. He lifted his eyes to us, and pointed the end of his sword in our direction.
"What's the meaning of this? What was that creature?"
"That was a fangstrung, a fabled creature of the marshes," Dardan revealed as he knelt beside the hole. "It absorbs the life force of anything within reach, killing them." He extended one finger, and his fingernail lengthened into a long dagger-like claw, which he used to dig between the cracks. I craned my neck.
"What is it?"
Dardan drew his finger back and frowned.
"There is a sizable amount of dirt here."
Whoever placed the seed understood the creature needed some earth to thrive.
"Didn't you put it there?"
Ison questioned him as Dardan stood. "Why would we risk our lives?" Dardan countered.
"Of course he didn't put it there, you fool."
Droon snapped at him as she grasped Holdrey's shivering shoulders. They were in more danger than the rest of us, and would have been worse off if Holdrey hadn't heard the bell and come rushing up. He turned a strained smile on the old woman. "I had no idea you were such a proficient in surface plants, Lady Droon, or do you merely take the word of our visitors?" My cheeks reddened, and I balled my hands into fists at my sides. "Are you trying to say we planted that thing here? To do what? Put ourselves in danger?" Ison bowed low at the waist to me. "1,000 apologies, Lady Roberts, but one cannot be too careful in these dark times. I merely wish to show that we should not take anyone's word at face value, until all the facts are known." "You will find nothing further, unless you were present for the planting," Dardan mused as he looked up and down the hall. "That is, unless this hall is impassable by all of your servants, save when they are summoned." Ison sheathed his sword and shook his head.
"The halls weren't watched, if that's what you're asking. Only the entrance to the keep itself."
"Have any of your staff acted suspiciously of late?" he questioned him. Ison scoffed. "It would be hard to tell with my father falling ill, and everyone worried about that." He scuffed the floor near the hole.
"Now it's my turn to ask questions."
"I'm guessing this has something to do with your visit to see the archives?" "That is quite possible," Dardan confirmed as he turned to me. He grasped my wounded hand, and inspected my self-inflicted damage.
"You should have this bandaged."
"I'll do that," Droon spoke up as she wriggled her way through the crowd. She grabbed my uninjured hand, and yanked me into the room. "Come along now." I looked uncertainly at Dardan, who managed a faint smile before the wall hid him from my view. Chapter 13. Lady Droon dragged me into the antechamber, where she plopped me on a stool, in front of the full-length mirror. I watched her slip over to the vanity, and draw a few vials from her person, along with grabbing a thin, long hand towel. My imagination ran away with itself, as my mind concocted the idea that Droon was the culprit behind the fangstrung. I squirmed in my seat and glanced at the doorway. The muffled voices of the men could be heard, but I couldn't make out any of the words. The tones were tense though, and I could detect Dardan among them. Droon poured the vial contents into the basin, and mixed them with water. She dipped a handkerchief into the concoction, and turned to me.
"Hold out your hand."
I reluctantly did so. She cradled my hand in her empty palm, and dabbed my wound with the handkerchief. It was like being scorched by Dardan's fire. I yelped and tried to yank my hand away, but she was stronger than she looked. This then was the preternatural strength of the demons, thanks to their consumption of the waters of the immortal river. I could only bite my tongue as she daubed away at my wound. Fortunately, my gift of being a goddess meant some of the stabbing had already healed. You shouldn't have dug in so deep, she scolded me as she tossed the used handkerchief onto the vanity. Even a god's healing takes time.
I'm still getting used to, I froze.
Me in my big mouth. A faint smile graced her lips as she snatched the cloth from beside the bowl. Still getting used to being a goddess? I slouched into myself. She tore the towel into strips.
There's no sense hiding it, miss.
Everyone in all the realms, save for the mortal one, is well aware of your recent arrival among the gods. She nodded at my hair.
That's not easy to hide, either. Not without a little bit of water magic.
I murmured to myself, as I thought back to grandmother. She whipped her head up from her work and narrowed her eyes at me.
What's that?
Water magic? Is anyone still around besides Prince Yushir who knows that art? I snapped my jaw shut loud enough to click my teeth together. She scoffed and returned to her work.
You don't trust me. That's a wise policy in general, but not with me.
She nodded at the doorway.
Now take Eastwei.
He won't be telling that oaf and the rest of them much, especially not in front of any of those people who could have planted that thing.
Should I be telling you anything?
I pointed out. A cackle came from my nurse, as she wound the bandages around me. You will if you know better. Maybe I don't know better, I mused as my eyes flickered to the doorway. My heart leaped when I heard the voices quiet, and footsteps padded along the floorboards. Dardan appeared in the doorway and grasped the frame.
How are you?
Nothing a night's rest won't heal, Droon spoke up as she finished her mummification of my hand. I drew my arm against my chest, and looked past him in the direction of the front door.
So what's happening?
Isan has gone to interrogate the guards who remained at their posts, but I doubt anything will be discovered, Dardan answered as he strolled over to us. His gaze settled on Droon as she stood. Do you have any assumptions? She sneered and jerked her head toward the doorway.
You know who I suspect.
Do you have any proof? The old woman sighed and her shoulders slumped. Unfortunately, I don't. That rascal would easily be able to sneak around without being noticed. He knows all the creaks and groans of the halls, and I bet he knows a few secret passages built by his ancestors. Have you had any visitors within the last year? Specifically, a peddler with a tray of seeds? Dardan questioned her. She cocked her head to one side and lifted an eyebrow. We did. He came about 10 months ago selling his wares. The king questioned how he managed to slip past all the watchers of the portals, and the man refused to answer. He was imprisoned in the dungeons, but somehow managed to escape. Her eyes flickered between us.
Has he something to do with these troubles?
He must have sold a seed to someone before he left. That is where the fangstrung came from, Dardan told our acquaintance. A dark cloud settled on her brow. The peddler told us the seeds would grow into trees capable of growing in our climate. Then he lied to all but one of your people, and that person planted the seed outside our door. She scoffed. I have no doubt it was that fiend Isan. He would do such a thing to keep a hold on his power. Dardan folded his arms over his chest and stared hard at the floor. Perhaps. We shall have to watch everyone. Everyone except who we're talking to, my inner voice mused. And tell me what you know, she insisted as she grabbed her things and tucked them into her pockets. I'll watch the halls tonight and see that there's not more trouble. Dardan inclined his head. Thank you. Droon shuffled out, leaving a mess of questions inside me.
We should try to get some sleep, Dardan suggested as he offered me his arm.
I took up the offer and let him lead me into the bedroom proper, but my questions nagged at my mind.
How come you don't suspect Droon of planting the seed?
If she had wanted us dead, she had ample opportunity to do so in our food, he pointed out as he set me on the edge of the bed. She would not have needed to go to the trouble of planting a fangstrung at our door, and risked being discovered there.
So who do you suspect?
Isan. I guessed. I suspect everyone, Dardan replied as he strolled over to the hearth and tossed a couple of logs into its gaping mouth. He flicked his wrist and held his palm in front of him level with his body. A single droplet of fire burned in his hand. That is why I gave Isen the same information as I gave Droon. I blinked at him. Come again? You're telling everyone what you know?
Yes.
How arrival has already caused them to panic and use one of the seeds in their possession, he pointed out, as he tossed the flame onto the logs. They went up like they were covered in oil. Now that they know we are not ignorant of their alliance with our foe, they may well slip again and reveal themselves. My face drooped.
But doesn't that mean they'll probably try to kill us again?
Undoubtedly, he confirmed as he turned to me with a smile.
Does that worry you?
A strangled barking laugh escaped me.
Worries me?
Not at all. It makes me terrified. Dardan returned to the bed and sat down beside me. He sandwiched one of my hands between his and looked into my eyes. Even if I am at your side? My shoulders drooped and I puckered my lips out in a pout.
That's a mean question. How so?
Because you know I can't answer anything but no to that, and that means I can't suggest we go back to the heavens and return here with a small army. He chuckled. I do not believe the king would appreciate a large group of his old foes marching into his kingdom. I will have to take their place. My heart fell, and I dropped my eyes to the floor.
That's what I was afraid you'd say.
Dardan clasped my chin between his fingers, and turned my face back so we stared into each other's eyes. I am not as fragile as glass. Whatever trouble we find in the archives, I will not shatter. I reached up and cupped his hand in mine. But your crystal might. He leaned in and pressed a light, teasing kiss on my lips. I was sad when he drew away so quickly.
Not while I have you to protect.
You'd better not, I grumbled. I glanced at the door and sighed. I'd rather not be left alone with so many unfriendly people. Chapter 14. Everyone here is so friendly. It is a pity we cannot stay here longer. The compliment came from Ariane, as she admired the strange houses of the Hare clan. Her companion was Yushir, and they strolled through the streets of Tuhara with a warm sun shining down on them. A wife sweeping a front porch paused long enough to wave at them. Ariane waved back as they passed.
The Hares are generally known for their openness, Yushir confirmed as he bowed to a couple walking by them.
But we should not expect all the clans on our journey to be this welcoming.
The dog clan will not be very welcoming, will they? She guessed.
Unfortunately, I very much doubt they will greet us with open arms, he confirmed as he turned his head and studied the couple. They walked hand in hand with bright smiles on their fuzzy faces. More so now that Lord Lyron has given them a thrashing in front of their enemies. Will they consider that an affront from all the heaven gods? She wondered. Yushir's attention dropped to Ariane's hand that swung at her side. We will assume the worst, and expect our visit there to be most unwelcome. That is why we should enjoy our time here, little as it may be. He reached out his hand and his fingers brushed against her palm. At that moment, a young hare came around the corner on their left and crashed into her, having been chased by his compatriots in a rousing racing game. The boy would have crashed to the ground if Ariane hadn't caught him about the shoulders. You must be more careful, she advised him as she righted the lad.
Sorry, lady, he apologized as he stepped back.
He took one look at her and his long ears stood on end. Are you a goddess?
Is that not obvious?
Yushir mused with a twinkle in his eyes. He turned his head to and fro between the companions. Then you know Anna and Dardan? Yushir's eyebrows shot up.
Dardan.
Where did you learn that name? From Anna. It's all she ever called Lord Eastwei, and she said I could do it too, the lad told them.
So you know him too?
A smile danced across Yushir's lips. We are long acquainted, but not with your lovely city. Could you tell us where the mayor's house is located? Some color drained from the young boy's face. The old mayor. We are here to see the new one, Yushir assured him. Could you tell us where he resides? Are you going to talk with them all day, or are you going to play with us, Ruin? One of his friends shouted at him. The young lad half turned to them and waved his hand.
You guys go on ahead.
I have to show these people the way to Rex's new house. One of his friends squinted her eyes at the pair. Are they gods? Ariane nodded at Yushir. He is. Come on, another of the group shouted as he stabbed a finger at a nearby alley.
Let's see who can race the fastest to the woods.
They get to be carried back on the other's shoulders. The company took off, eager to be the one propped up by their companions. Ruin returned his focus to the pair, and put his hands on his hips. You wanna go see him now? If it is no bother for you, Yushir requested. He shook his head. Nope. My mom wouldn't want me pestering Rex, but with you guys along, I can say I'm there for a reason. He spun on his heels and hopped up the street.
Just follow me.
The two smiled at each other, before they followed their eager guide. Ruin meandered them through the streets to the former abode of the mayor and his treacherous wife. The street had been repaired, and the people moved about as though nothing had ever happened. Yushir couldn't help but pause at the border to the property, and inspect the upper balcony. The doors were opened and curtains blew in the wind. A tug on his arm brought him back to the present. Are you all right? Ariane asked him. He smiled at her, and pointed a finger straight up at the balcony. I was merely remembering the horror the lady of the house had become. It is not a pleasant memory. I'll say. Ruin spoke up from a few steps ahead of them. She was really scary and ugly, but she just kept saying how she was all nice and stuff. Such is the temptation of evil to those with black hearts, Yushir mused, as he set his hand on Ariane's who still grasped his sleeve.
Let us make better memories here.
He kept his hand pressed against hers as they strolled through the front doors. Some of the opulent furniture, or what remained of it, still stood around, but many pieces had been removed to make way for coat racks, a long bench to take a seat while waiting, a weapon rack filled with a variety of swords and other more practical things. The place was also a chaotic mess of papers. Dozens of wooden boxes and small crates had been piled about the entrance hall, and their contents spilled out onto the floor. There were files, papers, trinkets, and even a few loose gold coins. Ariane strolled over to the weapon rack, and furrowed her brow.
Where did the town acquire so many weapons so quickly? That would be from my private collection.
The speaker hopped out of the left-hand room, and over to them. He smiled and bowed his head to Yushir. A pleasure to see you again, Prince Yushir. I hope our meeting this time will be a little longer and less exciting. As do I, Lord Rex, Yushir replied. Rex laughed and waved off Yushir's greeting. I'm not a lord any more than I should be mayor, but I'm stuck with the job. Nobody else wanted it.
Mom said she'd take it, Ruin spoke up.
Rex wrinkled his nose. Like I'd ask my wife to take up something this tedious. Besides, she has her bookshop to run. And the library in the shop. She just opened that. Ruin added. It appears you have all been very busy, Yushir mused as he nodded at the crates scattered around them.
But where did you find all these documents?
Rex jerked a thumb over his shoulder. There's a large shed in the back lawn. We investigated and found that Lady Yiddle had been using it to store all the files she had on everyone in town. Ariane blinked at him. Files? On everyone? But why? Rex shrugged. Vindictiveness? Paranoia? The largest files are those whom she considered her rivals in looks. Lady Yiddle even had a folder opened on your friend, Anna, though she didn't have time to fill it. How is she? Quite well, thank you, and on another adventure, which is the reason why we are here, Yushir replied. Rex smiled. This is about you asking all the clans to attend that meeting, right? I heard from the turtles that they'd been asked to go. Yushir inclined his head.
Just so.
There is no obligation to attend, but we would. Rex raised a hand and grinned. No need for the talk with me, Lord Eastwei. I'll go myself if it means stopping that darkness from infecting anyone else, and threatening my people. The turtles did mention a date change too. The prince heaved a great sigh.
Yes.
My uncle has decided to move the date from 2 months to a week from today. He would have had it even sooner than that, but Lord Eastwei's sudden illness and his refusal to leave Lady Anna's side prevented that from happening. A dark cloud settled on the hare's furry brow. The king must have been pretty worried about the barrier.
Very much so.
Speaking of illness, Rex moved over to a pile of boxes and scrounged through the top one before pulling out a thick folder.
I think you'll want to take a look at this. What is it?
Eastwei wondered as Rex handed him the file. It's the file Phrygia kept on the peddler who sold her the seeds, Rex revealed as he nodded at the folder.
It looks like she didn't trust him from the start, and opened a file to learn more about him.
Ariane sidled up to Eastwei as he opened the folder and inspected the contents. He flipped through page after page, several with hand-drawn sketches tucked between them. She appears to have been most thorough in investigating her rivals, he mused as he held up one of the sketches. I believe this is your fiancé. Rex grinned. It is. The artist did a good job on her too. Ariane pointed at a slip of paper, with numerous lines and dates.
What is that?
Eastwei drew out the piece and examined the contents. It appears she tried to have the man followed. Starting after his second visit, from what I could gather from the file, Rex confirmed as he tapped the paper Eastwei held.
But it didn't do her any good.
Nobody who followed the man ever came back to tell her where else he sold his goods. And the goods? Eastwei inquired. Rex wrinkled his nose. There's a list in there, all to enhance her beauty, or so the guy said. She took the seeds for a little less than a year, with him coming every few months with a fresh supply. 1 seed every time, the same color until the last. He tapped a sheet that stuck out the bottom of the pile.
That was her last entry.
Eastwei took out the sheet and examined the contents, which he read aloud. He has come again, this time with a new black seed. The peddler swears it will enhance my beauty like never before. I have reluctantly taken it, but this shall be the last until I discover his true identity. He let slip once that he was well acquainted with the heaven realm. I must see if he has visited there to sell his goods to other women. The prince wrinkled his nose. Our ancestors forbid that the peddler slipped any of these to any other vain woman. Chapter 15. Ariane bit her lip and turned her face away. She was privy to Anna's assumption as to what Lady Xian had buried in Eastwei's garden that fateful evening.
What I wouldn't do to get my hands on him before he offers those things to anyone else, Rex growled. You should fight him in a duel.
Ruin spoke up as he pointed at the sword rack. You'd definitely win. Rex ruffled the young lad's fur between his long ears. I appreciate the encouragement, Ruin, but I'm sure this peddler has some tricks up his sleeve that would send my flying, or worse. Eastwei lifted out a small handkerchief and furrowed his brow as he turned it to and fro.
Why was this left in here?
Rex folded his arms over his chest and shrugged.
I was surprised to see it in there, too.
It looks like all the rest of the handkerchiefs she used. I did notice there was a slight smudge on one corner. Eastwei discovered the dirt spot and furrowed his brow. May I take this with me? Sure. You can have the whole file if that will help you. Wait a minute, he stepped forward and snatched the picture of Rue from the pile of papers.
I think I'll keep this with me.
Eastwei smiled as he tucked the folder under his arm. That is very kind of you. Rex laughed as he folded the sketch into his pocket. It's the least we owe you and Lord Eastwei. Anna and he saved the village from a terrible fate I don't even want to imagine. The least we can do is help you make sure that doesn't happen to anyone else. Did you guys need a place to stay? Ruin piped up as he hopped around them. My mom and I could put you up. She has a spare room and everything. Rex clapped his hand on the top of the boy's head and pinned his feet to the floor.
That's nice of you to invite them, but this place is bigger than your mom's whole shop.
They'll stay here. Yushir inclined his head. We would be most grateful for the accommodations, though we do not plan to stay long in the area.
You're heading out to the dog clan, Rex stated. Just so.
Those dogs are still licking their wounds from that battle with Lyran, the mayor mused as he turned his eyes in a westerly direction.
They're not likely to be interested in seeing another god from the heavens.
He returned his focus to his guests. If you need someone to go with you as a go-between or a guard, I'd be glad to go with you. Rune's hand shot up. And me. I've been practicing swords with Rex. Rex chuckled. And you'll need more practice before you can protect your mom, while I'm off to other parts of the clan realm. The young hair drooped and Rex's eyes flickered between the pair.
But what do you say?
I'm not much sore from the battle with Phrygia, so there's nothing specific keeping me here. Nothing but your responsibility to protect your clan, and to not be involved in a dispute between the Heaven Realm and the Dog Clan, Yushir countered. The mayor sighed.
I figured you'd say something like that.
It's a half-day's journey there. Did you need anything before you went? The prince smiled. Only a prayer and good fortune. He held out his hand to the prince. Then I wish you all the luck you can muster, and I hope you come back before midnight with good news. Yushir smiled and shook his offered hand. Thank you. I am sure we will. Ariane lifted an eyebrow. Why specifically midnight?
It's a rule among the dogs, Rex explained as he drew his hand back.
They don't allow anyone to stay in their capital after midnight. All intruders are either marched to the border or disappear. The last hare to stay overnight was locked in a room without windows, and heard some awful sounds outside his door. The next morning he asked about the trouble, and was told he'd imagined the whole thing. When did this strange custom begin? Yushir asked him. A dark cloud settled on Rex's brow, as he nodded at the file tucked under Yushir's arm. About a year ago. At the same time Phrygia started receiving her seeds. Yushir offered Ariane a smile and his arm.
That sounds rather interesting.
Shall we? She stiffened her jaw and accepted his arm. I am ready. The prince bowed his head to the two locals. Thank you for your information. I am sure it will be most invaluable. Be careful out there, Rex warned him as they moved to leave. If the black rain really is coming back, there's no telling what's going on. We will take your advice to heart, Yushir promised as he led Ariane to the door. Ruin hopped in front of them, and pointed at the rack of weapons.
Why don't you take one of those?
Yushir smiled at the young hare. I have magic, my young friend, and that is all the weapon we will need against the Dog Clan should such unwelcome circumstances force us to defend ourselves.
Well, what about her? He wondered as he nodded at Ariane. Does she have magic too?
Maybe she could use something. Yushir partially turned to his companion and studied her. You have a good point there. Ariane held up one hand, and her fingernails lengthened into thick claws.
I have my own magic.
I would feel safer if you took a weapon, Yushir pleaded. I will even teach you. Ariane grabbed the hilt of one sword and drew it out. She drew it out and took a step back, pointing the blade at Yushir. I believe I have taken enough training from my father to know how to use one of these. Then you will not object to handling one, Yushir mused as he inspected the other choices. Perhaps you should have something smaller and easier to conceal. His attention fell on the shorter swords and daggers that were featured at one end of the rack. Yushir lifted out a small dagger that sat on a shelf and lifted the weapon to his face. He turned the blade over, so it shone in the light from the windows. This is an unusual dagger. Its blade is made out of silver, Rex told him as he smiled at the dagger.
The man who sold it to me said it had been blessed by the elder gods, to give special protection to those fighting darkness.
Yuxia turned and held out the weapon to Ariane. Will you take this? She crossed her arms over her chest and frowned at him. Only if you take one for yourself. A faint smile spread across his lips. You are sounding more and more like your mistress every day. Then you know I will not take the weapon unless you do, she pointed out. The dagger has a mate, Rex spoke up as he strode over to a nearby cabinet. He opened the cupboard and revealed shelves stacked with daggers and short swords.
It should be somewhere around here, he muttered as he rummaged through the piles.
I keep it in here so I don't have to dust it. You would do well to organize your weapons, Yuxia advised him. Ruyan folded his arms over his chest and shook his head. Oh no, Rex doesn't believe in cleaning. Rex paused in his search and frowned at the lad.
Who told you that?
Mom. Oh. The hairman returned to his game of hide and seek. She would say aha. He reached into the mess and grabbed one of the hilts which he pulled out, revealing the twin to the dagger. Here she is. A beautiful work of art. He turned to the others and held out the weapon to Ariane. You won't go wrong having this at your side. Ariane put the other sword away and reluctantly accepted the new blade. She turned it over in her hands and examined the shimmering metal. Do you believe this is a wise idea to bring weapons into the dog realm? No, but it would be a worse idea not to, Yuxia countered as he grabbed a small sheath and tied it to his waist. As things stand, we must be prepared for a good amount of trouble, and unfortunately for us, we do not have Leren's tender touch to avoid a confrontation. He draped his robes over the weapon and stretched out his arms on either side of him. Well, what do you think? Rex took a step back and examined Yuxia before a smile slipped onto his lips. I can't see a thing. Yuxia dropped his arms to his sides. Then let us have one for Lady Ariane, and we shall be on our way. Chapter 16. The bright sunlight didn't feel as warm as when they'd entered the mansion, at least to Ariane. She thought back to Rex's warning about the dogs, and their strange custom of the midnight hour. Do you think perhaps the dogs have aligned themselves with the peddler, and have some secret they wish to hide? She asked her companion as they strolled down the street. That is a possibility. They were in desperate straits with their food supply, or so Dardan told me, and I would not be surprised if they made a pact in their desperate hour. He stretched up and adjusted his sheath hidden under his robes. Or it may very well be that they do not like to stay up to such a late hour. We will find out soon enough. Their city is 2 days' journey walking, but less difficult in flight. He stopped and stretched out his right arm to her. Shall we? You do not need to hold me, she pointed out. His eyes twinkled. No, but I feel much safer knowing you are protecting my side. Ariane sighed but stepped closer. He wrapped his arm around her waist, and his magic appeared around them. They flew up into the air, with many of the hares gaping up at them. Yuxia took them over to Hara and westward. The white forests of healthy, well-placed trees flew past beneath their feet, but Yuxia's fast travel meant that ordered view didn't last long. Being so close to him, Ariane couldn't help but notice the fine piece of jewelry on his finger. Where did you get that ring? It is an heirloom of my father's house, he told her as he admired the band. It is said to have been born from the first rocks crafted by the Creator, and is harder than any diamond. And the gift of Alien is from your mother's clan, she mused. Yes. I believe you know the story of its name, but its history before that is very murky. I believe there were some rumors it was taken during a clan raid of the demon realm, but that is mere speculation. A heavy sigh escaped him. And now with most of them lost to the Black Rain, we may never know its origins. She cocked her head to one side and studied his pensive expression. Do you wonder about them? Your mother's people? A sad smile graced his lips. I have, but all the sorrow in my heart is chased away by your smile. Ariane blushed and turned her face away. You make a fool of me. He squeezed her waist. On the contrary, I am quite serious. Why should I not be happy at the sight of my beloved smiling for me?" Ariane lifted her eyes to him, and found him staring down at her. She managed a sheepish smile.
"You speak such silly things."
Yuxie grinned. "I try." They had flown for a few hours when the forest changed. The white trees fell away, and were replaced by thick pines with long needles and dense branches. Those branches blocked the sun from reaching the forest floor, casting the base of the plants in deep shadows. The thick woods stretched in all directions, broken only by mounds of stones piled like forgotten toys of some giant toddler. An especially large pile of boulders abutted the only settlement in the area. The mound of stone had been partially torn apart, and its remains now lined the boundaries of the town, creating a natural defensive barrier. The houses were carved out of the stones and partially buried in the ground, with the entrances being on the inner side of the wall. Those homes not near the wall were low stone buildings with thatched roofs courtesy of the local trees. The streets were all paved with cobblestones rubbed smooth by countless feet. The exception to the underground rule was the castle. A structure 100 feet high had been built against the hill of boulders. The walls were completely of smooth stone, with small slitted windows giving light to the hard interior. The windows showed that there were 6 floors, and room extensions jutted out of all sides and all levels. The heavy wood gates opened to a large town square, and the centerpiece of the space was a fountain with crystal-clear water. A statue stood in the center that showed a dog baying at the sky with a small rabbit pinned by one paw. The water flowed out of the wounds in the hair and into the large pool. Trees grew randomly up from the earth inside the town, and their heavy limbs cast the same dark shadow over the metropolis. The relatively empty streets did nothing to add to the gloominess. The only place with crowds was the square where vendors sold their goods. Half the sun had disappeared beneath the horizon when they neared the rocky outskirts of the town. A howl rang out from the stones, followed by another and another until the din echoed over the whole city. The shoppers scattered to their homes while the vendors closed up shop and scurried after their customers. "It seems we may not receive a warm welcome," Yuxie mused as he landed them in the empty square. Their feet had hardly touched the cobblestone ground when 24 dogs scurried out of the streets and the town wall. They surrounded the pair and drew their swords. "Who are you?" one of them snapped. "We are emissaries from the King of Heaven, who have come seeking an audience with your leader," Yuxie told them as he reached into his robe. "I am Prince. Keep your hands above your head." Yuxie and Ariane's hands shot up into the air. She scooted closer to him, which only widened his smile. "I was only going to get a letter from the king, to Wildyor. My name is Prince Yuxie, and this is my companion." The lead guard kept the tip of his sword pointed at Yuxie as he approached him. "Whatever you have and whoever you are, I'll get it. You just keep your hands up." Yuxie shifted his weight to his other foot, and his face drooped. The stiff sheath of his short sword reminded him that being frisked would be a problem.
"There is no need for that.
I am quite able to reach." The dog jerked to a stop and narrowed his eyes at him. "Move even an inch, and I will assume you are hiding something dangerous and slice you through." Ariane could see the thoughts behind Yuxie's eyes, as he tried to avoid disaster. An idea struck her as the man eased closer to them. "You must not reach in there." The dog froze and his focus fell on her.
"Why not?"
Yuxie stared with confusion at her as well. "His Highness here has many important documents from the King of Heaven, hidden on his person, and has thus set many ingenious magic traps." Yuxie blinked at her. "Traps?" She gave him a pointed look. "Do you not recall, Your Highness? You placed them there to prevent your person from being searched." Yuxie's eyes widened, and a crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
"Yes, of course."
"The traps." He cleared his throat and turned back to the guard. "I would not advise you to search me. You will undoubtedly set off one of the countless traps I have set." Indecision crept into the man's eyes, and the corners of his lips twisted further down. He steeled himself and brandished his sword. You are a poor liar, whoever you are. Now hold still while I search you. Very well, Eastwei mused as he scrunched his eyes shut and wrinkled his brow so much he looked like a basset hound. The guard lifted an eyebrow.
Why are you doing that?
Because I do not wish to see what happens to you when you set off a trap, Eastwei told him. The sight of such horror will undoubtedly ruin my appetite. Their foe gritted his teeth. Listen here, if you do have any traps, then I demand you shut them off. But that would involve me putting my hand in my robe, an action you have explicitly forbidden, Eastwei countered. Just shut off any magic you have going on and I'll grab the message, he snapped. Eastwei shrugged and reached into his robe. The entire company tensed, and the guard leader took a step back. The prince drew out his hand, and revealed a note clasped between his two long fingers. He held it out to the man. Here is the note. I hope it can be delivered more promptly than it was given. The guard darted over and snatched the note. He drew back and opened the envelope. His eyes scoured the contents before he pursed his lips. He caught the attention of one of his men and beckoned to him. The guard scurried over. Tell the chief we have problems down here, he commanded his man. The other guard bowed and rushed past the group. He disappeared through the doors, and Ariane's heart fell a little. She rolled her eyes up to Eastwei.
Perhaps we should have sent a messenger.
He grinned down at her.
And miss all this excitement?
No talking, their acquaintance snapped. And lift those hands higher. Eastwei sighed and did as he was bidden. Very well, but such a command does not stop someone with my skills. The guard tightened his grip on his sword and scowled at him.
What do you mean?
This. Eastwei flickered the fingers of both hands toward the guard. 10 short streams of water flew out and shot into the man's chest. The dog yowled and stumbled. The others leaped forward, swords and teeth bared. Ariane scooted back and crashed into Eastwei's back as he turned to face some of the other guards.
That was not a wise idea, she scolded him.
I thought dogs appreciated a good watering, he returned. The damp guard flicked off some of the droplets that remained on him before he whipped his head up. He curled his lips back and a snarl escaped him.
I don't care who you are.
You'll pay for that. He approached with his sword at his side and harm in his eyes. The doors to the keep swung wide open, and the imperious figure of Wildio. Chapter 17. The scar on his left cheek stood out from his pale but stern face. He strode over to the pair, and his tall frame towered over both of them. His sheath swung against his hip, and the sword hilt glistened in the weak light. Wildio stopped a yard short of them, and crossed his arms over his chest. He clutched the message in one hand, as his sharp eyes studied the pair before stopping on Eastwei. The message states you come here regarding a council with the gods, that's to take place in less than a week. Why'd you wait so long to get to us? His Highness thought it best to save the best for last, Eastwei replied. Wildio curled his lips back in a sneer, and threw the note down at the prince's feet. Don't play games with me, you sky idiot. I can sniff bullshit across the realm, and what you're selling us is definitely bullshit. Eastwei sighed. Then I will drop the jests and tell you His Highness had little faith you would be willing to attend. We won't be, Wildio snapped, as he stabbed a finger in the direction of the wilderness that surrounded the city.
Now get out and don't show your faces here again.
Eastwei risked lowering his hands as he studied the dog ruler with a careful eye. Surely you would give this more thought than a quick refusal. Perhaps there is an issue with the way the message was worded. Or perhaps there is an issue here. Wildio narrowed his eyes.
There's nothing wrong here.
What of the shortage of available food? Eastwei reminded him. You attended the meeting of the hares to air your grievance on that account. They're coming back, was the bland reply.
Unlike you.
He beckoned to his people. The guards took a step closer to the pair. Then allow us to remain for the evening, Eastwei pleaded as he swept an arm over their surroundings. The hour is late, and we have no reliable light to lead us through the woods. Or perhaps you can spare one of your reliable guides. Your noses are legendary for leading one to safety.
You don't get either one, so get out of here, Wildeor snapped.
Yushir smiled at him. You may have faith in my skills to navigate in the dark, but I do not. I live in the eternal light, after all. You cannot expect me to be able to find my way around in the deep shadows that inhabit your land and forced you to develop such excellent noses. Thoughts flashed through the dog clan leader's eyes until he clenched his teeth and turned his face away. Tanian. The guard who had threatened them earlier stepped up to his leader. Wildeor jerked his head toward the pair. Take them to the tower. Tanian frowned. Are you sure? Wildeor narrowed his eyes at his man.
Just do it, and fast. Might we have some supper?
Yushir pleaded. The kitchen is closed, Wildeor informed him, before he turned and strode back into the keep. Tanian stalked over to them, and stabbed a finger at a small door 20 feet to the left of the main entrance. Follow me and don't waste my time dawdling. Their guide didn't give them a second look, before he stalked toward the side stairs. The steps were only about 2 feet wide, as deep as a half-cup bucket, and so tall from one to the other that Ariane had to grasp the rough wall to help herself up. Yushir twisted around and offered her his hand.
Let me help. His foot slipped on the small edge and he fell toward her.
Ariane flung out her hands and threw herself against him. Her weight offset his fall, and they both crashed onto the steps with her on top of him. She propped herself up on her arms and found him sheepishly smiling at her. My sincerest thanks for the quick thinking, he told her. She lifted her gaze to the winding steps. They followed a gentle curve up the wall, and passed between the keep proper and a tower that had been carved out of a huge boulder. The stairs wound to the left behind the tower and disappeared from sight. The tower had a sharp peak, with a shingle roof that had seen better days, with shingles missing and rotten.
Not very inviting, is it?
Yushir commented as Ariane climbed off him. She cast a quick look at Tanian, who stood at the point where the steps vanished around the corner.
Nothing here appears to be.
I hope the roof does not leak, he mused as he studied the starless sky. We may be in for quite a storm. Ariane offered him her hand. The mold covering the shingles may protect us better than the shingles themselves. Are you two coming, or are you sleeping on the steps? Tanian growled. A tempting offer, Yushir mused as he accepted her hand and pressed his other palm against the wall. Together they helped him to his feet.
At least the sky is available to us as an escape.
Ariane's face fell, and she lowered her voice to a whisper. Do you believe that will be necessary? I dearly hope not, he whispered in return as he brushed his thumb over her hand.
But let us stay close. Hurry up.
Tanian snapped. The pair continued up the stairs and around the corner, with their unwelcoming guide stomping ahead of them. They had just reached a landing on the opposite side of the tower, when Ariane felt a small raindrop hit her nose. She wrinkled her schnoz and tilted her head back. Another raindrop struck her forehead. The landing was some 5 feet square, and was pinned between the wall of the keep and the massive stone that made up the tower. The only exits were the steep stairs, and a sheer drop off the other side. A rickety wooden railing prevented an accidental fall. Yushir grabbed the railing and wiggled it. The whole thing moved with his hand, and a few splinters fell from the underside of the banister. Admirable work, he commented as he shook his soiled hand to loosen the bits of wood from his palm. Tanian stood at a plain wood door with a rusted knob. A heavy deadbolt had been installed both above and below the handle. Their guide swung open the door and revealed a single round room. The floor was of smoothed cobblestones and the walls were roughly hewn rock. A single 4-post bed stood opposite the door, and a vanity sat on the right curved wall. A pitcher and bowl sat on the vanity top, along with a small candle in its holder. There were no rugs or wall adornments. The 2 slitted windows had been filled with bricks. Yushir strode inside with Ariane sticking to his heels. He clasped his hands behind his back and reached the center of the room, where he turned in a half-circle, ending with him staring at Tanyan. The dog had only taken a few steps into the room, to where the only torch hung from the wall. He struck a match and lit the oil-covered wood.
"Simple but clean," he commented.
"We didn't invite you here, so don't complain about anything," Tanyan shot back. Yushir set a hand on his stomach. "We have no complaints, but we truly would be interested in food of any kind." Tanyan stabbed a finger at the bowl and pitcher on the vanity.
"There's your meal.
Now stay here if you know what's good for you, and don't leave until we open the door." The dog didn't wait for a reply, but turned and strode toward the door.
"Why such security?"
Yushir questioned their host. Tanyan opened the entrance, and paused on the threshold with one hand on the door. He looked over his shoulder, and a sharp look lay in his eyes.
"You don't want to know."
And with that he stepped out and shut the door behind himself. Yushir folded his arms over his chest. "A very friendly," he was interrupted by a hard clank of metal from the other side of the door. The prince's eyes widened, and he hurried over to the entrance. He grasped the gnome and turned, or tried to.
"What is it?"
Ariane asked him, as she took a few steps toward her companion. Yushir released the knob and stared hard at the handle.
"It would appear we are locked in."
Chapter 18. Ariane's eyes widened, and she hurried up to his side. "Are you sure?" He grabbed the handle, turned it and pushed. The door didn't budge. "Quite sure." Her heart pounded in her chest.
"But why would they do such a thing?"
Yushir turned to face the rest of the room. His eyes fell on the windows, and he wandered over to one of them, where he inspected the bricks.
"The mortar here has not seen many months."
"Whatever trouble they do not wish us to see, it is a relatively recent one."
"What should we do if a fire were to happen?" she questioned him as she pressed her palms against the door.
She pushed and frowned. "I might break the door down if I transform, though it would require a great deal of my strength." Yushir folded his arms over his chest. "I might pick the lock with my magic," but his warning was sincerely if brusquely given. "However, we shall keep that on our minds if we find we must leave in a hurry. For now we should rest. Midnight is some hours away." "Then you intend to discover what they are hiding?" she guessed. A crooked smile slipped onto his lips, and his eyes flickered to the bed. "Do you have any other ideas?" Ariane sighed and wrapped her arms around herself. The prince's good humor faded, and he stepped up to her. He grasped her arms and looked her over. "Are you feeling well?" She managed a small smile. "I am fine, but the air in this room is very stifling." He nodded at the bowl of water. "Perhaps you might refresh yourself there while I prepare the bed." He noticed the slight downturn at the corners of her lips, and chuckled. "For you, my dear. I will make myself comfortable on the floor. We will chat away the hours, and midnight will come before we know it." Ariane nodded, and moved over to the wash basin. She splashed the cool water over her face while Yushir prepared the bed. He took a spare blanket from the foot, and laid that out on the floor a few feet from where Ariane would sleep. Ariane paused in her cleaning, and wrinkled her nose. "Their water has an unusual scent to it." "I fear it is more than likely rather stale," Yushir commented. Ariane turned to face him, and was in time to watch him remove his sheath. He set that beside his makeshift bed, and swept an arm toward her mattress.
"I hope you will be comfortable here."
"Would that I could produce a treat like our friend Anna." Ariane folded her arms over herself, and strolled over to the other side of the bed. "I hope they are having better luck on their task than we are." Yushir took up the candle, and set it beside his bed before he plopped down on the blanket. "As do I, that we shall no doubt have answers come midnight." Ariane reluctantly slipped into the bed, and grasped the bedsheets tightly in both hands. Yushir lay on the floor with his hands tucked under his head. He stared up at the ceiling, smiling.
"You know, this is our first night sleeping together."
Ariane closed her eyes and stifled a smile. You do not need to phrase it in such a manner. I only say what is in my heart, he countered.
Your heart is very silly.
She lay on her side and laid her hand in her palm so she faced him. I would have expected a prince of the heavens to behave more properly. Have you met many of the princes of the heavenly realm? He teased as he crossed one leg over the other. I have heard stories from my uncle that my father was quite wild. He found my mother only by chance when he was exploring the southern marshes, trying to find a flower to give to a woman he fancied. Ariane raised her eyebrows.
And she helped him.
He chuckled.
She helped him out of a trap.
Her father was the king of the marshes, and had ordered the lesser-used paths to be laid with traps to keep sneaks out. And your father tried to sneak in? Undoubtedly. He did not have permission to enter another domain, and he knew he would have to explain himself to his father, who would not have approved. Thus he found himself in a sinkhole, with the princess of the marshes laughing at him. Of course, his lightning abilities were of no use in drawing him from the wet sands. Ariane scooted closer to the edge of the bed.
What did your mother do?
She teased him about coming in uninvited, but eventually his pleas convinced her to release him. He was presented to her father in a sorry state, but made amends by ridding them of a horrible bug infestation. He used his lightning powers to eliminate the creatures, and was rewarded with permission to court my beautiful mother. Do you dream of having such a courtship? She asked him. He laughed. I hope my courtship will have less humiliation, but I just had the love of my life catch me on a set of steep stairs. Ariane studied him for so long that he squirmed beneath her gaze.
Is something the matter?
You said you speak from your heart, but what does your head tell you? Yuxia grinned.
That my heart is out of my mind, but that love will win in the end.
Ariane burst out laughing, and rolled away from him. His face drooped and he sat up. Have I fallen for a woman who does not believe in true love? Ariane gathered herself and rolled back to face him. I admire your persistence, Yashi, but surely you cannot believe someone would fall so quickly for you. He sighed and slipped back onto his bed.
That name again?
I must thank your brother for rediscovering my childhood nickname.
Was it?
Quite. My aunt reminded me of the name, only recently. She cocked her head to one side. Your aunt? I believe you know her as grandmother. Ariane's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open. Grandmother is your aunt?
One and the same.
She was a sister to my mother, and one of the few people to survive the destruction of the marshes. Until recently, I thought her dead as well. He tucked his hands under his head and heaved a great sigh.
The times we live in are very strange.
Perhaps love is the only consistent. Ariane tucked her pillow beneath her head and smiled at him. You are truly one of the last romantics. He grinned. I will take that as a compliment, my lady.
It was.
Truly, she assured him before a yawn stifled her words.
Perhaps we should try to get some sleep, he suggested.
It was at that moment, a rumble was heard in the distance. The prince sighed. Just our misfortune, I would be correct in my weather assessment. Let us try to get some rest. A patter on the roof told them a rain had arrived with the rumble. The moss kept most of the rain from seeping through the old shingles, but a few droplets managed to slip through the green barrier. The rain dripped onto the floor, and Yuxia eyed the growing puddle only a yard from where he lay. For Ariane's part, she tossed and turned atop her old rough mattress. She sat up and plumped her pillow before setting her head back down. A dark cloud settled on her brow, and she resumed her shifting about.
Is something the matter? He asked her.
She sat up and kicked at the sheets. I cannot seem to get comfortable. He grinned up at her.
Perhaps you would like to change beds.
Or perhaps the bed is too large, and you are in need of company. Ariane closed her eyes and sighed. I am sure it is not either of those, Prince Yuxia. He winced.
The title, Lady Ariane.
Ariane threw herself back on the bed, and tossed the covers over her up to her neck.
I know.
Yushir furrowed his brow before he propped himself up with his arms and cast his eyes to her. Are you quite sure you are feeling well? Ariane squirmed beneath the sheets.
Yes.
Perhaps I am just worried.
There is no need to be while I am here, Yushir assured her.
She finally sighed and slumped. I know, only you worry for our friends, he guessed.
Yes.
I do not know many stories about the demons, save for those told to small children, to scare them into behaving. Yushir reluctantly lay back down, and stuck his hands beneath his head. They are a fearsome lot to be sure, but Dardan has handled them. In such a state, she reminded him. The prince pursed his lips. No, though I have heard rumors that their king has aged considerably these last few millennia. He is of the first generation of gods, and fought valiantly during the Black Rain, even if he became an enemy after that terrible time. Ariane rolled onto her back, and stared up at the canopy. Lord Eastwei and you fought together during the War of the Realms?
Yes.
There had been skirmishes since time immemorial, but with the removal of the threat of the rain, the old animosities returned, Yushir told her, as his eyes took on a faraway look in them. Dardan was emperor of the realms at that time, and stopped their expansion into other areas. He then divided the world into the lands we know today. Ariane stifled a yawn. I see. Yushir tilted his head in her direction and chuckled.
Try to get some rest.
I will awaken you if something happens. She sighed and sank her head deep into her pillow.
Very well.
The room fell silent and the hours ticked by. Yushir thanked his stars that his long journeys into the other realms had taught him how to tell the time, without the need of stars or a clock. He counted the minutes that stretched into hours, and finally the midnight hour was upon them. The prince lay as still as possible, careful not to breathe too often for fear of missing a noise. That's when he heard it. A strange shuffling noise outside the door. The sound was followed by a soft rattle of the doorknob. Whatever was on the other side waited a few seconds before retreating. Yushir sat up and stared hard at the wood. He waited a while but the sound didn't return. Did you hear something just now? The strange shuffling sound came again, but this time louder and closer. So close that it sounded like it came from Ariane, he called to her as he moved his focus to the bed. A soft groan came from the bulky figure tucked under the covers. Yushir's heart pounded in his chest as he grasped the candle holder with its unlit candle. Ariane? Are you feeling well? Ugh, was the reply as she squirmed beneath the sheets. Ugh. Yushir silently eased himself onto his feet and stepped back to the torch. He lit the candle and crept toward the bed. The bed covers heaved up and down. Ariane squirmed to and fro, kicking at the blankets. He glimpsed the back of her head, and noticed the hair was much shaggier than he remembered. Ariane, he whispered as he reached the bed and leaned over. Ariane turned to him, and the candle cast its soft glow on her features. Yushir stumbled back with wide eyes and his mouth agape. Thunder boomed overhead. She was a wolf. Or rather, she was a wolf-bear hybrid. And she was hungry. Chapter 19. The strange day dawned on us as the mushrooms above our heads grew brighter. I opened my eyes and found the room awash in the soft glow. I also found the other side of the bed to be empty. Damn early bird. I muttered, as I sat up and rubbed the sleepiness from my eyes. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, and a platter of food sat on the small table. I narrowed my eyes at the plate, as I eased myself off the bed. My bare feet padded across the floor, and I stopped before the table. The food looked normal, or at least innocent. However, I ate around the meat and sauntered around the room with my fruity prizes. The windows showed a city abuzz with activity, especially in the courtyard below. Streams had been set up along the main thoroughfare, and the demons walked to and fro with smiles on their faces. Apparently, News of the king's recovery had traveled fast. I lifted one hand and studied the palm. How strange was this power I held. I almost felt separate from these miracles. It wasn't like I could do anything more than cook delicious brownies, only 6 months ago. The door opened and Dardan stepped inside. 2 cloaks were draped over the crook of one arm. "Good morning," he greeted me as he strolled over and clasped my waist in both hands.
"How did you sleep?" "Not bad, all things considered," I replied as I nodded at the attire. "What's that for?"
"For us." He plucked the shorter one from the pile and held it beside him. The cloth was of the plainest grey, with a strangely muddy appearance.
"What do you think?"
I lifted an eyebrow.
"I think I'm not sure why we need them."
He laid the cloak back over his arm. "They are best for slipping into the den of the spiders. Their eyesight is very poor, and these cloaks will guarantee we are not seen."
"And what about the other senses?"
"Those are rather more difficult to hide," he admitted as he cast his eyes to the platter. "You have eaten very little." "I have had very little time to eat, and I now have trust issues with their cuisine," I told him. A crooked smile appeared on his face. "You have no need to worry this morning. I have specifically excluded their fine oddities from the plate. We shall go downstairs when you are finished. Inhold is waiting for us." I hurried through my meal, and we were walking down the stairs 10 minutes later. The cloak of the demons was rough, and I continuously scratched my bare arms to soothe the chafing. We met our local guide in the courtyard, where he waited near the gate. Ison also stood at his side with a smile on his lips. He bowed to us as we neared. "Good morning, honored guests. I hope you found sleep after last night's harrowing encounter." "Very well," Dardan assured him as he examined the prince. "Have you come to see us off?" Ison sighed. "Unfortunately, yes. His Highness insists I remain, and so I can only wish you farewell. My only consolation is the excitement of our people who've heard the good news about my father's health." His eyes settled on me. "Father thought it prudent not to inform them what caused his sudden recovery, at least for the time being. He didn't think you wanted to attract that much attention until after your visit to the archives." "A wise choice," Dardan spoke up.
"How is His Highness?"
"Recovering quickly. He should be out of bed by day's end," Ison told us as he smiled at me. "And all thanks to your wondrous magic." I shrugged.
"It was nothing."
"If nothing else is needed, we should be on our way," Dardan spoke up. Ison stepped back.
"Yes, of course."
"I wish you a safe journey, and may you return quickly with good news." Inhold led us out into the festive streets. An energy filled the air that hadn't been there yesterday. Children raced to and fro, laughing as the parents allowed them free rein for a day. The adults passed out breads and meats to one another from small tables outside their homes, chatting away about the news of the king's renewal. I would have been glad to stay among the festivities, but our footsteps led us to the city walls. We passed through the gates, and out into the wilderness that surrounded the metropolis. To say I was confused would have been an understatement. I looked over my shoulder at the retreating city walls, and furrowed my brow. Why are we leaving the city? Aren't the archives in there? The city is the new capital, and the archives are at the old one, Inhold revealed as he turned his head to the side to make himself better heard. It was moved some 20,000 years ago, when the spiders began to multiply in great numbers. Our limited magic and their tough shells meant we had few options to handle them. I lifted an eyebrow. "You guys can do magic?" A faint smile touched his lips.
"Yes, but not in such quantities as the gods, and we must have shadows."
A chill ran down my spine.
"Shadows?
Why?" Inhold's sharp eye examined me.
"You don't know."
"She is young, and has never beheld the powers of the demons," Dardan interjected. Our guide stopped and turned to us. "Then perhaps I should give a demonstration, so I won't frighten her when I perform them." Dardan moved behind me and grasped my shoulders.
That would be an excellent idea.
Inhold stepped back and drew his sword. He grasped the weapon in one hand, and the familiar strange heat wave I had seen the night before flowed out of his palm. The black energy engulfed his sword, and the shadows around us pulsed like a beating heart. I tensed and a deep instinct told me to flee, but Dardan's gentle hand squeezed my shoulders. The shadows of the strange plants stretched toward Inhold, and wreathed at his feet like obedient dogs. He swung his sword and the shadows were flung back, creating a wave of darkness that flew at us. Dardan raised a hand and flicked his wrist. A wall of flame was thrown up in front of us, and the darkness crashed into his fire. The shadow magic was cancelled, and Dardan removed his barrier. Inhold sheathed his sword and smiled at my companion. As you see, even in this place, the shadows are weak against other magics, especially those that can create light. We're almost completely powerless in the sun, and most of our victories against the gods were won at night. I tapped the shadowed ground with my foot. So you can control shadows. Control, and in a limited way harness them from ourselves, he explained as he jerked his head over his shoulder.
But we should be going.
The archives are 5 miles off, and that's not including the trek down into their depths. We continued on our way, and found ourselves at a crossroads. The straight path was the one Ison had marched us on the day before. The leftward path was choked with weeds and trees half the height of the others around us. Inhold led us down that way, and the shadows fell over us. The close quarters meant the air was more stifling, and I struggled to tamp down a rising panic. Dardan wrapped his hand around one of mine.
The dark magic is heavy here, and may be clashing with yours.
I lifted an eyebrow. But I'm not using my magic. Your magic is still contained within you just as the shadows still harbor their own, he explained, as he swept his sharp glowing eyes over the area. They sense one another, and do not find their differences agreeable. So does your magic not agree with it too? I wondered.
Yes.
Very much so, Inhold chimed in with a touch of a smile on his lips. Lord Eastwei was detrimental in stopping many of our armies from crossing into the clan territories.
That was a great many years ago, Dardan countered as he lifted his chin slightly.
There are more important matters that we must handle together. Our guide pursed his lips and returned his focus to the overgrown road ahead. I was told about the rain coming back. I hope it isn't true. You witnessed their influence last night, Dardan told him. Inhold's shoulders slumped a little. I see. The previous night's adventure reminded me of the danger ahead of us. I cast my curious eyes on our dreary and solitary surroundings. So these spiders we're going up against are pretty powerful? The children of Dai aren't too much to handle, provided there aren't too many of them, Inhold warned me as he nodded in the direction we were headed. But Dai herself is a handful, or so I've been told. Lord Eastwei would know more about her than me. I've only heard about her from stories. Dai is an ancient creature with the upper half of a woman's body affixed to her spider-like body, Dardan revealed. My eyebrows shot up.
That's what she looks like.
And you fought her?
When I was younger, yes.
She wished to eat me and I disagreed. I came away from the fight, more aware of the limitations of my powers, and she with one less leg.
So we need to avoid her at all costs?
With all our ability, Dardan confirmed. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat as I looked between the men. If these spiders are so powerful, then why aren't we taking a small army with us? Why are there only 3 of us? We don't have an army big enough to fight them, not if they're entrenched in the maze that makes up the archives, Inhold explained. Besides, the more people, the more likely the traps would be set off. My heart dropped into my stomach. Traps? How smart are these spiders? Smart enough to set traps where anyone could fall in and be eaten by her children, he warned me. A little color drained from my face. Dardan squeezed my hand. Stay close. I didn't need a second warning, but I wished I could have found some better luck for what happened next. Chapter 20. We had gone a mile into the silent woods when Inhold stopped dead in his tracks. Dardan too stiffened at my side as I stood there like a confused log.
What is it?
Inhold tightened his grip on his weapon as his eyes scanned the area. Who goes there? Show yourself. Some bushes in front of us rustled, and a figure stepped out. Inhold's eyes widened before he frowned at the person. Prince Isen. What are you doing here? Isen stopped in front of our party, and lazily draped an arm over the hilt of his sword. A crooked smile lay on his lips, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. I couldn't let you have all the fun. Inhold relaxed his stance but didn't release his sword hilt. But your father doesn't know I'm here and doesn't have to know, Isen interrupted him as he tapped the front of his lips with one finger. We'll be in and out of those webbed caverns before he even suspects a thing. But you shouldn't be here, Inhold insisted. I know those caverns as well as you, Inhold, and maybe better because I've been exploring them recently, Isen countered as he folded his arms over his chest.
That means I'm the most qualified to get you in and out of there without losing a limb. Why have you been there recently?
Dardan questioned him. Isen lifted his chin. Our scouts in the upper realms have been sending notices about all the trouble, especially about the rumors of the Black Rain coming back. I thought I might search the archives for any new info. Have you discovered anything? The prince closed his eyes and shook his head.
Not a thing.
I've been too busy mapping out all the cave-ins and new webbings. It's a nightmare of a maze now, even worse than it was just 100 years ago. Dardan held out his hand. May we see this map? Isen grinned and tapped his left temple.
It's all up here.
That's why you need me. His Highness will be most displeased, Inhold insisted, as he stepped close to the side of his prince. Please, Prince Isen, return to the city and wait for you to return? Like I'm an old woman too useless even to defend myself? Isen snapped. Inhold bowed his head.
I didn't mean it like that, Your Highness.
Isen sighed and dropped his arm from his sword.
There's no need to be that formal out here, old friend.
My father isn't around to watch us play prince and knight. Inhold straightened and smiled. Thank you, Isen. The prince returned his attention to us and grinned. Now, shall we go find ourselves some dusty old books? Dardan tilted his head.
Lead on.
I had more than a little apprehension as we followed the pair down the abandoned road. The miles stretched out behind us until the landscape began to change. The forest was invaded by the ruins of the old capital. Broken stone walls popped up here and there, their occupants replaced by the strange trees and shrubs of the demon world. The ground we walked on had patches of cobblestone that peeked out from the thick layers of leaves. We walked on and on through the desolation, and the silence was oppressive. I wrapped my free arm around myself and cast wary eyes on our lonely and shadowed surroundings.
This place looks bigger than the other capital.
It is and was far grander than the new city, Isen spoke up.
Were the spiders that vicious that you couldn't fight them?
I wondered. He turned his face far enough so I caught the red glint of one eye. No. They were that numerous. The creatures invaded the underground of the castle and occupied the foundations of the homes. I scooted away from a nearby home. Its roof had toppled in, and deep shadows could be seen through the ruined door.
So should we be worrying now about them?
It's the wrong time of day, Isen assured me as he cast his eyes on the ruins. Those creatures will come out when the lamps fade. We'll have to get out of here long before then. We continued our quiet journey through the destruction of time and nature. I glimpsed a few weathered webs in the remains of the buildings, but there was no sign of the builders. It was late morning by the time we approached what I could only guess had been the palace. The royal residence had been built inside the largest tree I had ever seen. The plant rose 1,000 feet in the air, towering over its many children that now littered the city. The main body of the keep rose straight up, supported in part by the 300-foot trunk. Its leaves were mushroom-shaped, which provided convenient platforms for the uneven levels of the palace. Those were accessed from the main keep by covered and uncovered wooden walking paths. The tree's roots carved paths through the city, and the residents had made do, incorporating the giant stems in the walls of their homes. I tilted my head back to take in the full view of the mighty tree. Wow. It is indeed, Ison agreed as he smiled up at the plant.
The great weight-bearer Cunnan.
He bore the weight of my royal house for millions of years, until we surrendered it to the spiders. His eyes hardened as he dropped them to the base of the tree, where it disappeared into the ground. The depths of those roots now house the vile web domain of dye, which we called kunnet. I squinted at the roots.
How do you get down there? Through a passage in the keep.
We'll find the way hard to pass because parts of the upper floors have collapsed, he warned us. We should watch our step ourselves or we'll go through the floor, Inhold added. Ison grinned at him. Do you recall the time you fell through the rotten mushroom at the cliff edge? You flailed about, covered up to your waist in the muck. Inhold chuckled. I recall. And you laughed at me for a full minute, before I could convince you to get me out.
I couldn't help it.
You were as I imagined a snowman would look like, Ison counted. The two chattering old comrades led us up to the keep, where a pair of heavy wooden doors stood guard over the ruins. Their good humor faded away as we approached the entrance. Ison stopped in front of them, a dark cloud on his morose brow. He pressed his palm against one of them and pushed. The door reluctantly swung inward, and its hinges complained of the effort. Ison revealed a dark entrance hall cluttered with abandoned furniture, and filled with the ruins of many upper floors. The higher levels had collapsed at different times, leading to many different layers of dust on the splintered wood boards. The wood tile floor had once been polished to a shine, but the sheen had worn off long ago. Many of the tiles were cracked or shattered by the various collapses. The walls had peeling wallpaper, and the glass chandelier lay in the center of the floor, broken into 1,000 pieces. Ison studied the dark interior, and knitted his eyebrows together.
Are those footsteps?
He pointed at where he looked, and there did appear to be disturbed dust. Dardan strode forward and knelt before the scuff marks. They are footmarks, and recently made, or the dust would have covered them more completely. I swept my eyes over the decrepit place. A chill ran through me that made me wrap my arms around myself. Who would want to come? My eyes widened as a thought struck me. I whipped my head to Dardan as he stood and faced us. The peddler? That is not outside the realm of possibility, he concurred. Peddler? Inhold repeated as he studied us.
What peddler?
Merely a person of interest to us, who has been wandering the realms, Dardan told him. Ison caught Dardan's attention, and jerked his head toward the dark interior.
I didn't bring a torch with me this time.
I figured we'd use your light to help us through. Dardan obliged by raising his hand. The droplet of fire popped up and he flicked his wrist. As I'd seen him do before, the flame burst into many smaller flames that shot out in all directions, pausing at different distances from where our group stood. Their light illuminated the area around us, like a cart full of lanterns. Ison studied the area around us, with a pensive and somber eye. It's even worse than when I was here last, and that was only shortly before my father took ill. Inhold took a step forward, and pointed at a rubble. The shattered remains of a large ornate wooden door stuck out of the pile.
Isn't that where the stairs were?
The ones that led down into the archives?
Yes, but that way's been blocked off for a decade, Ison told him as his gaze fell on our left.
We should be able to find a crawl space through there. He half turned to us with a faint smile on his lips.
I hope you don't mind getting a little dirty.
Dardan raised the hem of his cloak. We are prepared for such a possibility. Ison chuckled.
That won't help you much, but let's go.
Chapter 21. Ison led us to the left wall, where a small gap in the rubble led into the depths of the ruined keep. He plopped one foot down on the bottom half of the rubble, and leaned forward, laying his arm on his bent knee. This should be it, but I'll need some. One of Dardan's lanterns zipped past him and flew into the hole. The dark space became illuminated by the tiny light. Ison looked over his shoulder and grinned at him. Must be useful having your own personal lantern army. Often, Dardan confirmed. Ison crawled in first, followed by Inhold. I hesitated at the foot of the rubble. Dardan caught my eye. You might stay here. A shuddered sigh escaped me, and I stiffened my jaw. No. I need to help you. Besides, I want to see these archives for myself, and another pair of eyes reading all that stuff would come in handy too. He leaned in and pressed a light kiss on my temple. Stay ahead of me, and I will still stay close behind you. I took a deep breath, and climbed up the rubble to the opening. The entrance was a narrow tunnel 3 feet wide and 2 feet high. The men ahead of us had used their strength and their swords to hack their way through a few boards that had blocked the tunnel. I climbed inside, and a few more lanterns flew past me, casting their light so brightly that they chased away nearly all the shadows. The tunnel was 50 feet long and curved to the right. I was glad to be out of it, even if the passage ended at a steep drop. The 2 demons stood at the bottom of the hill of rubble near a broken set of stone stairs. The stairs abutted the trunk of the tree and followed the curve, disappearing into the ground. I sat on my butt and moved to crawl down the slope, but Dardan scooped me into his arms. He leaped down to the ground and landed smoothly in front of the demons. Ison folded his arms over his chest and grinned. I do envy your ability to fly, but you might regret being able to do it. Dardan set me on my feet and lifted an eyebrow at him. Why? Ison jerked his head at the stairwell. You'll see. The prince guided our group down the broken stairs. We were forced to stoop, because the debris had crashed at an angle against the trunk, and created a slope on the right. The rubble and the steepness made the stairs treacherous. Many of the steps had crumbled to nothing beneath an onslaught of wreckage, and more than once I found myself tripping and falling toward the abyss ahead of me. Dardan wrapped his arms around me, during one particularly spectacular trip. My toes caught on a huge hunk of a stair that pushed out from where it had once lain. I yelped and tried to catch myself, but my flailing hands merely dragged along the rough walls. The weak flesh of my palms was broken open, and I felt my warm blood spill out. Dardan caught me around the waist with both arms and drew me against his chest. My heart pounded in mine, a perfect opposite to his calm thumping behind me. I lifted my hands to my face, and one of his lanterns illuminated them. The marks weren't deep, but my palms were still covered in blood. Dardan cupped one of my quivering hands in his palm, and looked forlornly at the damage. Would that I had Yushir's ability to wash away this mistake. I managed a shaky smile. I think you catching me is enough. Is something the matter? Came the echoing call from below us. Ison rounded the corner with Inhold just behind him. What's wrong? Why have you stopped? Merely a fumbling of the feet, Dardan called back before he looked me over. Can you continue? I eased myself out of his grasp and pressed my palm against the tree trunk. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry about that. We continued on our way, climbing over rubble and wiggling our way through small holes in the mess. The stale air and dust caused by our travel choked me several times, until Dardan offered me a handkerchief. He wrapped it around my face, and we continued on our way. The journey took an hour, but it may as well have been an eternity. I was incredibly relieved when the rubble fell away, stopped by huge boulders stacked one on top of the other to create a narrow hall. The floor too was of solid stone, and our footsteps echoed loudly as we stepped onto it. There was enough room that Dardan took up his position beside me. His lanterns dashed up the hall, illuminating a passage that was about 50 feet long before it came to an intersection. The 2 natives led us to that intersection, and I saw I wasn't quite right in my assessment. The walls on either side opposite us weren't walls. They were huge bookshelves covered in dust that made the wood shelves look like stone. There weren't just 2 of them, either. There were dozens of them, and they stretched out in both directions from where we stood. The shelves stood 8 feet tall and pressed against the ceiling, and they stretched down the aisle for 50 feet before they reached the opposite wall. The bookcases were mostly empty, with only a few rolled papers and forgotten books. I leaned to one side and stared down the right-hand aisle. Did the spiders eat the books? No, we evacuated what we could when we left, Ison explained. The only books left behind were deemed too unimportant to move. The bookcases were also covered in cobwebs. Layer upon layer of the sticky white substance stretched from shelf to shelf, filling the aisles in between with their translucent shimmering strands. Some webs were so thick I couldn't see through them, others were as thin as gossamer. All of them instilled a dread inside me that I had trouble tamping down. Only Dardan's presence and his floating lamps soothed my fraying nerves.
Is this all the archives?
I wondered, as I glanced down the aisle on either side of us. The walls were without doors, but the passages turned at the end and disappeared behind the bookcases. This is only one room, Ison revealed as he took a step into the chamber.
There are 12 just like this.
6 on this floor and another 6 below us, and they line up in 2 rows of 3 rooms. I wrinkled my nose. Why build the archives this way? The air is dry, and there's no natural light to make the paper brittle, the prince explained as he drew out his sword. What are you doing? Dardan questioned him. Ison used the weapon to point at the webbing that covered the leftward passage. I'm cutting us a way through.
That will alert them to our presence, he pointed out.
My face drooped. Alert them? How? These larger spiders are much the same as their smaller counterparts, he explained as he turned to me. They sense an intruder into their web, via the vibrations of the strands. Ison rolled his eyes. I know about the vibrations, Lord Eastwei, but we need to go that way, and it's completely impassable without cutting through the webbing. Dardan extended one hand. Allow me. He snapped his fingers. The lanterns that surrounded us flew past and down the left-hand passage. They stopped just shy of the beginning of the wall of webbing. Their heat made the webbing shrivel, but the strands didn't snap. Instead, the flames followed the shriveling, their high temperatures causing the webbing to melt together. The lamps guided the webbing to the sides, creating an opening without actually breaking anything. Ison and Inhold's eyes widened at the marvel. Even my mouth was slightly agape. Dardan lowered his hand, and the lamps flew back to surround us, their job finished. The prince was the first to recover. He straightened and coughed into his fist. I see. Well, that will certainly work for our needs. How long can you do that?
The magic is simple.
I could perform the same on all the rooms. Ison nodded at the open hall. Then lead the way and we'll follow.
But which rooms do we need to check?
I spoke up. The prince folded his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow. Unfortunately, all of the lower ones. I spoke with my father last night, and he said he couldn't recall the exact room where the spiders first invaded, but that it was one of the lower ones. He nodded at the corner. The only access to those is through the rear rooms too. Why only one access? I asked him. To deter thieves, he told me. The lower archives held our oldest documents, and theft was a very real concern. However, it was much more difficult to steal anything precious if there was only one exit, and 2 guards stood watch at all times. Dardan turned to the cleared passage, and his eyes glowed brightly in the dim light.
Then let us get started.
Chapter 22. Dardan led the way, and I followed close on his heels. His flames burned hot and fast, but he took his time. We were forced to stop and wait several times before we reached the turn at the end. The passage followed the length of the bookshelves, and stopped at a doorway in the wall. The entrance led into another archive room. We passed down the aisle, and into the antechamber, and at the end of the passage I saw the stairway that led down to the lower floor. We hurried through the second room, as fast as Dardan's careful burning could manage, and down the stone steps. They wound around, so we ended up facing the area beneath the upper archive rooms. We reached the bottom, and found ourselves facing a literal wall of webbing. The threads were so thick that I couldn't see through them. Dardan got to work with his magic, and our small landing was illuminated by his careful touch. The cramped space meant our shoulders brushed against each other, and my habit of shifting from foot to foot made me trip. I yelped and fell against Ison. He caught me in his arms and grinned down at me. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," I assured him as I drew out of his hold. A loose fireball shot past my cheek and across Ison's nose, touching the tip with a soft brush that made him yelp. It was his turn to stumble back, but now Inhold was the one to catch him. The prince glared at Dardan, who still stood with his back to us.
"That was uncalled for," he scolded the fire god.
Dardan half turned and lifted an eyebrow. "Did something happen?" "You know damn well what happened." Ison snapped as he fought off his friend's hold, and clapped his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I did nothing more than catch Anna, and your thanks is to scorch my nose." Dardan cocked his head to one side and studied Ison.
"It must have been an errant fire, but you do look the better for the mark."
"I do not." Ison growled as he rubbed the tip of his nose. "And you could have lit the rest of the webbing on fire." Dardan returned his focus to his work.
"That would not have happened."
"I am very careful with my fire."
"Then you did that on purpose."
My fiery companion turned his head far enough, so one glowing red eye fell on the prince.
"Please do not be so loud."
"I must concentrate. One wrong burn will alert our foes, and the light from the ceiling is not here to protect us." Ison tightened his grip on his sword and scowled at him, but remained quiet. Little by little, Dardan's fire melted away the barrier. Eventually, I was able to see down the long aisle of a new archive room. Unlike upstairs, these shelves were loaded with scrolls and books. Dust and cobwebs still covered them, but some showed off the faint hint of gilded bindings and rolls. "By all the realms," I heard Inhold whisper. I turned to the prince. "You guys couldn't get anything out of here?" Ison stiffened his jaw as the room was revealed to him. "No. It was completely devoured by the webbing." His gaze fell on Dardan's back, and he slid his hand off the hilt of his sword. "A pity we didn't know about Lord Eastwei's ability sooner, or this trip wouldn't have been necessary." "Such is luck and fate," Dardan mused as his flames flew to him and transformed themselves back into their lantern forms. "Unfortunately, I cannot use my magic anywhere near the papered documents or I risk burning them." "Then how will we read the documents?" Inhold pointed out. "I will disconnect the webbing around the bookshelves from the walls, so we may touch the documents. I have freed this side of the shelf, but the others will take more time." Ison lifted his eyes to the ceiling.
"I hope we have enough, but we'll have to work with that."
"If we left now, the spiders would know someone was here, and might keep guards awake during the day to snatch us. As things stand, we'll get reading and you can get your flames working." Dardan's gaze fell on me. "Follow me and you will start on the next aisle while the two men take this one." I obeyed, and he led me to the next aisle. I heard the soft rustle of papers, as the pair got to reading what papers they dared touch. Dardan's magic cleared the way for us and continued past the next aisle. He stopped at the mouth and turned to me. "Will you be all right?" I grinned. "I can't guarantee I won't get a paper cut, but otherwise I'll be fine. I do have one question though."
"Yes."
I swept my eyes over the countless tomes and papyrus.
"What kind of book are we looking for?"
"Historical articles, journals and anything dealing with the Black Rain," Ison shouted at me. I shrugged. "I guess that answers my question, so I'm good." Dardan nodded and walked on, following his fire like a trainer following their leashed hounds. I went to work on the opposite side of the bookshelf that the two demons perused. Every book and parchment was covered in dense layers of webbing and dirt, interchanging as the years stacked up. I took a deep breath and clawed my way through the thick layers. The webbing was stretchy and thin, like a mess of plastic wrap that for once didn't stick to me. I managed to retrieve a large tome from the shelves and inspected the contents. The writer's hand was barely legible scrawling that made me squint as I tried to decipher their meaning. The confluence of the heavens to the earth produces energy for the plants. I leaned back and wrinkled my nose.
Just my luck to find a book about science in a magical world.
I put the book back and plucked another from the shelves. A shimmer of light caught my attention, and I looked up to find an exquisite, somehow untouched web on the inside of the bookshelf. The threads formed into a perfect circle with evenly spaced rows. I reached up and brushed my fingers along the surface of the webbing. The slender threads flexed beneath my touch like a sensitive trampoline, springing back the moment I drew my hand away. I drew my hand to my face and rubbed my fingers together.
Is there something the matter?
I yelped and my book clattered to the floor. I spun around to find Dardan standing a few feet behind me. His red eyes glowed slightly in the dim light. I tucked my hand behind my back and frowned at him. Do you have to go sneaking up on me like that? He looked down at the book I had dropped, and where my arm disappeared from sight.
What were you doing?
A blush accented my cheeks and I hung my head.
I was just feeling one of the webs, that's all.
You should be more careful about your surroundings, he scolded me as he snapped his fingers. His flames burned hotter and illuminated the shelf behind me. Look. I turned and my heart dropped into my stomach. A thin veil of webbing hung from the ceiling only a foot from my face. Unlike the stuff on the floor, that mess was connected to all the other webs, meaning they were part of the alarm system. Dardan's lamps flew past my cheeks and melted the wall webbing, giving me some breathing room. Still, I stumbled back and into his arms. His soft chuckle made me look up into his twinkling eyes. Oh, perhaps you should be more careless. I wrinkled my nose as I righted myself.
I just wanted to know if any of them was sticky.
And I dropped my eyes to my hand and rubbed my fingers together.
They're not sticky at all.
Those are the webs to steer people in the right direction, Ison spoke up as he peered through the shelves. She makes the sticky ones later in the trap. Once it starts getting sticky, you know you need to go a different way.
How many times have you come here?
Inhold questioned his old friend. Enough times to know what the wrong way is and how fast the spiders are, Ison replied. And how fast are the spiders? I asked him.
Faster than you want to see.
If you find one on your trail, it's best to face it than to let it catch you with your back to it. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Good to know. Ison removed a book so he could set his eyes on Dardan.
How's the cleaning going?
Nearly half of this room is finished, Dardan replied.
Then we had better get reading to catch up, Ison suggested as he opened his tome.
Chapter 23. We all returned to our work and rummaged through the writings of the past. The minutes ticked into hours, and every second began to grate on my mind. We had entered the archives at late morning. That meant we only had about 6 hours to search through all these dozens of shelves for just the right book. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, or for a solitary passage in a library. Dardan finished his work before we did, and took up a position at the opposite end of my aisle, so there were 2 of us on either side of a bookcase. We went through the first room, and then the adjoining left room, and finally one of the deeper ones further away from the steps. The steps that were our only way out, or so I thought. I worked the top of one aisle, and absently opened a tome, expecting to find more information about the life cycle of plants or the intricacies of court etiquette. What I got was a diatribe about the upper dwellers, and the supposed wrongs wrought upon the demons by their hands. Still, the topic piques my interest, and I looked up in search of the Prince of Demons. Ison? I shouted.
Yes. Would all the history section be together?
My question caused Dardan to move over to my side.
Not necessarily.
Historical studies of plants would be with their respective science genre, while those of my people would be grouped together. My heart skipped a beat and I tamped it down. What about the history of your wars with their, upper dwellers? Would they be part of that history? There was silence for a moment before feet scurried across the dusty floor. Ison slid into view at the end of the aisle, and Inhold followed close at his heels. The pair hurried down the aisle, where I stood in the middle.
"What did you find?" he questioned me.
I handed over the book, and he looked over the contents before nodding. The history of my ancestors may very well be in this area. Everyone take a book and look. We did as he commanded, and scoured the tomes and parchments. Dardan reached for a large book before his hand froze in midair. His attention, however, wasn't on the shelf but on something that was past me. "What are you doing?" I turned my head to where he looked, and found him staring at Inhold. The man frowned at him.
"What do you mean?"
Dardan nodded at the midsection of his coat. "You hid something in there just now. What was it?" The color drained from Inhold's face, but he lifted his chin.
"I don't know what you're talking about, and we're wasting time talking like this."
Ison set his gaze on his old friend, and his eyes narrowed. "Do you have something there, Inhold?" The soldier curled his lips back and jerked his head toward Dardan. "Would you believe him over me? Somebody among our people hid that fang-strung seed outside their room last night," Ison pointed out as he turned to fully face his friend. "And somebody has been in the archives since I've been here. And someone has been intercepting the dispatches from the surface, no matter what precautions I have taken." Inhold's face twisted with fury. "And you believe I'm responsible for all of that, just because a god told you he thought he saw me take something from the shelf? I was just brushing cobwebs off me."
"Then let me search your person," Ison insisted.
Inhold took a step back. "I will not." Ison set his hand on the hilt of his sword.
"Don't make me force you."
Inhold drew out his sword and pointed the blade at his prince. "Don't force me to kill you." Ison froze, but his keen eyes studied his friend.
"Why are you so desperate to keep the document you've stolen?"
A choked laugh escaped the soldier. Why? You ask why I'd be tired of being second best to a brat too spoiled to meet his responsibilities. To a family who does nothing to get us out of this hole the gods shoved us into all those years ago. We can't survive on the surface during the day, Ison reminded him. Inhold lifted his chin and smirked. We could once. When the black rain was around. It covered the sky with clouds, so we could walk wherever we wanted. My grandfather told me all about it, and how the gods defeated the rain, so we'd have to hide down here. Our people suffered under his rule as well. Ison pointed out. We starved and were beaten by his followers, and many of us simply disappeared. I won't allow that when I'm made ruler over the clan lands. Inhold insisted. Ison narrowed his eyes.
So that's what you've been offered?
A kingship and a chest of gold. Is it worth betraying everyone? Inhold shrugged. I'm willing to give it a try.
The rain won't keep its promise to you.
It has no loyalty to anyone save itself. Ison insisted, as he took a step toward his friend and held out his hand.
Now give me what you have and we'll stop it together.
Inhold's eyes flickered between his friend's outstretched hand and his steady eyes. The soldier sighed and relaxed his stance. You've always had the use of my blade. Ison smiled.
And I need it now too.
Inhold pointed his blade at Ison's throat. Then you'll have it. Through your throat. The soldier lunged at him. Ison threw himself to the side, and the blade missed his throat by a hair. He ducked and drew his blade from its sheath, just in time to block a deadly blow by his traitorous friend. Ison let out a great roar and shoved his blade forward, pushing Inhold backward. Inhold stumbled a few steps before catching himself. He pointed his sword at his prince and grinned. I guess we'll finally find out which one of us is better at this. You fool! Ison scolded him, as he stabbed a finger at the cobwebs that hung from the ceiling. We have every chance of alerting the spiders to our being here. Inhold laughed.
What do I care?
Di knows I'm a friend to her and her ilk. His eyes lit up.
Now there's an idea.
He took a few steps backward, so he stood outside the aisle with his back almost touching the wall.
Why don't I just let those legged creatures deal with you?
Eisen's eyes widened and he stretched out his hand.
Wait.
Inhold swung his outstretched arm and his sword cut through unburned webbing. The threads were cut in two, and the lower half floated to the ground. The part that remained attached to the wall seemed to vibrate, and the air filled with a stifling tension.
Good luck with them,
Inhold shouted before he darted toward the stairs. Inhold, Eisen shouted as he gave chase. Dardan grabbed my hand, and the dark cloud on his brow made my pulse quicken, as did the sharpness in his tone.
No matter what happens, stay close to me.
We rushed up the aisle and had barely reached the end when I heard a strange sound, like many feet tap dancing. The noise came from the far end of the room, where Dardan had barely reached with his fire. His lanterns still illuminated the area, and my heart nearly stopped when I beheld shadows dancing on the walls. The shadows had long slender legs and round bodies. I only wanted to imagine the teeth in the mouths. Dardan yanked me leftward, and we fled after the two combatants. The noise I'd heard only grew louder and came from above us. I looked up in time to watch spiders of all shapes scurry out of holes in the walls. They took one look at us, and let out a terrible screech that echoed over the large room. A shadow strolled out from behind the last bookshelf near the stairs. It was a spider so huge it towered over me, and its long legs bent above my head and came back down to the ground, totaling at least 10 feet. The limbs were covered in sharp barbs, and ended in a needle-like tip. The creature blocked our path and opened its gaping maw. 4 rows of sharp teeth, 2 behind the normal 2, glistened with gray saliva. Its dozen coal-black eyes reflected my terrified features, and Dardan's determined face. Dardan stopped us and drew me behind him. He lit up both hands with huge hot fireballs, as the large spider and its smaller brethren surrounded us. Dardan turned his head to one side and caught my eye. Stay away from the walls. Chapter 24. I wasn't sure what he meant, until he slammed one hand against the webbing. He didn't need to hold back any longer, and his blistering fire lit up the cobwebs like they were covered in kerosene. The whole room quickly became a terrific inferno, and the spiders let loose their grating cries as they scrambled to escape the flames. The behemoth arachnid gave an ear-splitting yowl before it charged. Dardan threw one huge fireball after another at its face. The flames scorched its thin hairs and struck its multitude of eyes. The spider veered off course and crashed into the bookshelves. The shelf toppled beneath such force and fell into the adjoining bookcase, causing a chain reaction that resulted in books and rolls raining down on the smaller spiders in the aisles. The bookcases had been attached to the ceiling in some fashion, so that their collapse meant part of the mortar crashed to the floor, crushing the scuttling spiders. The dust dampened to Dardan's fires and left a thick mist in its wake. The behemoth's right turn made an opening for us. We raced through those horrible cries and up the stairs. The clang of steel cut through the screeching, and we arrived at the top to find Eisen and Inhold battling down the aisles. Neither had the upper hand, but Eisen had an unsteady foot courtesy of a fallen scroll. His arch stepped on the roll and threw him off his feet, where he landed hard on his butt. Inhold's eyes lit up, and he threw himself at Eisen with his sword pointed at the prince's heart. Eisen swung his head and the sword jammed into his horn. Inhold twisted his weapon and the hard bone snapped, breaking completely and falling to the hard floor.
But that was enough of a delay for Eisen.
He lunged forward and thrust his sword into Inhold's chest. The soldier froze and his eyes widened. Eisen's face twisted with grief as his friend staggered back. The lodged sword went with him, as he stumbled to his left and knocked into the bookcase. A bitter smile slipped onto his lips, stained by the blood that dribbled from his mouth. Only you would think to sacrifice part of your body. Eisen climbed to his feet, and cast a pitied look at his former friend.
It shouldn't have come to this.
A coughing fit struck Inhold and blood sputtered out, spraying the floor. Good luck. The soldier slumped to the floor with one arm draped over the lowest shelf. He reached into his coat and drew out a roll which he held out to Eisen.
You're going to need it.
Inhold's eyes rolled back in his head, and his head fell against the bookcase. His hand dropped into his lap, and the scroll toppled to the ground. Ison knelt and picked up the scroll. He grasped it tightly against his chest, as he stared eye level with his friend. May our childhood memories give your soul some peace in the hereafter. It was at that moment that the whole place shook. Cracks appeared in the floor, and shot through the chiseled rock like volcanic veins. Huge fissures opened and spiders crawled out, only to be crushed by collapsing bookcases and crumbling walls. A familiar screech from below made Dardan and me turn around. Smoke and dust billowed out of the stairs and swept over us, temporarily blinding our group. The ground shook again, and part of the floor between Ison and us collapsed. Our old friend the huge spider crawled out. Its remaining eyes promised death to us, as its sharp legs slammed into the floor to pull itself up a pile of rubble from below. Ison picked up Inhold's sword, and tucked the paper into his coat before he stood to face our foe. Hey! The spider turned his head far enough, so one of its eyes fell on him. The prince held up his old friend's sword and pointed the tip at the beast.
Don't neglect me.
Dardan took advantage of its distraction, to fling a pair of large fireballs at the thing. The spider swung its legs in front of it, blocking the fire from hitting its eyes. However, its tiny hairs caught fire, and the arachnid stamped them against the floor. A large cracking noise made everyone freeze, even the beast. The ground and floor trembled, and a crack shot between my feet. My breath caught in my throat, but I managed to squeak out a word. Dardan. Dardan swung around just as the ground beneath me gave way. I screamed as I fell into the abyss atop a huge slab of stone. Anna, he shouted as he reached out to me. His fingers missed mine by a hair's breadth. My quick slide abruptly stopped on the ground floor. I lay atop the slab, shaken and covered in filth. My relief was only temporary, however, as the floor beneath me trembled. I whipped my head back and beheld Dardan preparing to jump down with Ison at his side. Something above them caught my attention, and I stabbed a finger at their ceiling. Behind you! The men looked up just in time to see the ceiling crash down. They leaped back and the debris rained down on me. I scrambled off my block, and across the rubble. Fire still burned the webs, and gave me enough light to see the huge fissures in the floor. Their dark depths told me something big lay beneath me. Another earthquake hit and they expanded, swallowing up a bookcase beside me. I was flung against a slab and clutched onto it, as the floor sank in the middle. My eyes widened as the hole widened out from the center, swallowing everything in its path into a terrifying abyss. Oh shit! That was all I could get out before the ground gave way beneath me, and I fell for another time. This drop wasn't fast nor gentle. The debris that fell with me battered my body on the long drop. One particularly large rock struck me in the temple, and I was out like a light. Chapter 25. Ow. That perfectly summed up my state of being from where I lay on the hard ground. My unceremonious double drop had landed me on a bouncy and dust-covered surface. Something else that made me wince were all the bruises over my body. I sat up and looked down at myself. My clothes were torn and my silver hair disheveled. I was now covered in both cobwebs and dirt, creating a wonderful mixture of discomfort that made me wince. I also sat in complete darkness. There was nothing but black around me. Even the tip of my nose was gone. I raised a hand and a single bright strand floated out. My magic illuminated the area, and showed I had landed in some sort of large chamber. The walls stood some 30 feet high and were covered in a thick mess of cobwebs, and I didn't see any doorways. I shifted my weight, and the ground beneath me jostled like a trampoline. Fear gripped my heart as I lowered my light to what lay beneath me. It was a huge cobweb. My heart dropped into my stomach, as I swept my glowing arm over the bottom of the room. The whole floor was covered in the thick webbing. I eased myself onto my feet, and lifted my glowing hand above me. My light showed the hole I had fallen out of. The opening stood 40 feet above my head. My magic glow couldn't penetrate the darkness more than 5 feet above that, and all it showed me was the last turn in the slide. I could only surmise that I hadn't broken anything, because of the soft and flexible surface upon which I'd landed. "So much for staying close to Dardan," I murmured, and I winced when my voice seemed to be swallowed by the thick layers of webbing. "I hope he finds me soon," I thought to myself as I swept my lighted hand around the room. My motion stirred the cobwebs, and they waved like ghosts. I wrapped my empty arm around myself and shivered. Really soon.
So we are finally alone.
I nearly died of a heart attack at the voice that came from behind me. I turned, and my light fell on a stiff figure. The person stood against a mess of cobwebs, with something hanging from their chest. My blood froze in my veins when I realized it was a familiar tray. The man stepped forward deeper into my light, and revealed his crooked smile. "The peddler." I took a step back and my light wavered as my hand shook. The man chuckled. "You are afraid of me, but you needn't be. I mean no harm to any of his friends." Panic tried to drown out my rational thoughts. Here I was face to face with our most dangerous foe, and I was all alone. I swallowed the huge lump in my throat, but I couldn't do anything about the tremor in my voice. "Who's new friend?"
"Dardan, of course," he mused as he stared unblinkingly at me.
"We are both his friends, and so I mean you no harm." My eyes flickered down to the tray, and I stiffened my jaw. "I think you've done a lot of harm with what's in there." He kept his eyes on me as he stroked the lid with one hand. These are merely vessels for my little pets. They have done a fantastic job, gathering the strength I need for my master." My heart skipped a beat. "You mean the Black Rain?" The man's smile turned into a frown, and he wrinkled his nose.
What a horribly bland title.
He would much prefer to be called Chinai. He lifted his arms and swept his eyes over the area. "The people of all these lands once called him that, you know. Their dearest one. That is, until the light made them turn against him. People are funny that way," I mused as my eyes darted to and fro. "If he got in, then there had to be a way out of here. They like the sun, and aren't fond of an offer of eternal darkness." He slammed his fist against the tray and made me jump.
"But they should be."
The Creator promised him his own lands, and gave him only a few meager hours of the day, and even that was intruded upon by the moon. He narrowed his eyes at me. "I believe you are of that persuasion, are you not? Your magic intrudes on the limited domain of my master." The sharp look in his glowing icy eyes almost made me shrink back. "I didn't do anything to your master or anyone else's." He gripped the sides of his tray, and his lips curled up in a sneer. "But you have, Lady Anna. You have interfered most regularly. Your magic is antithetical to my master, and you have used your gift to stop our plans far too often. My master would have been freed long before now were it not for you." I couldn't stop the shaking in my hands. "Whatever you think of your master, he isn't worth it. He'll destroy everything, even you." "He will not destroy. He will liberate everyone from the sun, and then everyone will flock to my friend," he snapped as he waved his hand at the darkness that surrounded us. "Like the shadows in this room, the world will be plunged into darkness. They will have no choice but to heed his flame, and once again recognize him as their true leader. No one will ever forget him as they have done." Time seemed to freeze as his words sank into my frazzled mind. "My friend. Forget him." That sounded like. My eyes widened as my mouth opened. You're Ansung, aren't you?" The man froze and his eyes widened a little. There was confusion in their depths, before realization dawned. "Ansung," he repeated as he folded his arms over his chest above the tray. He bowed his head and furrowed his brow.
"Yes, that was my name a long time ago."
My eyes caught sight of an indentation in the webbing to his right. That must have been how he entered this chamber. I swallowed my fear and bobbed my head.
"Yes, that was your name when you were Dardan's friend."
"He and you were very good friends, and he still wants that to be true." A scowl creased his lips.
But we're still friends.
That's why I've been doing all this.
It's just been for him.
All for him. With each word, the fury in his voice grew more and more. I eased myself to my left, and closer to the indent in the cobwebs. But you can't be that if you've forgotten who you are. You have to remember all the good times, and forget all this stuff about the rain. It doesn't want to help you, it only wants to take over the world. A stifled cry from my foe made me freeze. Ansung shut his eyes and clapped his hands over his ears.
No.
It's not true. It's just not. A faint black mist flowed out of his body and surrounded him. My heart skipped a beat when the mist formed into disembodied arms. The limbs latched onto his clothes and settled over his hands. The darkness pulsed with an unnatural bleak light that seemed to suck all the resolve out of me. Despair replaced hope, and all the world seemed to become an empty shell. Why was I escaping? What was the point of it all? My magic burst out of me so violently that I started back. The light pulsed around me, and revealed a tendril of shadow that had slid across the floor to latch itself to my ankle. I yelped and kicked the thing off. The tendril slithered back, but tried another go at me before my light flared up. My magic struck the darkness like drops of acid. Smoke rose in patches from its bodies as it retreated, this time back to Ansung. The man's head was still bowed, but his hands slipped off his head. His arms swung lifeless at his sides, and he swayed from side to side like a puppet. That's when I understood what was happening in front of me. Ansung was just a puppet for the rain. The mist flowed back into his body, and he lifted his eyes. They were completely black for a few seconds before his blue color returned. Those cool eyes settled on me. I cannot allow you to muddle my mind with your lies. My mouth dropped open. I'm not the one muddling your mind. That's the rain. It's controlling. Silence. A chilly darkness shot out of his body, along with huge icicles. The spears flew past me and slammed into the wall behind me. Some would have impaled me to the cobwebs were it not for my light. I flung my arms up and my light strengthened, melting the icicles before they struck. I lowered my arms and watched Ansung take a step back toward the indentation. I see you cannot be convinced, so I will leave you to your fate. Farewell, Lady Roberts. He slipped through a gap in the cobwebs and disappeared. Chapter 26. Something about his words was so final that they made my pulse quicken. I raced after him and crashed into the mess of webbing. The threads were stickier than they looked, and stubbornly attached themselves to my hands. The threads and mine clashed, with mine burning them away enough to reveal a dark hole in the wall. I made to crawl inside, but a tangle of webbing dropped from above me. The threads wrapped around my throat, and something yanked them up. I gasped as I was lifted into the air. My air was cut off, and my legs flailed about. I grabbed hold of the webbing, and tried to yank myself free. The sticky threads stuck to my throat, but I was finally able to slide out of the noose. I fell backward 5 feet to the ground and landed on my side. My bruises didn't appreciate a reenactment of my last fall, and pain flared up all over my body. I wrapped my hand around my bruised throat, and choked on the much-welcomed air that rushed back into my lungs. My respite was brief when a putrid blast of air wafted over me. The stench reminded me of a moldy old library book I had once found at school behind a shelf, along with the reason for its untimely demise, a rotten donut. A noise from above me made me look up. Light appeared at the end of the long tunnel, and I realized I must have fallen quite a way to drop into this dank chamber. The glow grew brighter and brighter, until I glimpsed a silhouette in the middle of the brilliance. My heart thumped hard with hope as the figure floated downward at breakneck speed. "Dardan!" I shouted as I struggled to climb to my feet. My shaky legs wouldn't support me, and I slumped back to the ground. "I'm here." Dardan's beautiful and warm light burst out of the long hole, and filled the chamber with a gentle heat. He landed on his feet beside me and dropped to one knee. I managed to sit up and smile at him as he grasped my arms. "What took you?" I teased. A mountain of rubble and a nest full of spiders, he told me as he looked me over. You are unharmed? More or less, I assured him before my eyes flickered to the opening in the wall. I grasped his sleeve and nodded at the darkness. But he went through there. The peddler. He's Ansung. Dardan froze and his eyes widened. His mouth moved a few times before he choked out his words. Ansung? Are you sure? Yeah. He even recognized the name. I twisted around to the wall at my back, where the icicles were melting. And he could use ice magic. Dardan pursed his lips as he studied the stakes. But how can this be? I imprisoned him inside the barrier. But what about the cracks? I pointed out, as I recalled the terrible condition of the barrier the last time we traveled there. Maybe he managed to slip through. That may well be the truth, he agreed as he swept his eyes over the room. But we will discuss these matters in a more cheerful location. Can you stand? I flexed my legs and they shivered like jello. Not without your help. He scooped me into his arms and stood. I never felt as happy leaning against his warm chest as I did then. The weight of fear fell off my shoulders, and I gladly laid my cheek against his chest. Everything was perfect. Until that breeze wafted over us again. I felt Dardan stiffen, and his eyes darted over the room. My heart rate increased again as I sat up. What is that? That smell, he whispered as he turned in a full circle. There shouldn't be a breeze. Something is down here with us. Then let's get out of here, I insisted as I pointed at the hole above us. Right now. A gale burst out of the wall in which the icicles were impaled, blasting the cobwebs off the stone. The earth shook and debris rained down on us. Dardan drew me tight against his chest and bent over, covering me with his body. A cloud of dust sprang from the rubble and choked me again. The mist hadn't yet cleared when I heard it. A strange guttural noise from inside the mouth of the revealed tunnel. What have we here? A soft feminine voice cooed. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Panic clouded my senses, and I was forced to tamp it down to keep from uselessly wriggling in Dardan's arms. What I wouldn't do for my invisibility cloak, I thought to myself as I scanned the darkness just beyond the reach of Dardan's fire. Something shifted inside the tunnel. A deeper shadow than even the blackest night. A long, slender spider leg stepped into the light. My heart skipped a beat at the sheer size of the thing. The leg was twice my height, but half as thick as my body. Tiny black hairs covered the appendage. The rest of the body followed, and I had to tilt back my head to take in the full view. The behemoth creature had to duck to enter the chamber through the 10-foot-high entrance, but once inside, she stretched herself to her full height. The arachnid towered 30 feet above us, and had most of the normal parts of such creatures, with the exception of its head. Rather than another round-shaped head, the upper half of a woman's body was attached to the torso. It was grossly out of proportion to the rest of the body, but suited its horrific appearance. The woman was naked, but her body was covered in a thin layer of short black hair. Her breasts were enormous, and her long black hair trailed past her human portion and flowed over the spider part of the body. The lack of light in these dungeness chambers meant her skin was as pale as death, and her slender fingers ended in sharp talon-like nails. Her black eyes stood out from her white flesh. The spider shifted its weight, and yellowish fumes puffed out of its legs like a leaky furnace. The miasma I had smelled earlier on the wind wafted over us. I couldn't help but notice that the behemoth of a beast was also missing one of her 8 legs. Only a 2-foot-long stump remained of the appendage. There was also a strange diamond-shaped indentation missing from her chest, just below where the human half began. This then was Dai, mother of spiders and bane to the demons. Knowing the source of the filthy air was from such a creature, I clapped a hand over my mouth and tamped down my gag reflex. The motion caught the attention of the creature, and her dark eyes fell on me. Their depths glistened with a hunger that demanded more than just a salad. Dai evidently remembered Dardan, as her gaze fell on him. They became filled with fury as a strangled cry escaped her. She raised one hand and flexed the long needle-like fingers. I was shocked when coherent words, though filled with rage, flowed from her pale lips. "You dare enter my domain?" she hissed as she stabbed a sharp fingernail at Dardan. "You wretch! You monster! You were the one who cut my leg off and caused me such pain all these years." Dardan frowned up at her. "I asked that you not eat me, and you did not heed my request." She sneered at him. "If that's all you have to say about your wretched deed, then I will take the same stance as you." Her gaze settled on me, and I shrank beneath those horrible black orbs. "But I see you've brought a tasty snack for my children and me." Dardan pulled me tight against his chest, and narrowed his eyes at the villainess. "You will allow us to pass, without laying a finger on us." A crooked smile slipped onto her lips. "You're quite protective of this little thing, aren't you, Lord Eastwei? Could it be that you care for her more than you're willing to admit?" "We will be going now," was Dardan's reply as he took a step back. Di laughed and waved her hand at the walls. "I didn't ask you to come into my domain, but my children and I will most certainly not allow you to leave." She stamped a leg on the floor. The cobwebs vibrated, and the sound of scurrying legs echoed out of the depths of the earth. Dardan set me on my shaky legs, and leaned me against his side as dozens of Di's children crawled out of small holes hidden behind and under the cobwebs. The creatures were like normal spiders, but of various sizes. All of them were black, and all of them had beady black eyes like their mother. And they all looked hungry. Dardan flung his arms out to either side of him, and fireballs blazed from his palms. His sharp eyes flickered over our many, many foes as the children scurried toward us. He waited for them to get near our feet, then he threw the fireballs down. The orbs burst into smaller ones, which shot off in all directions, striking the spiders in their faces. The arachnids screeched and scuttled back, pawing at their eyes with their legs. Dardan continued his attack, burning both spiders and webbing. He revealed their hiding holes, and sparks of his magic shot into the small tunnels, igniting them before the spiders could escape. But something was amiss. Di stood back and watched the chaos with a smile on her lips. An unsettling feeling slipped into my heart as I stepped closer to Dardan. My eyes widened when I felt something prick the back of my neck. I slapped my hand against my flesh, and my palm connected with the disconnected spider leg. The limb fell out of the tiny hole it had made in my neck, and clattered to the webbing at my feet. Horror filled me, as did a strange lethargy. A slow build-up of pain emanated from the stabbing, and I stumbled forward toward Dardan. "Dardan," I managed to whisper before the world went black. Chapter 27. Yushir stumbled back, his face twisted with shock and horror. Ariane sat up and curled her snouted lips back in a hideous snarl of razor-sharp teeth. Her yellow eyes showed no semblance of humanity as she crawled out on all fours. She was a hybrid of wolf and bear, with the back legs being the thick trunks of a bear, and her arms that of a wolf with human hands. Her snout was long and her ears were short. Short matted brown and grey fur covered her body. "Ariane," he shouted to her as she stalked toward him. "It is me. Yushir. Whatever magic has its hold over you, you must fight it." Ariane let loose a growl mixed with a howl, and lunged at him. Yushir flung up a thick magical wall of water around him, and she cracked into the fluid substance. Her momentum forced her halfway through the wall, and her hands flailed about trying to swim the rest of the way. Yushir looked at her with a mixture of pity and confusion. He held up one of his palms to face her, and gently pushed his hand in her direction. His magic mimicked his movement, with a wave appearing in front of Ariane and pushing her out of his barrier. Ariane landed with a hard thump on the floor, bedraggled and confused. Her eyes glowed with fury and her body trembled. She loosed another terrible cry and lunged at him. Her efforts were even less successful before, with her claws slicing through the water with all the speed of a 100-year-old swimmer with crippling arthritis. While she worked away at nothing, Yushir's mind tried to understand what had happened. His eyes scanned her person. Her clothes were torn where her body had expanded past the limits of the seams. There didn't appear to be any mark that indicated an injection, or anything of the kind. A memory tickled his confused thoughts. Their water has an unusual scent to it. Ariane had said those very words before getting into bed. His eyes flickered over to the bowl and pitcher. Yushir inched himself in that direction, with Ariane following suit. The storm raged overhead, and a thunderbolt struck so close the flimsy tower shuddered. He reached the vanity, and kept one eye on Ariane as he leaned forward. His senses couldn't smell anything unusual about the water in the bowl, but there was a strange reflection on the surface. He kept his left hand raised to the barrier, and beckoned to the bowl with his right hand. The water flowed upward, and twisted into a strand that flowed in front of his face. His creased lines were reflected in the waters, as was something else. Something dark and unnatural. Something. Yushir dodged to one side as a tiny black slime lunged out of the water and at him. He stumbled, and crashed into the vanity. His barrier temporarily collapsed, and Ariane lost her balance. She fell forward and crashed at his feet. Yushir scrambled over the top of the vanity on all fours, as Ariane shook off her surprise and snarled at him. She clambered after him, her teeth literally snapping at his heels. His hands scurried off the end of the vanity, and he yelped as he tumbled over the side. Ariane lunged at him with claws outstretched. Yushir flung up his hands and crafted his barrier. Gravity allowed her to sink into the depths, and the end of her snout peeked out, her nose twitching in a futile attempt to touch him. The slender black tendril wriggled across the floorboards to Yushir's right, and touched his barrier. The thing's body melted into the water, and flowed toward him. Yushir felt a strange shadow fall over his mind, and he cancelled his magic. The darkness dropped to the floor a few inches short of where he lay, and splattered over the wood. The black puddle twitched and drew itself back together, drop by drop until it reformed the tendril. Ariane also dropped, but onto Yushir. They flailed about with arms and legs sparring and kicking, and the prince quickly learned that he was no match for the strength of a war-bear shifter. He flung up his barrier again, but this time he shoved Ariane into the air and across the room. She landed hard on the floor, and skidded across the boards before she crashed into the opposite wall. Ariane lay there dazed and whimpering. The black tendril lunged at him with a tiny screech. Yushir flicked his wrist and trapped the tendril in a disconnected floating ball. The creature flowed out and discolored his magic with its inky body. Small limbs pushed out from the orb and toward Yushir, but they couldn't quite touch him. Yushir examined the darkness and pursed his lips. "If I am not mistaken, you resemble the darkness that had taken over Lady Yiddle. Now here I find you destroying the purity of the water in this realm." The creature's reply was to hiss at him. Yushir pressed his palms together in front of the dark swirling orb. "We shall see if Anna is not the only one capable of purifying you. It is fortunate you have chosen to occupy the element to which I have an affinity." The black ball screeched and flailed about, trying to escape its watery prison. Yushir's hands glowed a bright blue and water pulsed out of them. The waves struck the orb, and with each strike the darkness was forced to retreat. Yushir's pure water splashed over the surface at first before it absorbed into the ball, mixing and battling with the shadows in a swirling deathmatch. The evil pushed against him, penetrating his magic and in turn causing sharp pains to shoot up his arms. He winced and gritted his teeth against the sting of his foe. While Yushir battled the creature, Ariane was revived. She sat up and swayed from side to side before her blazing eyes fell on Yushir. Her lips curled back in a snarl, and she charged him on all fours. Yushir saw her attack behind the black ball, but he couldn't avert his focus. He bent forward and his water magic flowed out of him in huge waves. The water crashed against the orb like the tidal waves of the ocean against the land. The darkness splashed about like a helpless piece of seaweed, overwhelmed by the might of his power. His blue waves swallowed it up and crushed it into oblivion. Ariane raced through the crumbling orb, and lunged at Yushir just as the last thread of darkness vanished. Her eyes widened, and she stumbled. Yushir flung out his arms and caught her as her legs buckled. He lowered her to the floor and his lap, where her wild eyes stared up at him as her chest moved with a terrifyingly fast rhythm. Ariane! Ariane, my love, focus on my voice. Yushir shouted. Focus on me and be free. Ariane let out a shuddered sigh, and her body shrank. The animalistic parts vanished, and she was left bedraggled but herself. She blinked her eyes and the wildness vanished. Her gaze fell on her savior. Yushir. What happened? Yushir managed a small smile before he slumped to his right. Ariane's eyes widened, and she shot up and over to him. He had fallen on his side, and his face was slightly pale. Yushir, she shouted as she grasped his shoulders and shook them with all her might. Yushir. Yushir winced. You forget your bare strength, my lady. Relief washed over her face and tears sprang into her eyes. Do not do such a thing to me again. He closed his eyes and chuckled. I had not planned on frightening you, but it seems I was unable to avoid the consequences. Consequences of what? She questioned him as she looked about the destroyed room. The remains of the pitcher and bowl lay shattered on the floor. The bedding was thrown on the boards. Her claw marks scuffed the wood. What happened? He nodded at her attire. You transformed against your will. Ariane followed his gaze and beheld her ruined clothes. A heavy blush accented her cheeks. She yelped and wrapped her arms around herself. A faint chuckle came from her companion and she glared at him. How did I transform against my will? She narrowed her eyes at him. Did you work your magic on me? On the contrary, he mused as he turned his head toward the broken pitcher. The water which you said smelled strange is what took control of you. If I am not mistaken, I believe it has been tainted by the darkness that inhabits the peddler's seeds. The color drained from her cheeks. By all the realms. And you have released everyone from that cursed thing's control? I do not believe so, he guessed as he sat up and winced. I only freed you because of your connection to the water in the bowl, and your limited time under its influence. I expect the others may need a more drastic approach. How drastic? She questioned him. Yushir eased himself onto his feet and she followed, but he stumbled. Ariane grabbed his arm and pulled him against her side. I must go to the source of the city's water, and cleanse the whole of it. I believe only that will cure the dog clan of their curse. She looked over his shaking frame. But can you perform such a feat of magic? I must. Chapter 28. Ariane lifted her chin. Then I am coming with you, and I will not accept anything other than agreement. He grinned down at her arms that were wrapped around his limb. Even if I were to disagree, you have attached yourself most thoroughly to me. Then I will lead the way, she insisted as she lifted her nose in the air. I recall the scent, and we shall follow it to its source. Lead and I will follow, unless it comes to a fight, he insisted. She leaned him harder against her side, and led him to the door. We shall see. They stopped in front of the entrance, and Yushir waved off her helpful arms. I am able to stand on my own, and you have the important task of. Ariane balled one end into a fist and slammed it through the deadbolt. The lock dropped out of the other side of the door, and they heard it clatter down the stairs. Ariane looked up at him. You were saying? Yushir cleared his throat. I was saying we have made quite a commotion in escaping this room. Our hosts may have heard the ruckus, and will be here in short order. Her face drooped. Oh. He nodded at the landing, and the stairs beyond it. The storm they had heard from their dry keep now roared into the room, and the slanted rain swept inside and wetted the floor. We had better hurry, while we have the high ground. They rushed across the soaked landing and down the steps, racing a river of rainwater that bounced down the rocks. The pair had only gone halfway down the winding stairs, when they heard the clatter of claws on the stone. Lightning illuminated the area, and cast its light on the large shadows that stalked toward them. Ariane gasped as she beheld the influence of the contaminated water. The ragged, soaked forms of the dogs climbed into view. They walked on all fours with hardly a stitch of clothing on their bodies. Their eyes glowed brightly in the dim light, and their white fangs stood out from the darkness. They were all at least a head taller than Eastwei, and long tan fur covered their bodies. Short hairless tails switched out behind them, and their pudgy fingers ended in sharp claws. The leader of the group that blocked their path was larger than the rest, and a scar marred the fur on his left cheek. "It appears the leader of the dogs himself has come to visit us," Eastwei mused as he drew himself away from Ariane. "What are you doing?" she hissed as the prince took a step ahead of her, facing the wood dogs alone. "You are no match for these beasts. Allow me to fight them." "Even with the top of the stairs, you would be no match for so many," he countered as he clasped his hands together in front of him. His blue eyes glowed brightly against the shadows of the night, and the same light came from his palms. The rain pelted the two parties and soaked all of them. "And here, I have the advantage."
"But the strain," she insisted.
He turned his face far enough to show her his smile.
"There is no need to worry.
I will not need to conjure any water here." The transformed wildie obeyed and charged them. Eastwei whipped his head around and parted his hands. The water that flowed at their feet focused into a single stream, and that brook became a river that crashed into their adversaries. The wood dogs floundered against such a torrential flood, and with every raindrop that fell from the sky, the river only grew larger. The dogs slammed their clawed hands into the walls, and sank their talons deep into the stones. The water pushed back on them, and their grips crumbled. They were swept away with a long, mournful howl. Ariane stretched her neck to see where they had gone.
"Are they all right?"
Eastwei dropped his arms to his side and smiled. "Quite all right, if a little waterlogged." He turned and offered her his hand. "Now it is your turn to open the path. Where is the scent?" Ariane took his hand, and they rushed down the stairs. There was no sign of the wood dogs, except for a few more fresh scratches on the walls. The streets were empty as the storm raged on. She lifted her nose and inhaled. Her eyes lit up and she pointed to their right. "There. That way." The pair fled down the street, led on by her nose. They had ample time to ponder their strange situation, especially the more Ariane used her nose. A thought struck her that made her furrow her brow. "I smelled the scent immediately upon using the water, but why did the dogs not smell the danger? Their noses are some of the keenest in all the realms. I suspect it was introduced over a long period of time by the peddler," Eastwei guessed as he scanned any side street they came across. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a half-dozen more wood dogs. The creatures snarled and rushed at them. Eastwei flicked his hand up and a huge thick wall of water shot out from the deep puddles. The creatures slammed into the barrier and tried to swim their way through, but the current pushed them back. Eastwei clapped his hand into his other palm, and the wet wall fell forward, falling atop the scurrying animals. The barrier collapsed on top of them, leading to a giant slap of water on their bodies like an ill-formed cannonball. The wood dogs yelped as they were flattened into the ground. One of them twitched before all lay still. Ariane gaped at the pile of unconscious bodies as they kept moving.
"Are all the heavenly gods this powerful?"
Eastwei lifted his chin and smiled.
"Not all, but I cannot take credit for all this strength."
He raised a hand and allowed the raindrops to fall on his palm. "The heavens are providing me with a bounty of energy." The prince's good humor faded as he balled his hand into a fist. "I only pray that will be enough to stop our dark foe." They continued through the streets of the capital, knocking aside any who dared stop them. Their journey took them to the end of the city, farthest from the main road. "The scent of the tainted water is very close," Ariane told him. Eastwei's eyes scanned the darkness and settled on a large mound down the street. The hill was some 100 feet across and wide, and was encircled by a road. "There. Let us see what that grass hides." Their feet splashed through the muddy street, and they soon reached the mound. Yuxie dropped his gaze to the ground, and he pointed his finger at a shallow shaft in the cobblestones. I believe we may have just found the cistern of the city. See how the water from the streets is being diverted. Now let us see if there is an entrance. The pair scoured the low grass-covered hill, and Ariane spotted something. There! She shouted as she pointed at a shadow on the left.
I think I see a set of stairs leading down.
They hurried over to the hole, and found themselves staring down a short flight of stairs to a heavy wooden door. Ariane lifted her foot to step down, but Yuxie grasped her arm.
This is my task now, he told her before he took the lead.
They descended into the small landing, and Yuxie tried the handle. Locked. He spun his hands together, and created a hard ball of water. A fist swung past him and shattered the handle. The door was shoved open and slammed into the wall. Yuxie looked over his shoulder to find Ariane smiling behind him, with her clawed hand raised in front of her. I may not have the magic of the heavenly gods, but I will give you my strength, she insisted. A crooked grin slipped onto his lips. He grasped her bare paw and pressed a kiss on the back. I would have it no other way. The door revealed a landing, and narrow stone steps that led deeper into the earth. Darkness shrouded their view beyond that. They stepped inside, and Ariane was glad to be out of the rain. However, the waters followed through the door, and slipped into the dark interior. Leave the door as far open as it will allow, he commanded her, as he took out a matchbox and lit a torch that hung on the wall. He grabbed the light and turned to her, where he revealed his grim expression. I will need all the help I can against this foe. They hurried down the steps, keeping close to the wall on their left. Ariane detected a faint hint of water, that quickly grew to a torrential flood. They reached the bottom of the steps, and the wall on their left turned in that direction where Yuxie raised his torch. The flickering flame couldn't light any more than 5 feet from where they stood. Ariane noticed a shallow canal at chest height, along the leftward wall. The water in the trough was murky, and there was an unusual scent to it. She tapped Yuxie's shoulder and pointed at the canal.
I smell lamp oil in here.
Yuxie put the torch to it, and the oil immediately lit. The fire shot away from them, and curved in a wide circle. The light bathed the cistern in flickering light, and revealed a room some 300 feet across. The deafening roar came from the dozens of waterfalls, as the rainwater was ejected from the diversion channels above ground. Their waters crashed into a deep pool in the center of the room. The pool that was covered in a thick black goo. Chapter 29. Ariane gaped at the hideous film that floated over the surface. By all the realms. And against them, Yuxie mused as he took a step closer to the pool. The black goo shifted, and a tendril stretched out of the wide body. The limb rose, and as it did, it grew in thickness and length. Yuxie's eyes widened, and he grabbed Ariane's shoulders. Look out! He shoved them out of the way just as the tendril came crashing down where they stood. The limb cracked the stone, and left a shallow impression. The pair scrambled to their feet as more tendrils rose out of the infection. Yuxie clapped his hands together, and the water around them shuddered. He pulled his palms apart, and columns of water shot up all around them. The water was pure, drawn from the fresh outside sources. The creature let out a high-pitched screech, and its cry vibrated the air. Its tendrils shot toward them, and Yuxie's magic intercepted them, leading to a clash of the titans. While they battled, Ariane noticed movement from behind. A black tendril had slithered its way around them. She transformed and dropped to all fours, where she released a roar that shook the puddles. There Ariane charged the tendril and sliced it in two. The upper half flopped uselessly onto the ground, while the lower shrank back. Yuxie turned his head and swung one hand. His magic engulfed both parts and cleansed the upper half. Ariane protected his back, while Yuxie pushed back against their foe. The lit oil cast its flickering light on their battle, as purity fought pollution. Yuxie clenched his teeth as the tide began to turn in his favor. His foe was trapped in the cistern pool, and he had a never-ending supply that constantly slammed into the creature from on high. The shrinking body of the corruption gathered itself together and stretched out of its body. The thing formed itself into a huge serpent 100 feet high. Its scales dripped black ooze and its beady eyes promised death to them. Eastwei gritted his teeth and formed his own opposing creature. Ariane slapped down the last of the retreating corruption and looked over to the pool. Her eyes widened as she watched Eastwei form his magic into a giant bear. Eastwei flung his hands forward and the bear charged. Purity and contamination clashed as the animal deities clawed and bit at one another. The snake managed to wrap its body around the bear and squeeze. The prince of the water people dropped to one knee, and pain spread across his face. A thin tendril with a sharp point shot out of the body of the snake and swung around to impale him. Ariane leaped into its path and swung her paw down, slicing the arm into ribbons. They dropped to the ground and flopped about, before dissolving to nothing. Ariane turned to him and whimpered. Eastwei managed a shaky smile and climbed to his feet. "I am fine so long as you are by my side." Ariane rolled her eyes and chomped her mouth. The prince chuckled as he climbed to his feet. Ariane scooted up and offered her back as a prop, which he used. "I had not meant literally by my side, but this will help me greatly," he complimented her as he returned his focus to the battle. His bear was still tightly wound in the snake's body. Eastwei swung up his glowing hands and Ariane roared again. The cry shook the water around them and rippled the water bear. Eastwei's ursine echoed her cry and its clear surface bubbled up. The magic exploded outward like a volcano, shoving the serpent back and freeing the bear. It dropped onto the surface of the pool and charged. The bear leaped up and clamped its great jaws around the serpent's throat, biting it clear through. The creature writhed and screeched as its upper half crashed into the pool. Water sprayed everywhere, partially dousing the oil light. The lower half of the snake flopped about before sinking and spreading over the surface of the basin. Eastwei and Ariane watched the darkness flop about and shrivel as the rainwater pounded it from above. The magic bear stomped over its remains, separating its body and allowing it to dissolve faster. In a few moments, nothing remained of their foe. Eastwei's eyes darted to the floor. He stooped and swept his hand over the stones. Ariane stared at him in curiosity as he tucked whatever it was into his robes. "A remembrance," he told her as he turned to his companion. He smiled as he scratched her behind the ears. "We did it, my love. Now we should go and receive our thanks from the residents." Ariane leaned into his touch, but looked down at her furry self. The prince chuckled and threw his water over her. A thick film of liquid covered her body like a blanket. Ariane cautiously resumed her human shape, and the magic formed itself into a shimmering robe. She gaped at the watery garment and turned in a circle. The water shifted and glittered like starlight. Eastwei smiled and offered her his hand. "Shall we?" Ariane accepted his offer, and the two of them left the cistern. The storm that had been raging had abated. Rain still fell but in less quantity, and the thunder had passed. The two stopped at the top of the steps leading down to the cistern door. A crowd of hundreds of people surrounded the cistern, no longer the wood-dogs but back to their normal furry selves. Their clothes were ragged, and their eyes stared directly at the pair. Eastwei was at the forefront of the group. He strode forward and Ariane tensed. Eastwei lifted his chin as the dog chief stopped a few steps from them. His sharp eyes flickered over the pair. And that's when he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Ariane's eyes widened as the others did the same. Everyone in the city, young and old, warrior and civilian, acknowledged their thankfulness by bowing to them. The pair stared bewildered at the display of respect. Eastwei was the first to stand, and he moved forward to offer his hand to Eastwei. "We have you to thank for purifying our bodies, Lord of the Water." Eastwei looped an arm around Ariane, and only then accepted the hand. "You have both of us to thank, and we're glad everyone is all right." The dog chief swept his eyes over his people, and a faint smile spread across his lips. "Yes. We're all free from that curse." How can we ever thank you? We are looking for a favor, Yushir admitted as he examined the dog people. It will not be a safe one, but it may grant you some revenge. Wildor lifted his chin and his eyes glowed. Whatever you need, I will offer myself to you. We need you to follow the scent of this. Yushir reached into his robe and drew out something in his clasped hand. He opened his fingers and revealed a small watery orb. A tiny bit of darkness swam around inside its shallow depths. I am not as proficient as others in ridding the world of this disease, and this small fragment survived. We need you to follow the scent of the man who contaminated your water with it. Wildor sneered at the creature. Then you're in luck. I already know that scent. Yushir's eyebrows shot up. You do? How? We keep tabs on our neighbors and noticed the mayor's wife had a visitor every few months, and his arrival came at the same time the animals disappeared, Wildor explained as he narrowed his eyes at the black orb. I had my men follow his scent through the woods. He was good, and gave them the slip until a few months ago. That's when they found out where he was going. Where was that? Ariane spoke up. Wildor's eyes flickered between them. The shrouded mountains. A little color drained from Ariane's face, and the corners of Yushir's lips tightened. I see. What did he do there? They saw him drop something black on the ground at the base of the barrier. Whatever it was, it crawled into a small crack in the magic, and disappeared. And then the peddler left. My men searched the area for anything else suspicious, but saw nothing. They tracked him a few more times, and each time he released a darkness into the barrier. On their last trailing, the peddler seemed to hesitate on leaving, and they guessed they'd been spotted. And that is when the curse was thrust upon you, Yushir guessed. The dog leader heaved a great sigh. Yeah. That corruption not only transformed us every night at midnight, but it also prevented us from saying anything about that guy and where he was going. Yushir clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and smiled. I am more glad that you are free, than that you were able to tell us the information. A scowl swept across Wildor's face. We'll do anything if it means destroying that bastard. I hope we will not need your assistance, but my uncle would be very happy to see you at the coming clan conference, Yushir suggested as he looked about the people. To both represent your clan, and to tell your story to everyone else. Wildor inclined his head. You have my word that we'll be there. Good. Yushir mused as he looked down at Ariane. Now what do you say to some food and a nice rest? She smiled up at him. I say that sounds wonderful. Chapter 30. Eastwei turned at the whisper behind him, in time to watch Anna crumple to the floor. He threw himself on the floor and scooped her into his arms. Her breaths were labored and her body was cold. Anna, he shouted as he looked her over. Di threw her head back and laughed. Foolish God. Did you actually think you could protect her against all my children? Even now, the venom of my young flows through her body. Eastwei's eyes burned with fury as he whipped his head up to glare at her. He spoke through gritted teeth. Give me the antidote. Di folded her arms over her chest and shrugged. I won't make you the antidote unless you do one tiny little chore for me, and before you think about it, killing me won't get you that cure. I can only produce it when I'm alive. He narrowed his flaming eyes at her. What is it you want? Her face twisted in anger, and she stabbed a finger at the empty indent in her spider chest. This. My hexen. That which was stolen from me by that first self-proclaimed king of heaven. You know of it, don't you? Eastwei inclined his head. I do. A smirk slipped onto her face. Then you know where you can find it and bring it back to me. Yes. Di stabbed a finger at Anna. Then you know what you must do to save your precious little companion. Bring me my hexen, and I'll give you the cure. You have one day to do so, otherwise. Her eyes shot wide open, and she ran a finger across her throat. Do you understand? Indecision flickered across Eastwei's fiery orbs. He dropped his gaze to Anna. Her face was already ghastly pale and scrunched up in pain.
Well,
Dai hissed.
What will it be?
Eastwei slipped his arms beneath her and lifted her against his chest. He stood with Anna in his arms and faced the creature. I will retrieve the hexen, but you will have the antidote when I return. Dai grinned and bowed her head. Of course, Lord Eastwei. It will be here when you're ready to trade. She pointed at a spot in the wall behind them. Her legged children cleared the webbing and the rubble, and revealed a tall tunnel. You may leave via that course and return the same way. Eastwei turned and strode forward with his precious bundle tucked tightly against him. Some of the young spiders hissed at him, and one bold creature leaped at them with teeth bared. Eastwei's fire flared up, surrounding him in a thick bubble of flames. The spider touched the barrier, and was instantly reduced to ash. The others scuttled back, and he was allowed to pass through unharassed. The tunnel wound its way through the earth, and fresh air hit them after a few minutes. However, Eastwei's focus lay on the cold bundle in his arms. Her body began to shake, and her teeth chattered. Eastwei stopped and laid Anna on the ground. He pressed his palm against her forehead. His warm fire spread gently over her body, cocooning her in his magic. Her shivering stopped, but her face was still twisted in pain. Eastwei stretched out a shaking hand and brushed the back against her cheek. He wrapped his arms around her, and held her in a tight hug. His eyes shut tight, and he clenched his teeth as his body trembled. A faint light caught his attention. He drew her away, and cradled her in one arm. The source of the glow came from Anna herself, as her magic flowed from her body. The silver strands surrounded her, slipping beneath his magic and partially sinking in her body. Her form pulsed with a warm, soothing light, and her body relaxed. The expression of pain melted away. Eastwei swallowed the lump in his throat and picked her up. His magic flowed under them and lifted them off the ground. They shot forward down the winding tunnel. A light appeared, and they shot out into the weakening light of the ceiling lamps. The tunnel ended at the beginning of the old capital. Eastwei flew up over the abandoned city, and one of his sparks flew out of him. The tiny flame darted downward toward the location of the archives, and where he knew Ison would be. Eastwei tightened his grip on Anna, and tilted his head back to look up at the ceiling. The largest hole was the one down which they had traveled. He flew across the sky, a blazing light amidst the gloom, and raced into the tunnel. His speed was so incredible that he appeared to be a shooting star, and the demons pointed at their sky with awe and more than a little fear. One among their number was King Brego. His Highness hurried out onto a balcony of his palace, and watched the light disappear up one of the holes. His heart tightened as Drune came up beside him, and a few guards followed her. Brego grasped the railing as he watched the light travel across the ceiling. Something has happened. He wouldn't leave in such a state if something wasn't amiss. Drune was in time to watch the faint light disappear. I have other news for you, Your Highness. Your son has disappeared. Brego spun around and revealed his wide eyes. What do you mean? The old woman nodded at the men behind her. These men were assigned by you to follow Prince Isen, but they lost him on the outskirts of the city. They guess he may have gone to the archives. A grim expression marred Brego's face. Ready my vehicle. I'll be going to the old capital. While matters conspired in the lowest of the realms, Eastwei flew through the magical barrier and into the clan realm. The night sky greeted them with its twinkling stars and calm silence. He didn't heed any of the comforts of the fresh air, but sailed across the sky. Many who lived on the surface stared up at him as the demons had done, their eyes wide and tracking his course through the heavens. It was like watching a meteor race across the stars. In the whole of his existence, Eastwei had never flown as fast as he did then. He felt the cracks inside his crystal enlarge at the strain, but he kept up the pace. A journey that had taken half a day was covered in an hour, and he shot into the gate of heaven and through the arch. His speed was so great that the guards were thrown off their feet. Eastwei's light even dwarfed the warm sun overhead as he shot down the streets. Pedestrians threw themselves out of the way, and others plastered their bodies against walls to avoid being burned by his furious light. His travels took him to a familiar small island with a shadowed wood. Fu Hel was fetching a bucket of water when a huge fireball shot across the bridge. Her mouth dropped open, and she dropped the bucket on the top of the wall. The container lost its balance and toppled over onto the ground, wetting her feet. She stumbled back and gaped at the fireball as it landed a few yards from the door. The heat had singed many of the trees and left a scorch mark on the wooden bridge. The magic was dispelled, and Eastwei revealed himself carrying the limp and pale Anna in his arms. "Wu Hel!" he shouted as he raced to the door. The entrance swung open and Wu Hel stepped out. "What in the realms?" Her eyes fell on Eastwei and his precious cargo. She stepped back and opened the door wide. Inside, Eastwei hurried through the door, and Wu Hel glanced at her granddaughter. "A bucket of water, and quick."
"Why yes, grandmother."
Fu Hel answered, as she snatched the bucket from the ground. Wu Hel shut the door, and turned to find Eastwei in the adjoining bedroom. He knelt and laid Anna on the sheets. The old woman pursed her lips, and hurried over to her table of herbs and concoctions. She tossed together a few crushed herbs into a warm broth, but her eyes settled on a particular vial at the back. The old woman paused and furrowed her brow. "No," she murmured as she finished her preparations and hurried into the bedroom. "Tell me what happened while I try to return some color to her cheeks," Wu Hel commanded him. "She was poisoned by one of Dai's children. She told me she had an antidote."
"What was the price?"
"I was to fetch her hexen." "I see. Then step aside and let me work," Wu Hel insisted. Eastwei reluctantly did so, and moved to the wall. He watched without moving as Wu Hel and her granddaughter tried one vial after another. None of Anna's color returned, but her features relaxed. Wu Hel finally drew back after an hour of work and sighed.
"There is no point in administering anything else.
It will have no effect." Eastwei pushed off from the wall.
"What do you mean?"
Wu Hel closed her eyes and shook her head. "I can do nothing but help her soothe the pain." He took a step forward as the color drained from his face.
"There must be an antidote."
"You must know of one." Wu Hel laid a hand over Anna's and pursed her lips. "Dai is a creature more ancient than even I. Her magic is too powerful for my skills. There is none save for what the spider has offered you, and that is if she told you the truth." Eastwei strode forward, and the women scooted out of the way. He knelt beside Anna, and grasped one of her hands in both of his. His soft eyes studied her pale face. "Then there is no hope?"
"None save for what the spider has given you," Wu Hel commented as she studied his face. "So what will you do?"
Eastwei's eyes hardened and he stood. Wu Hel frowned up at him as he turned and strode toward the doorway.
"Where are you going, Eastwei?"
Eastwei paused in the doorway and didn't turn around. "Take care of Anna until I return." Wu Hel slammed a hand on the floor. "You cannot be foolish enough to believe His Majesty would give you the stone, so what are you planning?" Eastwei continued to stare ahead. "I should return before sunset. She may be more comfortable in her own palace. Prince Yushir will be able to assist you in the move once he has returned." He stepped out without another word, and they soon heard the front door open and close. Wu Hel pursed her lips and a few whispered words slipped out. "You stupid, desperate fool." Chapter 31. Eastwei stopped in the middle of Wu's yard, and his magic formed beneath him. He flew into the air, and over the city, a blaze of red light in the blue sky. Many paused and watched him fly over, curiosity in their eyes and hearts. Eastwei traveled over the islands to one not far from the imperial palace. The floating landmass was separated from the others by a half-mile of clouds, and a single stone bridge transcended the gap. He landed near the far end of the bridge, in front of the single huge structure that occupied the island. The building was plain, with a simple flat roof and no adornment on the outside. It stretched 500 feet deep and 300 feet wide, and a single large pair of stone doors was the only entrance. There weren't even any windows. A guard stood on either side of the doors. They stiffened as the god of fire approached. "Why are you here, Lord Eastwei?" one of them shouted at him. Eastwei stopped in front of them and nodded at the doors.
"I have some to retrieve something.
A small dagger during my battles against the Black Rain." "His Majesty did not alert us to your coming," the guard countered. "I have urgent need of it, but the matter is confidential," Eastwei insisted. The two looked at each other before the first guard shrugged. "Very well, but please refrain from entering any of the other rooms, and remove yourself once you have fetched your item." The guards opened their respective doors and Eastwei strode in. They closed the entrance behind him, but lamplight illuminated the long hallway that stretched before him. Doors stood on either side of the passage, and all of them were latched with huge golden locks. Eastwei hurried down the hall, and stopped in front of one of the doors. He swept his hand over the lock, and his magic filtered into the latch. The clank of freeing metal echoed down the hall, and he removed the lock and opened the door. The portal swung inward, and revealed a huge room filled with chests, tables, chairs, weapon racks, and more. A red carpet led from the door to the end, where a pedestal stood. The pedestal was topped by a glass case, and inside that was a golden dagger etched with an engraving of a dragon with spread wings. Eastwei strode up to the weapon and the glass case vanished. He grasped the dagger in his hand, and studied the sharp blade. The tip glistened, and he could see his own reflection in the metal. He tucked the weapon into his robe, and stepped out into the hall. His eyes fell on the main entrance. He didn't hear a thing from the guards. Eastwei eased his door shut in perfect silence and moved down the hall. The passage ended at a huge golden door. Several intricate latches kept intruders out. Eastwei brushed his hand over the locks, and his fire magic infiltrated the metal pieces, forcing them open by melting them to bits. The locks gave way and he opened the door. The entrance swung inward, and revealed a room 3 times the size of his, and with an equal multiplication of precious items. The treasured items were stacked in rows, with wide passages between them to allow visitors and searchers some room. He gave none of the items his attention, but hurried through the aisles to the rear. Another door blocked his path, but this one didn't have a lock. Instead, a large crest of the heavenly house was positioned in the center of the entrance. Eastwei pressed both his palms against the insignia, and pushed against the entrance. His hands blazed with fire and the magic sank into the crest. Rather than melt, the crest merely heated up to an extreme temperature that melted some of the other nearby objects. The whole door began to tremble, as did the wall on which it hung. Eastwei gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The crest exploded and the bits flew everywhere. The door creaked open, and he shoved it the rest of the way. The entrance led into a smaller room with glass cases. There were tall ones and short ones, and many in between, and all of them held items too precious for the casual observer. Many of the items stirred at Eastwei's entrance. Daggers covered in blood twitched atop their pillows, stuck there by magic. Swords rattled their chains, eager to take a precious life. Even a few armlets and necklaces in the cases glowed brightly as he passed, alert to his presence. Eastwei's focus lay only on a particular case at the back. He stopped in front of the glass that held a single object. It was a diamond as black as night, with hues of darkness. Shadows floated out and formed themselves into thin tendril-like legs with beady eyes. Eastwei drew his arm back and balled his hand into a fist. The light in the room was suddenly extinguished. Eastwei froze and swept his eyes over the area. He lit his other hand just in time to watch a blue magic burst out of the floor and surround him. The dragon god tried to leap back, but the light shot up over his head, encasing him in thin transparent walls. The magic clapped a lid over the structure, creating a glass jar with 8 straight sides. Eastwei slammed his flaming fist against the glass, but his magic didn't even dent the thing. It also didn't leave a single scuff on the surface. He stumbled backward as the glass floated higher, removing his feet from the floor and replacing it with a flat cage bottom. Eastwei fell back against one of the walls, and twisted around to see where it was headed. The doors to the room opened, and the two guards hurried inside, their spears at the ready. They froze on the threshold, and gaped up at the former emperor. "Lord Eastwei," one of them shouted. "What in all the realms have you done?" Eastwei righted himself and turned to face them. "Release me at once." The guard stood at attention and shook his head. "We cannot, Lord Eastwei. The glass that has imprisoned you can only be opened by His Majesty. You must see him in the dungeons before that happens." Eastwei didn't have time to ask for an explanation before the glass cage zipped past the guards and down the hall. He leaned his front against the wall as it swept out of the treasury and flew into the air. His prison arched over the sky that separated the treasury from the palace proper, and dipped below the ground level of the grounds. The depths of the palace island were deep, and covered in hard rock. The prison floated around, and approached a large hole in the wall that led into the heart of the palace. The dungeons were there, along with a lower chance to save Anna. Eastwei slammed his fists into the walls, but the cage didn't even shudder. The cage moved faster, knocking him off balance. It slid through a magic barrier, and down the tunnel. He passed cells and other cages less fine than his. Most were unoccupied, but a few held inmates who snapped and jeered at him. His prison flew him past the dank corridors, and into a cleaner section of the dungeons. The stone floors and walls were washed, and there even hung a few tapestries. Tall heavy wooden doors lined the walls, and revealed holding cells with large beds and vanities. Eastwei was taken past these to the end of the hall, where a pair of wooden doors stood. They opened at his coming, and revealed a hexagonal room with a rug in the center. Curtains hung from the walls, and there wasn't a cobweb to be seen. His crystal stopped in the middle of the opulence, and floated a foot off the floor. The doors shut behind him, and silence fell over the room. At least for all of 2 seconds. Eastwei transformed his hands into claws and struck at the walls. His diamond-hard nails bounced off the surface. His fire magic exploded out of his body, and crashed into the walls, and still there was no evidence of his efforts. The only evidence was the exhaustion that made him stumble back. He fell against the rear wall, and slid down to the floor. He would have to wait for the king and plead for his pity, otherwise he wouldn't have enough strength to help Anna. Chapter 32. Eastwei didn't have long to wait. The doors opened 20 minutes later, and King Ken marched into the room. He stopped a few steps into the space and studied the captor. Eastwei climbed to his feet and moved to the front, where he pressed his palms against the wall. "Release me at once." The King of Heaven waved off the 2 guards at his back. "Leave us and close the door." The pair bowed and backed out of the room, closing the entrance behind them. Eastwei watched the king stroll toward him. There was confusion and curiosity in the monarch's eyes. "Is it true you tried to rob my treasury?" "Yes." "Why?" Eastwei's eyes flickered over his cage, and the king shook his head. "There is no sense trying to escape. This trap was made especially with you in mind." Eastwei narrowed his eyes at the king. "What do you mean?" Ken nodded at the walls. These walls were forged by the combined efforts of the first generation of gods. Lady Myancha contributed her alchemy skills, Lady Wuhel, her knowledge of the intricacies of magic formation, Lord Lyron his experience with the wild beasts, and even Lady Frumai's skills with water. Together they crafted this cell when you were still a child, fearful that you might one day attack them. So you see, these walls are impossible for your strength and your fire magic to overcome. Eastwei pounded a fist against the glass. "Then release me." Ken studied him with a sharp look. "From what the guards told me, you were found standing over the hexen. Why?" The lord's shoulders slumped, and he turned his face away. "Anna has been poisoned by dye. Only she holds the antidote." And the price for this antidote is the hexen, the king surmised.
Yes. Then the price is too high.
Eastwei whipped his head around and opened his mouth, but the king raised one hand. I know the words you will say to convince me otherwise, but I cannot allow you to take the hexen, even to trade Lady Robert's life. The risk is too great, and your exhaustion is very evident. You cannot risk yourself for her when all the realms need you. But I promise I will destroy Dai after I have saved Anna. Eastwei insisted. You cannot give the hexen to her for any life. Eastwei pressed his palms against his cage.
I swear I will not fail in my mission.
The King of Heaven lifted his chin. I cannot give you your freedom, not if it means the hexen would be returned to the spiders. Eastwei gritted his teeth and slammed his fists against the walls. They didn't even vibrate. You cannot break this glass. The only substance, harder than the walls of this prison, are a few treasures of my house. Eastwei closed his eyes and took a deep breath that he exhaled. Your Majesty, I am begging you to release me, and give me permission to take the hexen to the spiders. The king sighed and shook his head. I had hoped to find you more reasonable, Lord Eastwei, but I see you are of a single mind. Perhaps in a few hundred years you will see things my way. He turned and strode toward the door. Eastwei's pulse quickened as panic set in. There is no other way to save Lady Roberts. You are forfeiting her life. The King of Heaven paused in the doorway, and half turned to the trapped lord. On the contrary, I am saving countless others. You will be needed if a war arises, and you are invaluable in regards to the barrier. That alone forces me to keep you here, until you are no longer willing to risk your life for a single person. I will see you again in a few days, Lord Eastwei. And with that he turned and left the room. The doors rang loudly behind him as they were shut tight. Eastwei crumpled to his knees and pressed his forehead against the glass. He shut his eyes and gritted his teeth together, as images of his beloved Anna swirled inside his mind.
Now that is quite the sight.
Eastwei's head shot up, and he beheld a figure standing in the shadows. He narrowed his scarlet eyes at the intruder. Who are you? The person stepped into the light, and Eastwei's eyes widened. A single whispered word passed over his lips. Ansung. The young man smiled and opened his arms. You remember me. I thought perhaps you had forgotten your old friend. Eastwei climbed to his feet and dropped his arms to his sides. What are you doing here? You do not appear surprised to see me freed from your infernal barrier, Ansung mused as he reached the glass. He folded his arms over his chest, and studied the prisoner. Did your little pet tell you about our conversation? How I offered to save her, and she chose death over helping me. Eastwei's heart pumped hard and fast in his chest.
What did you do to her?
Ansung shrugged. Perhaps I was the one who told the Spider Queen where she might find her precious jewel, and that the only one who could get it was you. She was very tickled at the prospect of making you her slave, but there was the point of convincing you to help her. He paused and tapped a finger against his chin. How could she convince you? Perhaps by applying her rather unique poison to someone you desperately cared about? Deadly red flashed across Eastwei's eyes. Pure instinct caused him to throw himself against the glass. His fists slammed against the barrier, causing a minor quake in the earth beneath his prison. He clenched his teeth, and a guttural growl emerged from his throat. Ansung stepped back and grinned at him. I believe I have struck a nerve, haven't I? Did I say something wrong? Why? Eastwei growled as he pressed his flaming palms against the glass.
Why are you doing this?
Ansung raised his arms and gestured to the room around them. Does this opulence impress you? Do you believe that by staying under the light of the eternal sun, your name will be remembered forever? He stepped closer to the glass and lowered his voice. I know that is what you fear the most, old friend. To be forgotten by those very lives you saved countless times. How many battles did we fight to subdue those wretched shifter clans? How many times did we have to rally the heaven folk from their ivory towers and move them to action, even against foes who threatened the very gates of their homes. We did not lead for glory, Eastwei snapped. Ansung scoffed. Fine words, but do you truly believe them? Did you really bleed and sweat, just to be forgotten by those very people you save? Eastwei pursed his lips. I will admit, I felt as you did. Ansung clapped his hands and laughed. Then you see how fruitless it is to preserve those who will not even preserve the memory of your accomplishments. They are not worth your regard. They are not worth saving. He pressed his hands against the glass and leaned close.
That is what the great darkness showed me.
You must only live for yourself and the few you care about. Only they matter. The rest of the world is but vapid shadows of stupid beasts and the shallow masses. He leaned so close to the glass that his whispered breath stained the barrier.
Let them go and join us.
You will be a king again as you were meant to be, and then no one will forget your name ever again. What do you say, old friend? Eastwei leaned close and his bright scarlet eyes met Ansung's bright blue gaze. The young man's face was awash with joy as his friend opened his mouth. No. Ansung started back and blinked at him. Did I just, surely you did not just reject my offer. I heard wrong, did I not? You did not hear wrong, Eastwei told him as he stepped back to stand in the middle of his prison. I will not join you. Ansung's face twisted into fury, and he balled his quivering hands into fists at his sides. But why? Why would you refuse my offer? Why would you stand with these fools? These fools are those who would stand by me. I will not forsake them.
Even if it will cost you your life?
Ansung shot back. Even then. Ansung's whole body quivered, and a faint blue light emanated from his person. You fool. You stupid simpleton. This is your last chance. Join us or you will be removed. Eastwei crossed his arms over his chest and lifted his chin. Ansung continued to glare at him as a silence fell between them. Finally, the intruder let out a long, hard breath. He closed his eyes and shrugged. Very well. You have made your choice. He turned away and waved a hand above his head. What a pity, too. I could have freed you from this prison and helped you save your precious goddess. Now she will die, and you will remain here with your guilt. Eastwei narrowed his eyes at his old friend. If she dies, you alone will be guilty of her death. He stepped up to the glass as fire engulfed his entire body. And should that happen, I swear to you that I will not cease until I have found you and destroyed you. Ansung strolled backward and laughed. That will be quite difficult for you to do, when you are trapped in that cage of your own making. Have fun counting the tiles on the floor, old friend. He turned toward the shadows and vanished into them. Eastwei stood still for a long moment, staring at where his old foe had gone before he bowed his head. He closed his eyes and a heavy, shuddered sigh escaped him. The great dragon lord of fire slumped against the glass and slid to his knees, his eyes vacant as his mind was filled with images of Anna's pale face. He'd failed her, and she would die for his failure. Chapter 33. The sky of the heaven realm was perfectly sunny, but a dark cloud marched through the bright halls. Yuxia hurried down the halls in a trot, just short of an all-out spring. His robes were still covered in travel dust, and his magic was slightly depleted from the long flight, meaning he had to focus not to trip over his own feet. A dark cloud lay on his brow as he rushed past the pair of guards who manned the entrance to the conference hall. Their shouts echoed after him. Your Highness! Prince Yuxia. His Majesty is not receiving right now. He is receiving now, Yuxia snapped. One of the guards grabbed his arm and yanked him to a stop. You cannot go. Yuxia pushed his free hand at the guard. A torrential stream of water shot out, shoving the guard into the wall. The man crashed against the hard barrier and slumped to the floor. The other guard lunged at him with his spear in hand. Yuxia gave him the same treatment, and soon they both lay unconscious on either side of the gate. Yuxia turned away and continued down the short corridor and into the conference hall. The seats were empty, but for that of His Imperial Majesty. Lord Lyron stood on the king's right side, while Lord Pampier was positioned on the ground floor before the steps leading up to the royal seat. They all turned at the sound of Yushir's quick footsteps. The king leaned forward and frowned at him. "I gave commands that we not be disturbed. And I must disobey them, my dearest uncle," Yushir replied as he stopped by Lord Pampier's side. "I have heard grievous news on my return that can only be confirmed by you."
"And what news is that?" "That Lord Eastwei has been imprisoned, and you have no intention of releasing him."
"Lady Ariane has also gone to her friend's side in the House of Wuhel, because she has been poisoned." King Ken leaned back and grasped the arms of his throne in both hands. "I can confirm all those rumors are true. Now you may tell me what you have discovered and leave." Yushir lifted his chin, and met the stern gaze of the King of Heaven. "I will do neither, until I have an explanation for your decision." Lord Pampier's mouth dropped open. "What are you saying, Prince Yushir? You cannot disobey your king." King Ken raised one hand and Pampier sealed his lips. His Majesty's attention fell back on Yushir. "Eastwei attempted to steal the hexen, the source of strength for the primeval spider die, who is trapped in the demon realm only through the great strength of my grandfather. Eastwei sought to exchange the gemstone for the antidote to the poison. And you did not grant mercy to Lord Eastwei to attempt the trade?" Yushir questioned him. Ken frowned at High Nephew. "You and I both know the consequences should Dai and her ilk be freed from the depths. We cannot allow that to happen, especially during this perilous time. I will reconsider my decision once the meeting of the clans is over. Perhaps we may find a solution to this problem that does not involve risking all the clan realms." Yushir's eyes widened. "But the meeting does not even commence for another 5 days, much less finish. Lady Roberts may very well be dead before it has begun. That is a consequence we must take for the sake of our kingdom and the realms below us," King Ken insisted as he raised his nose. "That is my final say on the topic, my nephew. Any further statements on the matter will force me to exile you from my presence until after the conference." Yushir gritted his teeth and his eyes blazed. Faint bits of blue light floated out of his hands. Lord Lyron caught his eye, and raised one of his hands before he shook his head. The prince tensed and wrapped his hands into tight trembling fists. Yushir let out a deep breath and bowed to the throne. "Very well, Your Majesty." "Good. Now tell me what you learned from your travels through the clan realm." "The dogs had been forced under a spell of our foe, and the curse prevented them from informing us that the barrier around the shrouded mountain has been compromised for at least a year." Ken shot up and his eyes widened. "Compromised? How?" "A peddler has been feeding the cracks an unknown black substance. What it is they do not know. My theory is it has something to do with the Fangstrung and the attacked villages." The king whipped his head to Lyron. "Do you know anything about this?" Lyron pursed his lips. "Unfortunately I do not, Your Majesty. I have only witnessed a deepening of the cracks, but this peddler has been able to escape my detection." "Why did the dogs not apprehend this peddler?" Ken questioned his nephew. "They sought to watch him a while longer, but they were placed under a curse by that very foe," Yushir assumed. Ken fell back and tapped his fingers on top of the right arm of his throne. "I see. What do they intend to do now?" "They will attend the Convention of Clans, after they have investigated the peddler's other routes." "Very good. An admirable plan." Yushir bowed his head. "That is all I have to report. If you will excuse me, I wish to see how Lady Anna is doing." Yushir turned to leave, but King Ken's voice called him back. "Prince Yushir." His nephew paused and moved to face him. "Yes, Your Majesty?" "Stay away from Lord Eastwei's prison for a while," His Majesty insisted. He leaned forward and studied the prince. "I believe nothing good would come out of you speaking with him, when you are of such a mind." Yushir bowed his head. "As you wish, Your Majesty." The prince slipped out, leaving a deep silence behind him. King Ken slumped in his chair and sighed. Do you believe my command is too harsh, Lord Lyron? Toward Prince Yushir or Lord Eastwei? Both. Lyron pursed his lips as he looked at where Yushir had gone. I believe you are doing what is best for your kingdom. Ken closed his eyes and a bitter smile slipped onto his lips. That is a rather evasive answer even for you. Your question was a rather difficult one to answer. I suppose it was, and unfair of me to ask, knowing your affinity for Lord Eastwei. The king opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Have all the invited clans replied to my invitation? Pampir bowed his head. They have, your majesty, and many have stated they have set off by the time we received their reply. We expect most if not all of the leaders to be here in 4 days. 4 days, Ken murmured as he turned to one side. He closed his eyes and a few whispered words passed across his lips. May the Creator forgive me for sacrificing that good soul for lasting peace. The king raised his head and strode from the room. Lyron watched him leave before he strolled down the stairs to Pampir. The other lord folded his arms over his chest and wrinkled his brow as he stared at the floor. His Majesty has a right to worry, but I cannot help but feel for Prince Yushir and his plight. I have a feeling His Highness will remedy the situation, Lyron mused. Pampir's head shot up. Do you believe he would go against His Majesty's command? Lyron's eyes twinkled. The only command I heard was that he not speak with Lord Eastwei for a day. The other lord's mouth fell open. You do not mean to say. I mean to say nothing, but I hope for everyone's sake that the stars align to bring them the happiness they seek, Lyron insisted. Pampir lifted his chin and stuck out his chest. Then I must try to help them in whatever way I can. Perhaps some condolences, or a promise to speak with His Majesty on their behalf. Yes, I will go now and do so. Pampir made to scurry away, but Lyron clapped a hand on the god's shoulder. A moment, friend. There is something you can do for them, but I must first give you instructions. Pampir raised an eyebrow at the old lord. Lyron beckoned with one finger, and they scooted close together. Their conversation dropped to such a whisper that none could have heard it even if they had stood only 5 feet away. When they had finished, Pampir drew away with a cloud on his brow. Are you sure? Do you doubt Lord Eastwei and Yushir? Lyron countered. Pampir sighed. No, I do not, and I wish to help where I can. Lyron patted his shoulder. And if you do this, you will help them. Now prepare yourself. I will meet you within the hour. Pampir bowed his head and hurried off. The old god watched him go with a smile that slowly faded. He turned to the empty throne and sighed. Creator, help us in our endeavor, for we are in desperate need of all the help we can find. And with that he left to fulfill his own part of his plan. Chapter 34. The prince didn't appear to be about to forgive him, as Yushir marched down the marble streets. Everyone in his path skirted around the silent fury that was Yushir, and he hardly knew where he was going, until something made him stop. Prince Yushir. Prince Yushir, sir? Yushir lifted his head and blinked at his surroundings. He had wandered down the streets in the direction of Lady Wuel's island, but a slender figure was racing toward him from that direction. Prince Yushir. Fu Hel yelled as she waved her arm above her head. She stopped in front of him, out of breath, and her cheeks were red. Prince Yushir, grandmother has a message for you. He lifted an eyebrow. What is it? Fu Hel took a deep breath and straightened. What are you doing, you fool? The king will not listen to your stupid pleadings. The young girl grasped her chest and resumed her hard breathing. Yushir blinked at her. Is that the message? Fu Hel bowed her head. My sincerest apologies, Prince Yushir. You know how blunt grandmother is. I am also to tell you that Lady Roberts has been moved to her palace, where Lady Ariane is tending to her now. Was that such a wise choice to move her? Lady Ariane thought she might be more comfortable there, and I must agree that grandmother's house is not so hospitable for the ill. She swept her arm in the direction of the palace. If you will follow me, I will lead the way, but I thank you for the offer, Eustwei countered as he took off at a quick stride in that direction. The pair soon arrived at the small gate to Anna's humble residence. Fu Hel hurried through, but Eustwei paused on the threshold. She stopped a few steps in and turned to him. Is everything all right, Prince Eustwei?
Quite all right, he assured her as he studied the quaint entrance.
I am merely remembering the happier moments here, when all seems to be falling apart. Fu's face fell. She moved over to him and grasped one of his hands in both of hers. He looked down and found himself staring into her glistening eyes. Whatever is happening now, Prince Eustwei, I am sure everything will turn out for the best. All of you have not come so far to end your adventures at this point. Fu's words rallied Eustwei's spirits, and he managed a faint smile. Thank you, child. Now let us see how our friends are doing. They strode down the path and into the quiet gardens. The doors to the tiny palace lay open, and a solitary figure knelt on a mat on the porch. It was Ariane, and her head was bowed while her hands lay in her lap. Eustwei's heart leaped until he heard the soft sniffles. He hesitated 10 feet away, his eyes flitting between the crying figure and the arch. Fu Hel slipped behind him and gave him a push. He stumbled forward, scuffing the ground with his feet, and Ariane's head shot up. Her cheeks were streaked with tears and her eyes were bloodshot. She furiously wiped away the stains on her face and cleared her throat. Prince Eustwei, my sincerest apologies. I had no idea you had come.
How could I stay away? He mused as he looked past her and at the open door.
How is she? Ariane lifted her chin and cleared her throat.
She is resting.
Fu Hel was here along with grandmother. That is your aunt. However, they could do nothing for her, save reinvigorating her magic, to keep the poison at bay. Then there might be hope her Sylvine will keep the poison from killing her, he wondered. Fresh tears pooled in her eyes. No. Her body will become too weak from the effort. If the poison isn't extracted, she will die. Eustwei balled one of his hands into a fist. Damn that foul creature and her poison, and damn His Majesty and his stubbornness. Ariane blinked at him. His Majesty? Have you heard news about Lord Eastwei? The prince dropped his hand to his side and sighed.
Yes, but none of it is good.
His Majesty refuses to release him, and even more emphatically refuses to give up the stone to them. Any further deliberations on the matter will be taken after the conference. Her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. But Anna will die. As I warned His Highness, but there was no convincing him otherwise. Ariane bowed her head, and her hands tightly grasped a part of her robe that wrapped around her bent legs. I see. Then there is little hope. A sob escaped her. She cupped her face in her hands, and her body became racked with grief. Eustwei's heart ached for the grieving woman. He swept over and knelt beside her, where he wrapped his arms around her shoulders. I am sorry, Ariane, truly I am. Ariane nodded. I know. You tried everything you could. Eustwei's eyes fell on the ring that encircled his finger. Determination welled up in his body. Not everything. Ariane lifted her head and blinked at him. What to do? Can Anna be moved again? That is, at this very moment, he questioned her. She cocked her head to one side. I suppose, but why do you ask such a thing? Why should she be moved? She must be taken to a safe place before this evening, he instructed her as his unwavering eyes met hers. Wherever she goes, His Majesty must not be able to find her. Do you understand? Ariane stared hard at the porch floor. But where will I find such a place? I know of one. The two started, and whipped their heads in the direction of the arch. Ariane leaned to one side to look past Eustwei, and her eyes widened. Lord Lyron? The stately older gentleman smiled and bowed his head. My apologies for not announcing myself, but I could not help but overhear your conversation. He turned his gaze to Eustwei. You wish to hide Lady Anna from the eager eyes of everyone, do you not? It is of the utmost importance that we do, Eastwei answered him.
Then I may have just the place, he revealed as he stroked his chin with one hand.
It is a little place I built in my retirement. There are few amenities, but Anna will be comfortable there. Most importantly, no one but I knows of its existence. Then that is just the place we need, Eastwei confirmed as he looked over the old god. Can you take her there? I have sworn to stay by His Majesty's side during these troubles, but Lord Pampier will lead you. Ariane and Eastwei's eyes widened.
Lord Pampier?
Ariane repeated, as she turned her head to the prince. He would help us in defying His Majesty? Lyron chuckled. Indeed, I was surprised he agreed to my plan so quickly as well. However, he appears to have developed a soft spot for that damned cat, as he calls Lady Anna. I will lead you to where he awaits us, and you will travel with him to my lodge.
But the guards at the gate, Ariane pointed out as she swept her eyes over the company.
And the Dunyan cloak cannot hide more than one. 2 for whoever is holding Lady Anna and Anna herself, Eastwei counted. But that still leaves Pampier and me, and we will surely be noticed by the guards at the gate, she finished. Eastwei cupped his chin in his hand and nodded. Yes, and His Majesty has given strict instructions for everyone not to leave the realm until the conference has finished, to prevent any traitors from conferring with our foe. You will not be going by the gate. The pair whipped their heads to their companion. Eastwei blinked at him.
What do you mean?
There is little time to explain, Lyron insisted as he half turned toward the arch. I swore I would lead you to Lord Pampier within the hour, and we will have the beautiful burden of Lady Anna with us. Then I will prepare for the journey, Ariane offered as she leaped to her feet. A hand grasped hers and made her look down. Eastwei smiled up at her. My sincerest apologies, Ariane, but you must remain here. Ariane's face fell and her hand trembled.
But I
will be of infinite use remaining here and pretending Lady Anna is still with you, he finished for her as he stood. He clasped both her hands in his and looked into her eyes. Your task will be just as dangerous as mine, but only your presence here can convince everyone that Lady Anna is still inside. He brushed the back of one hand against her cheek. Should His Majesty discover the truth, please only think of yourself. Lay the blame on me, and I will accept the consequences. Tears welled up in her eyes again.
But I could not.
You must. You are the daughter of a clan leader, but your position will not save you from my uncle's wrath unless you tell everyone I placed a spell on you. Do you understand? She nodded and choked out a single word.
Yes.
He grinned and squeezed her hand. Excellent. Then I will fetch Anna and the cloak, and she shall leave at once. Eastwei slipped past Ariane and into the house. Lyron remained, smiling up at the woman. Prince Eastwei has matured quite a bit recently, has he not? His courage is nothing short of admirable. Ariane clasped her hands in front of herself and bowed her head. Yes. He has been a great comfort of late. I would be lost without him. Chapter 35. Eastwei soon came out with the cloak draped over one arm, and Anna's pale form in his arms. He stopped in front of the pair, and turned his head to Ariane. Drape the cloak over Lyron's shoulders. She blinked at him. But are you not? I cannot, and I believe Lord Lyron knows that, Eastwei told her as he returned his focus to the old god. You know what I must do. Lyron inclined his head. I do, and I accept the responsibility of caring for Lady Anna. Ariane took the cloak but furrowed her brow.
Then who will take Anna to the safe home?
We will leave that task to Lord Pampier, Lyron assured her as he took charge of Anna. Anna draped the cloak over Lyron's shoulders. His lower body, including Anna, disappeared. He smiled at the pair, as Ariane took hold of the hood. May we all meet again very soon, and under better circumstances. Ariane drew the hood over his head, and he vanished completely. Lyron pulled himself out of her hold, and they heard the faint sound of his footsteps on the stones. Then he was gone. Ariane clasped her hands together against her chest, and tears welled up. Yushir wrapped his arms around her, and drew her against his side. I am sure everything will be all right. He used his thumb to wipe a loose tear that trailed down her cheek. No real tears. Only fake ones. I will return as soon as I can. He tried to slide away, but she grabbed his hand in both of hers. Her eyes showed her fear.
But where are you going?
Yushir turned to her and smiled. I must free our friend. He has already been trapped in there for a day. Neither of us would like to imagine the suffering he has endured thinking of Anna. Ariane bit her lower lip, but reluctantly released him. He winked at her. I will see you soon. He moved away and hurried down the path. Wait! Yushir froze halfway to the arch and looked over his shoulder. Ariane rushed up to Yushir and stopped at his side. A slight blush accented her cheeks.
I wish to give you something.
He blinked at her.
Yes.
What is it? Ariane stood on her tiptoes and pressed a light kiss to his cheek. That is my blessing on you to keep you safe. Yushir lifted a hand to his cheek and goofily grinned. I will have to find more ways to earn your blessing. A stifled laugh erupted from Ariane. She slipped behind him and gave him a push.
Now off you go.
Help Lord Eastwei so he can be with Anna. Her strength pushed him down the path and out into the streets. His sudden arrival caused a few passers-by to curiously stare at him. He brushed the wrinkles out of his robe and inclined his head before he went on his way. His good humor faded as he hurried down the street. The task ahead would be fraught with danger to everyone. He lifted one hand and toyed with his ring. All his prayers now rested on a guess and a miracle. Yushir arrived at the entrance to the dungeons at late morning, and found guards stationed all along the long hall of the finer parts of the prison. The first pair of guards stepped in his path and crossed their spears. What is your business here, Prince Yushir? One of them questioned him. I wish to speak with Lord Eastwei, he informed them. His Majesty will not allow any visitors. A smile spread across Yushir's lips. But I am not just any visitor. I am a prince of the heaven realm. Besides that, what danger is there? The prison in which Lord Eastwei is held is impenetrable. The guards glanced at each other, and one of them nodded. Very well, but you will have only 10 minutes. Plenty of time, Yushir thought as they stepped apart. The prince hurried down the hall past the other guards, and arrived at the large doors. He took a deep breath, and opened them to reveal the luxurious room. The crystal floated in the center of the room. Eastwei lifted his head just enough to see who entered his prison. Yushir hurried into the room, his robes flapping behind him as he moved over to the cell. The doors shut behind him, giving them a little privacy. By all the realms, Dardan, what were you thinking? Yushir mused as he reached the glass. How could you be so reckless as to invade my uncle's treasury? Have you also been told that Anna has been poisoned? Eastwei questioned him. The prince pursed his lips.
Yes, and by the Queen of the Spiders, no less.
I have heard there is no antidote. There is but one, and she holds it over Anna in exchange for the jewel, Eastwei told him. Yushir grasped his ring in his other hand, and turned it around on his finger. That is a heavy price, Dardan. The jewel was ripped from her for a reason. Should she regain her former glory, then all the demon realm would be in grave danger. All the realms are in far greater danger than that, Eastwei countered as he leaned in close. Ansung was here. Yushir's eyes widened. Ansung? Lord Gao's son? The one who betrayed everyone? The same, Eastwei confirmed as he looked past his friend and at the gates. He still plans to free his master. The prince lifted an eyebrow.
But not by killing you?
No, or he would have done so while I am imprisoned in here, Eastwei mused as he looked over the glass walls. It would have been easy for him to remove my prison from this room, and throw me off the boundaries of heaven, and he is well aware that even in my weakened condition, I could not survive such a fall.
Why did he come here if not to kill you?
Yuxia wondered. He wanted to convince me to abandon the world and join him in ruling a dark one, Eastwei revealed, as he slammed his fiery fist against the glass.
That I could have tricked him into releasing me, but I was too blinded by rage and pride to think of some plan that would outwit him.
Yuxia lifted an eyebrow.
He offered to break the prison?
An offer that may have well been genuine, Eastwei admitted as he studied his friend. But if I cannot be freed from an external force, then I will continue to try from the inside. You and I both know you cannot break this glass, Yuxia reminded him as he stared into his friend's eyes. Even if your crystal was not as damaged as it is, this prison was built especially for you. You cannot escape. Eastwei moved to the center of the barrier and closed his eyes. A terrible heat came off his person, and strands of fire curled out of every fiber of his being. The threads floated through the air and touched the barrier. Sparks flew as extreme heat fought against the magic that held together the impenetrable glass. Eastwei clenched his teeth and waves of fire flowed from his person. The fire struck the glass like shockwaves. The very air began to vibrate. Yuxia scurried back as the heat became too intense. He raised an arm to shield his face.
You must stop this at once, Dardan.
Your crystal cannot take the pressure. Eastwei let out a terrible roar, and his arms shot out on either side of him. His fisted hands slammed into the glass and the whole room rattled. The prison filled with so much fire that Eastwei disappeared inside the swirling vortex of flames.
Dardan!
Yuxia shouted, as the stones around the base of the glass began to melt.
Stop this, Dardan!
Your crystal cannot take such pressure, and then how will you help Anna? The tornado ceased spinning, and the fires were extinguished. Yuxia was just in time to watch Dardan crumple to his knees on the floor of his prison. He slumped backward against the rear wall of the glass cage. His breathing was harsh and the heat had been so extreme that his clothes were full of holes. You fool! Yuxia scolded him as he rushed over to the glass. He pressed his hand against the wall, and immediately yanked it back. It was as hot as touching the fires of a 1,000-year-old forge. The doors behind him swung open and the guards hurried inside. They paused halfway to the prince.
What has happened, Prince Yuxia? One of them asked him.
Yuxia turned his head to look over his shoulder.
Nothing.
The prisoner attempted to escape, and failed. You may return to your posts. But should His Majesty not be informed of this disruption? The other guard suggested. Yuxia smiled and tapped the glass with a finger.
This is unbreakable, is it not?
He shall not escape. Now return to your posts and be sure to close the door behind you. The guards stared at each other. One of them cleared his throat. I am not so sure. Yuxia's eyebrows crashed down. Did you not hear me? Leave us. The pair bowed their heads and reluctantly withdrew, casting suspicious glances at both parties. Chapter 36. Yuxia waited until the doors were firmly shut, before he returned his attention to Eastwei. You will be of no use to anyone, if you expend your energies here, old friend, Anna most of all. Eastwei leaned against the glass with his palms pressed against the front. Then you may be of use to her. Take the jewel to die. Save Anna. You would do the same for the woman you love. The prince closed his eyes and turned his face away. I hope I never have to make the choice between fealty to my people and the love of my soul. Then you cannot know the torture I go through, Eastwei persisted as he balled his hands into quivering fists. Release me and relieve me of this pain. Yuxia heaved a great sigh. I cannot do that for you, old friend. The spiders would use their ancient power to cast their web over the whole of the demon realm, and we would be without a valuable ally. Eastwei slammed his fists against the glass. Then free me and I will stop them. Yuxia opened his eyes and cast them to his friend, as he fidgeted with his ring. even if it means risking your life and the barrier's existence? Eastwei leaned close to the walls of his prison and stared into his friend's eyes. I will win this battle, and partake in the war that lingers on the horizon. This I swear on my life and our friendship. The prince studied him for a long, quiet moment, before a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Eastwei stepped up to the glass and pressed his hand against the smooth surface. He spoke so low that his voice barely traveled through the glass walls. We both must do what we can to protect those we care about, old friend. I have my duty to the land of my forefathers, and you have yours to those who have befriended you. A faint smile appeared on his lips. I cannot describe how much I envy your responsibilities. Then let me fulfill them, Eastwei insisted. Eastwei patted the glass 3 times with his left hand and stepped back. I only hope your crystal holds out long enough for you to do so. Goodbye, old friend. The prince turned and strode from the room. Eastwei slumped back against the far wall of his prison, and draped an arm over one bent knee, as the doors shut loudly behind the prince, echoing around the room. Eastwei's heart ached more than the weariness in his bones from his exertion. His mind was a fuzzy haze of defeat and fear. The torches flickered against the rough closure of the doors. That's when Eastwei caught sight of something. There was an imperfection in the glass. Eastwei was reluctant to hope even as he stepped across the short gap and knelt before the wall. He pressed 2 fingers against the glass and ran them down the smooth surface. Smooth, that is, until his fingers reached the point where Eastwei had wrapped his hand against the glass. The light refracted differently, at that precise point. Eastwei leaned in and squinted. His sharp eyes saw a faint crack in the glass. It was a small circle, roughly the size of a jewel set in a ring. A ring that was the heirloom of the House of the Heavens. Eastwei's pulse quickened, but his mind cleared. His eyes flickered to the door. Not a sound came from the other side. He pressed his palm over the weakness point, and focused all his magic into those tiny cracks. Fire engulfed his hand and heated the glass. The pressure rattled the cage, and the cracks on the other side lengthened and deepened. They emerged on his side of the prison, and his flames slipped into the crevices, racing through the fissures and lighting them up like veins. Sharp cracking noises came from the glass, and a few pieces fell onto the floor at his knee. More pieces fell, as the veins raced up the entire front wall of the prison. Eastwei gritted his teeth and pressed his hand hard against the glass. His fire burst out of the cracks, and the front exploded outward, crashing to the floor in millions of pieces. The guards rushed in as he stepped down from the pedestal. They froze a few feet into the room and their eyes widened. Lord Eastwei, one of them yelped as the other took a step back. Eastwei flicked his hand at them. 2 fireballs shot out and struck them in the chest, sending them flying back into the walls on either side of the door. They slumped to the floor in an unconscious heap. He strode past the downed men and down the hall. The other guards stood in his path, and were dealt with in the same swift manner. The sound of many footsteps echoed all around the passage, and 24 soldiers poured out from either side of the hall. The leader stopped at the head of his group, and brandished his spear. Halt, or we will be forced to stop you. A blast of heat burst out of Eastwei's body, and swept over the area like a forest fire. The banners and paintings were left untouched, but the scorching flames forced the men back. Eastwei swung his arm like he was pitching underhanded, and a comet erupted from his hand. The red-hot ball bounced off the walls and the guards threw themselves to the ground. Eastwei lifted himself off the floor and flew over them. They tried to stab their spears at his feet, but he was too quick for them. Alert the treasury, someone shouted as Eastwei escaped the corridor. He took the more scenic route and flew up through the palace. Servants and bureaucrats scurried out of his way as he flew past. He emerged from the palace in a few minutes, but he didn't even take the time to breathe the fresh air of freedom before he headed toward the Treasury Island. The treasure house lay ahead, but he slowed at seeing that the 2 guards from before were nowhere to be seen. His eyes darted over the area, but he couldn't see anyone. Eastwei flew at the gate, and prepared himself for a heavy push against the magic of His Highness. What he got was an unexpectedly flexible door that opened at the touch of his body. He was thrown off, and was forced to land on the other side before he tumbled across the floor. He tripped over something that lay in his path, and scooted back to discover the unconscious body of one of the guards. The man's companion lay nearby, and further down the passage was another pile of bodies, all breathing but none of them really moving. A figure stepped into the archway at the end of the hall. Their tall fluffy ears stood above their head, and they shouldered a large sword. "About time!" Rex shouted at him.
"I thought I'd have to knock these guys out again."
Dardan's mind was a mess of confusion as he hurried to his old companion, stopping a few steps shy of the doorway. "What are you doing here?" Rex nudged one of the bodies with the toes of one foot. "Taking care of a few problems for you. They weren't easy either, and for a few minutes there, I thought I was going to be in a cell beside you." A faint smile touched Dardan's lips. "You would not have had such a luxurious room." Rex laughed.
"Perhaps not."
His smile faltered as he looked him over. "You look like hell already." Dardan opened his mouth, but the hare raised a hand.
"No need to tell me anything.
I heard what happened to you from Lyren and the other fellow." Dardan lifted an eyebrow. "Other fellow?" Rex knitted his eyebrows together and turned his face to his right. "Hey! You there! Are you done with him yet?" There was a hard knock of wood against bone, and the upper half of a very large guard dropped into view in the doorway. The lower half was hidden behind the wall. A figure stepped out from that same wall and shouldered a thick stick. "You are late, Lord Eastwei," Kang scolded him. Dardan furrowed his brow.
"Why have you come?"
Kang nudged his fallen foe with a foot. "Do you believe I would miss this chance at fun?"
"There aren't any more guards, but we can't get into the inner room," Rex told him.
Dardan stared down the hall and steeled his eyes. "I will." He raised an arm and held out his palm down the corridor. A huge fireball shot out and down the passage, striking the doors at the end. The magic that stuck them closed melted away, as did the metal, until nothing was left save for a mess of molten metal. Dardan hurried down the passage, and the two shook off their stupor to follow him. They arrived in the doorway, and Dardan didn't even slow down, but Kang paused. He kicked at the cooling pile of melted metal. "I could use you in my forge. It would make the shoes for the beasts much faster."
"Hurry it up!"
Rex shouted from just behind Dardan. Kang rushed after them, and they rejoined in front of the display case. Dardan pressed his hands against the glass and the magic dissolved. He plucked the gemstone from the pillow, and Rex furrowed his brow.
"That's what all the fuss is about?"
"A tiny black diamond." Kang frowned at him. "It is the hexen, one of the most powerful gemstones ever created. It was bred from darkness, and crafted die out of its magic." Rex's ears shot up. "Crafted her? So what would happen if we smashed it?" "We would be without an antidote," Kang pointed out. Dardan tucked the gemstone safely in his robe and turned to the pair. "Thank you for your help. Now I must leave." Rex patted his palm against his chest.
"And I'll be going with you."
"And so will I," Kang chimed in as he jerked his head at his companion.
"Somebody must fly this hare's fluffy bottom to the spider pits."
Dardan shook his head.
"There is no need."
"You don't look like you could fend off a rat, much less an attack of spiders if this she-demon turns on you," Rex countered as he looked him over. "I'll watch your back, while you watch the she-demon that did this to Anna. Deal?" Dardan pursed his lips. "Are you sure?" Rex drew out his sword and set it on his shoulder as he grinned. "Don't make me beg for a chance to use this again on something that deserves it more than these poor sods just doing their job." The fire god closed his eyes and bowed his head. "Thank you. Both of you." The hare clapped his hand on Dardan's shoulder. "No need to thank us until we get back, then I expect a personal viewing of the Heaven Armory collection. And a little help with that forge," Kang added. A faint smile touched the corners of Dardan's lips. "I will see what I can do." Chapter 37. The trio set off with Kang flying Rex on his magic cloud. They flew through the sky, and it didn't take long for Rex to frown at his driver.
Why does it look like we're losing Dardan?
Because we are, Kang snapped as he eyed his passenger with a sharp look. He only has the hexen to bear, while I have a greater weight.
It must be my sword, Rex mused as he patted the hilt. She's seen a lot of battle.
I am sure that is it, Kang muttered, as he returned his focus to the bright red dot ahead of them. The day was growing old when they flew through an underground portal to the demon realm. The ceiling lamps had dimmed as they landed on the outskirts of the ruined old capital. Rex stepped off Kang's cloud and shuddered.
Nice place.
Are we sure the rain isn't lurking down here? No, came the bland reply from their leader. Rex's ears shot up.
You're joking, right?
That thing should be trapped in the shrouded mountains, shouldn't it? Dardan's answer was to walk forward. Kang strode past him.
Stop speaking and start walking.
Rex hurried after them, and they descended into the hole through which Dardan had made his escape earlier. Dardan illuminated their path with his lanterns, but they still found a sticky situation. He had burned away much of the cobwebs, but the spiders had been busy rebuilding them. They had to climb over the repair job, and Rex winced when his hair stuck in a particularly gooey web. He pulled out the fine white threads from inside his ear and wrinkled his nose.
There doesn't happen to be a better way to the spider, is there?
No. Thought not. They continued on their way, avoiding the webbed traps, but Rex's ears began to twitch at the halfway mark.
Something's coming.
Lots of somethings. The group slowed their pace, and soon enough, all of them heard the skittering of numerous small legs. Spiders emerged from holes behind the webbing, and surrounded them. They were big and small, hairy and relatively hairless, but they all had the same beady black eyes. The trio stepped closer together, and put their backs against one another. One of the larger creatures, a specimen nearly as tall as Dardan, crawled to the forefront of the clutter. It lifted its head and spoke in a raspy voice. You may go into Mother's chamber, Lord Eastwei, but your friends must stay. Rex set his hand on the hilt of his sword.
Not on your life.
The spider hissed at him. You stay, or none of you shall go. Your mother will want them in my company, Eastwei warned the spider. The creature cocked its head to one side. Why is that? Because if they do not come with me, I might burn the whole nest to ashes. You will all be consumed by the flames while I will be untouched. More hisses arose from the other spiders around them. The leader snapped its jaws at him.
Then why should we allow any of you inside?
My friends are not fireproof as I am. I would not needlessly sacrifice their lives to seek revenge on your mother. The spider swayed from side to side, and her motions vibrated the webbing beneath her. The trembling ran everywhere around them, but the hardest bouncing swept into the dark depths of the tunnel. The spider paused, and everyone waited with bated breath. A vibration emanated from that direction, and shook the ground beneath the group. The spider hissed at them but stepped aside. You may all come. The trio hurried past, and the tunnel soon opened into the chambered domain of the Spider Queen. Web-covered shafts ran in all directions and angles, and came in all sizes. The little spiders scurried ahead of them, leading them through the largest of the tunnels to a huge circular chamber 200 feet in diameter. Di lounged on a bed of her own making, stroking the hairless top of one of her children. She didn't look up at their coming.
Welcome, my beloved guests.
I sense you have something precious to me. Dardan reached into his robe and drew out the hexen. Di whipped her head up, and her eyes shone with an eagerly malevolent light. She pushed her child away and climbed to her thin legs. The Spider Queen crept toward them, her eyes fixed on the gemstone as she stretched out her hand. How long have I waited for this day, she whispered. Dardan tucked the black diamond back into his robe. Di froze and let out a hiss.
Where is the antidote? He demanded.
She wrinkled her nose.
So distrusting. Where is it?
Dai scowled before she leaned forward and coughed into her hand. She spat out a small white ball of webbing into her palm. A sickly yellowish film covered the mess. She held it out to him.
Then we have a trade.
Dardan narrowed his eyes at the medicine ball.
What guarantee do I have that this will work?
A cool smile slipped onto her lips. You have my word.
That is not good enough.
Rex stepped forward and stretched out his arm. Give me the poison and we'll see if it works. Dai lifted an eyebrow. A bold offer from the hare. Her eyes darted to Dardan.
Will that suffice?
He partially turned his head to his companion. Are you sure? Rex grinned. I'm sure, but if it doesn't work, then I'd rather die in your inferno than be eaten alive by her kids. He swept his hard eyes over the darkness. I guarantee none will survive. I would not mind lending a hand to that destruction, Kang spoke up as he reached behind and grasped the top half of his stick. Rex returned his attention to the Spider Queen.
All right, ugly, bite me.
One of her children scurried up to him. Rex knelt and drew back his sleeve. The spider spat its saliva on its leg and lifted the limb. It stabbed the sharp end into his arm, which made him wince. Rex stood but immediately stumbled to one side. Dardan caught him and lowered him to the floor. Kang joined them on the ground, and worry crossed his face as he watched the man twitch and tremble. Rex sheepishly smiled up at the two. Anna makes this look so easy. Here, fire god, Dai spoke up as she tossed the ball. Dardan caught it in one hand and Rex opened his mouth. The fire god rolled the medicine into his mouth, and the hare eagerly swallowed. He wrinkled his nose.
The taste could use some better spice.
Dai crossed her arms over her chest and sneered at him. My antidote is not a meal. Kang looked up at the Spider Queen.
How long does the antidote take to work?
She folded her arms over her chest. He should be feeling the effects of it already. Rex took a long, shuddering breath, and his body stopped its quivering. Sweat still covered his brow, but his breathing evened out. He raised one hand and the fingers held still.
Wow, he croaked as he flexed his fingers.
Remind me never to try that again. Dardan stood and turned to face Dai. A crooked smile slipped onto her lips as she held out her hand. Are you satisfied? He drew the gemstone out and nodded. I am. Dai coughed up another medicine ball, and the two met in the middle of the room. Kang helped Rex to his feet, and watched the tense moment as they both stretched out their hands. The spiders in the room too held as still as statues, watching the exchange. A few feet separated the pair, but neither would move any closer. We will throw our items, Dardan suggested. Dai inclined her head. I agreed to that. The two drew their arms back and tossed. They threw themselves into a frenzy, trying to grab their precious items. Dardan leaped and grabbed the medicine ball she had tossed high, while his aim had been lower. The gemstone tumbled across the webbed ground, and Dai scurried after it. She scooped it up in her palms and her smile stretched her face. Finally, after all these years, she cooed as she stroked the gem. Dai dropped her gaze to her navel, and set the gem in the indent in her stomach. Black light burst out of the stone, and swept over the area. Her eyes widened and she clutched her stomach, stumbling back on all 7 legs.
Yes, she screamed as the darkness flowed over her body.
This power! I had forgotten how wonderful it was. Why am I recalling memories of Lady Yiddle? Rex mumbled. Dai stretched out both hands and webbing shot out, but not the white kind. The webbing was as black as night, and it stuck against the wall like someone slapping wallpaper on glue. Her children scurried over and consumed the webs, and dark light flowed from their bodies. Some of them grew twice as big while others grew more sharper legs. I do not like this, Kang spoke up as he eyed the larger spiders. Dardan stepped backward and returned to his friends, keeping his eyes on the queen. We will be leaving now. Dai turned her full attention to the trio and laughed. Leaving? You are not leaving, much less alive. Chapter 38. Dai tapped a foot against the webbing, and her children stood at attention. She stabbed a finger at the men. Kill the intruders. Eat their flesh and gnaw on their bones. Rex drew his sword and pointed it at the spiders as they tightened their web around the trio.
It looks like I'll be able to use this thing after all.
Would that it were not so, Kang mused as he pulled out his long staff. Rex felt something nudge his arm and he turned his head to his left. Dardan held the medicine ball out to him. You must deliver this to Anna. He narrowed his eyes. Like the underworld, I am. Nobody's delivering that except you, so put it away and get your fireballs out. We're all getting out of this. Focus! Kang shouted as one of the spiders leaped at them. Rex swung his sword and his sharp blade cut the spider clean in half. It dropped to the ground in two twitching parts. He wrinkled his nose at the smell. Why does evil have to smell so bad? Rex didn't have time to crack more jokes before the whole cluster of spiders charged them. Dardan's magic flared up, and the lanterns he had used to light their way burst outward, filling the air with an odor of burned spider. The two others worked the old-fashioned way, slicing and bashing the creatures. They worked as quickly as they could, but the number of Dai's children was countless. The spiders kept crawling out of the holes and leaping at them. They tap-danced in front of the men, trying to stab their legs with their poison. Rex hopped backward out of the way of one claw stomp and knocked into Kang's back. The pair stood like that, panting and soaked in sweat. Dardan flung his arms out on either side of him and crafted a fire barrier. The spiders threw themselves at the wall and were incinerated. You wretches are killing my children. Dai howled as she shot black webs all over the chamber. Her children scurried to and fro, and gorged themselves on the webbing, increasing their girth and their ugliness. The renewed fiends turned on the trio, and slammed themselves against the firewall. They were too large to incinerate now, but they were scorched so that the air filled with their putrid smell. Rex clapped a hand over his nose, and even Kang wrinkled his nose at the odor. The hunter god whipped his head around to Dardan, and watched him grimace. Sweat poured from his brow and his color was ghastly pale.
How much longer can you keep this up?
Not long. A particularly large spider rammed into his barrier. A crack appeared, and the smallest of arachnids scurried through the hole. Rex sliced them in two and turned his face to his companions. Then drop it and we'll fend for ourselves. We wouldn't last a minute out there. Kang argued.
Then that's a minute enough to take some spiders with. Rex stiffened and his ears shut up. What's that noise?
Kang swung his staff and bashed a row of the miniature spiders.
Perhaps it is the echo in your head.
Rex glared at him.
Then why's the echo coming from the tunnel?
Kang straightened and cocked his head to one side. I do hear something. The noise echoed louder and louder down the tunnel, until even the gleeful Dai noticed the sound. She whipped her face in that direction and scowled at the shadows. Intruders. Feast on them, my children. Grind their bones in your teeth. A picture of a mother, Rex muttered as he smashed a few spiders with the broadside of his sword. The sound was soon followed by torchlight, and the spiders were forced out of the tunnel and into the chamber. Swords and claws shimmered in the dancing light, as demons and a dozen dogmen poured into the space. Their claws, daggers and swords hacked away at the spiders, who panicked and broke ranks. Ison and Brego led the way, and Wildyor was at their side. The dog pointed at their position, but whatever he said was lost to the noise of the skirmish. Brego lifted his sword, and huge waves of dark energy emanated from the blade. He swung it downward, and his magic sliced the spiders in two, creating a path from their position to Dardan's barrier. Kill them! Dai screeched as more and more of her children retreated before the endless wave of demons. Kill them! The leaders hurried down the path made by Brego, with an entourage of 24 demons and the dogmen following behind. They reached the barrier just as another crack appeared. Their arrival frightened the trio's attackers, and they scurried away. Any that remained were cut down. About time. Rex scolded them. Wildyor sliced through the last spider and sneered at him. What are you fools even doing down here? We might ask the same of you. Kang countered before he turned and swung his staff. He knocked a spider off its feet and into the far wall.
Stop your bickering and fight!
Brego snapped at all of them. Dardan took that command most to heart, as his blazing eyes settled on Dai. Waves of heat pulsed off his person as he marched toward her, unhindered by her children by the army of demons that chopped them down. Dai couldn't help but notice his vengeful gaze on her, and she shrank from him. Get back, you fiend. Our business is finished, now leave.
You don't get to decide that anymore.
Rex shouted as he helped Dardan along by chopping down a few spiders. Dai pitched her black cobwebs at the group. Sparks of fire shot out of Dardan's waves and intercepted them, burning them to nothing. The Spider Queen's face twisted with fury. You cannot destroy me.
Not when I have my hexen.
Dardan held his hands out on either side of him, and huge fireballs exploded out of his palms. I am willing to try. The she-spider flung up her arms and shrank from his light. Dardan rushed forward, and threw fireball after fireball into her face. Dai scuttled back, swatting at his balls and burning her hands. She crashed into the rear wall, and heavy bits of rock rained down on her. One of them struck her in the head, and pushed her to the ground. Dardan leaped at her chest, and wrapped his flaming hands around her gemstone. He tightened his grip on the rock, and his flaming hands caused the stone to heat up. Dai let out a howl and flailed in his grasp. Cracks formed in the hexen, and black smoke poured out of the tiny fissures. Dardan gave a great cry and pushed down. The hexen shattered beneath the stress. Dai's eyes widened and she thrashed on the floor. Dardan stumbled back, but one of her legs swung at him. Wildior grabbed him, and flung them both onto the floor and out of her reach. Darkness exploded out of the hole where the hexen had once been, knocking spiders and demons off their feet. Dai's body drooped and she crumbled to dust. And her children panicked. They screeched and screamed and scurried back into the darkest pits of the earth. In a few moments the demons and dogs stood alone in the quiet chamber. A cheer rose from the victors, and the demons clattered their swords while the dogs grinned at each other. Rex and Kang hurried over to Dardan while Isun helped Wildior to his feet, and Brego watched the proceedings from a few steps back. Rex turned to their saviors and looked them over.
It's not for me to take a saving grace for granted, but how did you guys know we were here?
How could anyone miss your magic entering their realm? Brego pointed out as he nodded at Wildior. Our old allies had come to warn us about the danger of the peddler who had come visiting us, and we watched your light upon the ground near the old capital. Isun sauntered over to his father, and clapped his hand on the old man's shoulder. And so we finally came out with our army, the spiders be damned. Kang lifted his eyebrow at Wildior.
How much danger could a peddler cause?
A dark cloud lay on Wildior's brow. More than you know. His eyes darted to Dardan. My men discovered him, releasing some black magic into the barrier some months back. A curse he set on us prevented our telling anyone, until Prince Yushir visited us the day before yesterday, and released us from the spell. Rex wrinkled his nose. Black magic?
That sounds like what happened to Lady Yiddle in my capital.
And we have quite the story to tell you from the scroll we found in the archives, Isun added.
Then speak and be quick about it, Dardan snapped.
Anna was poisoned by one of the children of Dai, and I must get the antidote to her at once. Isun's eyes widened. Poisoned? Is that why you left in? That is not important, Brego interrupted him as he set his sights on Dardan. The scroll stated that the rain, or the Chinai as it was called then, was imprisoned by using the power of a cluster of gemstones created at the beginning of the lands. Unfortunately, the stones were stolen by the clan of the marshes ages ago. Kang's eyes lit up.
Cluster of stones?
That sounds like the fancy heirloom Prince Yushir has in his possession. Brego cocked his head to one side. What heirloom? The people of the marshes called it the gift of Alian, Dardan told them. It is a lotus flower, made out of rubies and emeralds. The king of the demons furrowed his brow. I see. That could very well be the cluster of gemstones stolen long ago. There's only one way to find out, Rex spoke up as he caught Dardan's eye.
Let's get back to the heavens.
Ison stepped forward. I want to come with you, if there's room on your cloud. The hare lifted an eyebrow. Why? My people were once responsible for the rain's imprisonment, and it was released through our losing the stones. I want to offer my strength to guarantee it stays trapped this time. Kang's face drooped.
Another passenger?
The demon prince nodded at Dardan. Would you burden Lord Eastwei with a passenger? He'll have to because I'm the only one who knows where she is, Kang countered. Rex frowned.
She's at her palace, isn't she?
Kang folded his arms over his chest and shook his head.
Not anymore.
She was moved earlier. Dardan turned to him with blazing eyes, and his voice was low and stern.
Where is she?
Kang swallowed the fear in his throat and pointed at the tunnel. She's in the Shea Forest, just to the east of the Heaven Gate. Dardan's response was to float up on his cloud and shoot through the army. They leaped out of the way, and he disappeared down the tunnel. Kang sighed as he built his own magic vehicle.
All right, get on, but don't expect a quick flight.
Chapter 39. Dardan darted out of the tunnel and into the dim night of the underworld. He shot across the sky, ignoring the increasing cracks he felt develop in his crystal. All he cared about was the medicine ball tucked in his robes, and the woman who desperately needed it. He traveled through the nearest hole, and shot out into the true night. Stars twinkled overhead as he flew just above the treetops toward the Shea Forest. The river ran below him, meandering its way through the thick mess of trees. His eyes scanned the dark woods for signs of inhabitants, while he commanded his lanterns to swoop down below the canopy. They illuminated the woods, and darted to and fro in the search. One of them stopped by one of the larger trees, and more of his light congregated around it. Dardan dove down and dropped onto the surface. His lanterns congregated around a small mound that turned out to be the hidden home of Lyran. Faint lights shone through the filmy glass windows, and the smoke from a chimney puffed out the side and dissipated in the wet woods. A small door was partially built below ground, and accessed via a short flight of stone steps. Dardan hesitated on the threshold. He pressed his hand against his robe, over the medicine ball. What if? The door opened, and the upper half of Pampir's body could be seen. He swept his eyes over the darkened woods, and they fell on the lanterns. Lord Eastwei. Is that you? Dardan steadied himself and strode up to her. Yes. How is she? Pampir's face fell, and a horrifying second passed by Dardan. She is comfortable. He looked him over with hope in his eyes. Did you find the medicine? Yes. Pampir stepped aside and he swept into the front room. A set of stairs led down to deeper levels of the home, but only the couch in the main room interested him. Anna lay on top of a mound of blankets, and many more covered her. Her breathing was even but slightly labored. Pampir scooted over to the small fire stove, which acted as a cooking top. He resumed his grilling of a couple of fish, and sheepishly smiled at the Lord. I do not wish for our supper to be burned, but have you brought the medicine? Will it work? Dardan knelt beside Anna and drew out the ball. We shall see. He pried open her mouth, and pushed the ball in with his other hand. The slippery mass of webbing slid down her throat, and she scrunched up her face. A slight cough disturbed her, and she shifted atop the sheets. Pampir stood behind Dardan as the pair waited. The Dragon Lord's breath caught in his throat, as her eyes fluttered open. Some color returned to her cheeks, as she stared confused at the unfamiliar ceiling. She turned her head in his direction, and a faint smile spread across her lips. Dardan. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he bowed his head to hide them. Anna looked past him at Pampir. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he turned away to hide them. Anna blinked at them. What's wrong? What happened? she froze as her last memories flooded in. Her face lost a little bit of color, as she raised one arm and pressed her fingers against the back of her neck. The spider, her heart leaped and she sat up.
What happened to Ison?
And the scroll, she froze and her body swayed before she fell back. Dardan caught her and laid her on the covers. Her breathing was a little fast and she winced.
How long have I been out?
2 days, Dardan told her. Her face drooped and she studied his features. You must have been so worried. He cupped her cheek in his hand.
There were moments of concern.
She looked down at herself.
How did I get better?
Lord Eastwei fetched the antidote from the Spider Queen, Pampir spoke up. Anna smiled at her savior. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be such a pain. He shook his head. You were not a pain, and that is in the past. Pampir slipped up to Dardan's side.
We should let Anna get a good rest.
Anna closed her eyes and sighed.
That does sound nice.
Maybe just 5 minutes. She slipped into a deep sleep with a smile on her face. Dardan watched her, while Pampir returned to his chore of fixing a late supper. The Lord flipped a fish and furrowed his brow. He bent down to look into the wood pan and wrinkled his nose. The heat is reducing. He glanced at the wood box and his shoulders slumped.
I shall have to fetch some wood from outside.
If you will excuse me. Dardan didn't even incline his head. Pampir stepped out into the cool night air and sauntered over to the woodpile generously built by Lyran on a prior visit. He picked out the smallest of the pieces to toss into the stove, and soon had an armful. The Lord turned and nearly jumped out of his skin when 3 men dropped out of the sky a yard in front of him. They landed in a clutter of arms and legs, and a lot of shouting.
What kind of landing is that? One of them yelled. The best I could do with you, heavy lot, another snapped back.
And you're lucky my strength did not fail me halfway with how fast you demanded we travel. Why we demons were cursed with the inability to fly is some great cosmic joke, a third chimed in. Pampir squinted at the mass of limbs. Lord Kang. Is that you? Kang squeezed himself out from beneath the pile, and crawled across the ground until he could stand. He brushed off the forest floor from his person, and inclined his head to Pampir. Good evening, Pampir. I hope we are not too late for some food. Not at all, Pampir assured him as he leaned to one side to study the other 2.
But who are your guests?
Kang sighed and stepped aside to reveal them. Lord Pampir, this is Rex of the Hare Clan and Ison, Prince of the Demons. Demons! Pampir shouted as he flung his arms in the air. He forgot he held a pile of wood, and the logs were thrown above their heads. The 2 on the ground scrambled to their feet, and the trio darted around Pampir, pulling the logs from the air before they hit the ground, or the befuddled Lord. The task was done in 3 seconds flat, and they all stood around the confused Lord with grins on their faces. Pampir blinked at the hare, the demon, and the beast god, and he shuddered at the terrible jokes that would arise from such a union. Excuse me, but might one of you explain to me what is happening? We'll do it inside, Rex assured him as he trudged toward the home. And over a plate of food, Ison chimed in. Kang sighed and shook his head. Why the Creator decided to burden me with these children is beyond me. He turned to his old acquaintance.
Now then, here you are.
He dumped his load into Pampir's arms.
Try not to lose them again.
And he sauntered down the steps and into the home. Pampir blinked and the woods were quiet once more. It almost seemed as if the whole ordeal had been a strange dream. That is, until he heard the shouts from inside the home. That is not how you cook a fish.
How would you know?
You're from the underworld.
There are fish there. Well then, you can show me how to cook those if I ever go there.
Quiet. The shout came from Dardan. The other voices were silenced. Pampir sighed and trudged into the crowded home. Chapter 40. Wow, did I not feel all that great? My whole body felt as stiff as a frozen dinner, and my throat was dry. I felt like I was buried under a mountain of fluffy cotton, and the murmur of voices tickled my ears. I forced my eyes open, and found myself staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Only it wasn't completely unfamiliar. It looked vaguely recognizable, like I'd caught a brief glimpse of it in some past life. I lifted my head high enough to inspect my person. A mountain of blankets lay on top of me. A cushioned couch was beneath me. I was incredibly comfortable, and incredibly confused. Until I remembered Dardan. He'd been kneeling over me with relief in his bleary eyes. I turned my head and found a chair standing close to my couch. Dardan sat in it with his arms folded and his head bowed. His chest moved up and down in a soothing motion. "You are awake." I jumped at Dardan's voice, or tried to, but the blanket stifled my action.
"Don't do that."
He lifted his head and smiled at me. "I am happy that I am able to do that once again." I dropped my head back and grinned. "So am I." "Lady Anna is awake," a voice shouted. I was jumped by a group of 4 men, each vying to get a look at me over the side of the couch opposite where Dardan sat. "Good morning, Lady Anna." Pampir greeted me.
"About time to get up for you,"
Rex added. Kang frowned at him.
"She can get up any time she wants."
Rex glared back at his companion.
"Not if she wants her breakfast warm."
A pair of pale arms leaned over the couch, and I was shocked to discover Ison standing with the trio. He had a small smile on his face. "Good morning, Lady Anna. It's a pleasure to see you again." I blinked at the foursome before I rolled my head back to Dardan.
"What is going on?"
"We have had quite an adventure since you fell asleep," Ison revealed as he grinned at Dardan. "Battles and meteors and court intrigue." Pampir's face drooped.
"Yes.
I fear there is no remedy to that last trouble." My heart skipped a beat. "Court? Which court? The heaven one?" I noticed something in Dardan's eyes.
"What did you do?"
"What happened?" I tried to sit up, but he grasped my shoulders and pinned me to the cushions.
"What happened?" "Nothing that should worry you," he insisted.
Rex frowned at him.
"Pardon me for interrupting, but that's not true, and you know it."
"You're both fugitives from King Ken." My mouth dropped open.
"Dardan."
"A fugitive?
But why?"
"I did what needed to be done," Dardan answered as he resumed his seat. "The king held the item needed to heal you. I took it, without his permission. And with one spectacular escape thanks to our assistance," Kang mused. Pampir frowned at him. "This is too serious for jesting, and you are in just as much trouble with His Highness as Lord Eastwei." "As are you," Kang countered as he looked around us. Everyone in this room except Ison had a hand in helping get the hexen. "Hexen?" I repeated. "The gem the Spider Queen wanted in exchange for her antidote," Rex explained as he draped his arms over the couch. "We had to steal that to get the antidote, and then the Queen tried to eat us, so Ison here and his whole clan killed most of them, and Dardan took out the Queen." My lower jaw stretched to the floor. I jerked my head back to Dardan and snapped it shut. "Is this true?" He opened his mouth, but I shot him a death glare. "And no muddling your answer by not telling me everything that happened." Dardan sighed.
"What Rex told you is the truth."
"I attempted to steal the hexen alone, and was captured. Yushia freed me, and together we 3 stole the hexen." I tilted my head to one side.
"Yushia too?"
"Who isn't involved in this mess, all because of me?" "Ariane helped as well," Pampir spoke up. "As did Lord Lyron."
"So pretty much everybody," I retorted.
"You are very much worth the effort, Lady Anna," Kang insisted. I shook my head so hard my brain rattled.
"I'm not worth it."
"What are you guys going to do now? Your homes are there. Your friends are there. You're
not going to regret what we did," Pampir spoke up as he looked around the company.
"Our homes and our friends may be there, but I would not have been able to show my face to them if I did not try my best to save you, Lady Anna.
Hear, hear.
Rex chimed in.
What's life if you let someone you care about die?
Kang added. Tears welled up in my eyes. Oh, you guys. How am I ever going to thank you for saving me? Aisin nodded at Dardan. Marrying that chump would be a good start, though I don't think he's good enough for you. Pampir stared at him in horror. How can you say such a thing? He is Lord Eastwei, former Emperor of the world and the only one keeping back the Black Rain from returning, Aisan interrupted him, as he swept his eyes over the company.
That's something we shouldn't be forgetting, in all our merrymaking.
Rex leaned back and folded his arms over his chest. He stared hard at the floor and furrowed his brow in thought. It might be true that the gift of Alien is made up of the stones that locked away the rain, but how can we be sure? We could take them and hold them up to the barrier, Kang suggested.
But where is the gift?
Islin chimed in.
Does Prince Yushia have it?
He's one of their clan, right? Ariane has it. Everyone's attention fell on me, and I sheepishly smiled at him.
At least she did the last time I checked.
And Lady Ariane is in the Heaven Realm, Kang pointed out. Lord Lyran showed me a way of entering the heavens without being noticed, Pampir spoke up as he puffed out his chest. We might use that to re-enter and investigate.
As long as you still have that cloak too, Rex added as he looked him over with twinkling eyes. I heard that's pretty nifty in tight places.
I do have the Dunyan cloak, if that is what you mean, Pampir confirmed. Aisin crossed his arms over his chest.
Then someone has to go into that realm.
He brushed a hand over his one remaining horn. I would stand out if I were seen, so I'm out. I will gladly volunteer, Pampir offered as he puffed out his chest. I have no fear of His Majesty, so long as I know I am doing right by my companions. I want to do something, I insisted as I eased myself into a seated position. I waved off Dardan's hands and frowned at him. I'm not made of glass, and that antidote did the trick. Perhaps we should make these final decisions after breakfast, Kang suggested, as he nodded at me. Lady Anna has not had a bite to eat in several days. She may not be made of glass, but she may crumble like an ill-built lean-to in a rainstorm if she does not receive some food. I will cook some fish if someone catches them, Pampir offered as he looked about the group. The thought of sitting beside the river for another afternoon is not satisfying to me. Then I will do the task right and have them here in a few minutes, Kang offered, and he set off before anyone could object. Do you feel the desire to eat? Dardan asked me. My stomach grumbled. I set my hand over the rumble machine and sheepishly smiled at him.
I think I could give it a try.
The others set out a meal of wild vegetables and other small goodies. I watched the proceedings from my spot on the couch, and their effort inspired me. I cupped my hands together in front of me and focused my thoughts. My silver strands floated out and formed into enough chocolate bars for everyone. Aisin came over and studied my work.
What is that? Chocolate, I told him as I held out a bar.
You eat it, but only for dessert. He accepted the confection and sniffed the tip. I see. It certainly smells delicious. The breakfast was prepared and the feast feasted upon, and in a short hour all was consumed, even the chocolate. Aisin licked his lips clean of the sugary delight. I must have you bring that to my father's kingdom. You'll be praised to the heavens and back. When shall we set off, Lord Eastwei? Pampir questioned their leader. We still haven't decided who's setting off, Rex pointed out. Kang opened his mouth to contribute his say, but paused and glanced out the window. Is it getting dark in here, or is it just me? The party was silenced as everyone looked at the glass. A shadow had fallen over the deep shadows of the tree-shrouded woods. Dardan stood and hurried to the window, but he had only made half the journey when the ground began to shake. The Fire Lord's eyes widened, and he collapsed to one knee.
Dardan,
I shouted as I leaped from my chair and hurried over. I grasped his shoulders and leaned forward, where I noticed his face was ghastly pale.
What is it?
A dark cloud settled on his brow as he lifted his eyes to the ceiling. The barrier. Chapter 41. Kang and the others jumped to their feet, knocking over their chairs. The barrier? What about it? Someone has shattered much of the barrier, Dardan revealed. By all the realms, Pampir whispered. Dardan grimaced before he climbed to his feet. I grabbed one of his arms and leaned him against me.
What are you going to do?
I cannot manage the barrier well from this distance. I will go there and see what has happened, and what can be done. I latched onto his hand with both of mine.
Then I'm going with you.
Dardan grasped my shoulders and turned me so we faced one another. You will go see your friend. She will be worried about you. My face drooped. I can see what you're doing. You're trying to keep me out of trouble, but I know I can be more than just a burden. You will help by asking your friend the location of the gift, he insisted. I opened my mouth to object, but he laid his forehead against mine. Please. I cannot risk losing you again, not this soon. I pursed my lips.
That's not fair.
He managed a grin through the shimmer in his eyes.
I try not to be.
He pecked a light kiss on my forehead before he turned to the others. Who will take her to the heaven realm? Pampir stepped forward and inclined his head. I will take charge of her, Lord Eastwei. Should the need arise, I will even sacrifice my life for her. Kang clapped a hand on the god's shoulder.
Let us not get that pessimistic.
You too will not be beheaded by His Majesty, merely thrown into the dungeons. Pampir's face drooped.
That is hardly a comfort.
So the rest of us will check out the shrouded mountains, Isen mused as he looked at their number. Either Kang will have to take 2 or we share. I think it would be a good idea if we all went together, Rex proposed as he slid up to Dardan's side. I'll offer myself as Dardan's passenger. Isen lifted an eyebrow.
Dardan?
What kind of a name is that? Rex clapped a hand on Dardan's shoulder.
The best kind.
I should give you one. We have enough time flying over the realm that I'll think of something. The demon wrinkled his nose. I would rather you didn't. We are wasting time, Kang spoke up as he pushed Isen toward the door. We need to head out now. The journey is not short, even for our magic. Panic welled up inside me, and I looked to Dardan. He grasped my hand and squeezed it, offering me a smile as well. We will see each other shortly. Doubt filled my mind as he led me out into the yard. The others cleaned up as best they could, and hurried out after us. Pampir was the last and he securely shut the door. A few grumbled words passed over his lips. To leave Lord Leren's home in such a state. How ungrateful. He'll be more grateful when we save the world, Rex spoke up as he scooted beside Dardan. I reluctantly moved away from my fiancé and clasped my hands together. Dardan's magic formed around the two, and they rose into the air. I gave them an enthusiastic wave, one far more gleeful than I felt. Kang took Isen and the two left, waving at us before they disappeared into the distance. Pampir stepped up to my side and spoke in a gentle voice. Are you ready, Lady Anna? I took a deep breath and let it out. I suppose. I am not so quick as the others, nor am I accustomed to having passengers. My eyes lit up as a memory struck me. But you have had a passenger, and it'll make it that much quicker to get to the heaven realm and then to Dardan. He blinked at me. Pardon? I focused my thoughts and felt my body shrink. Fur sprouted from my skin and my clothes piled on top of me. I fought my way out of the robes and strolled into view in my adorable feline form. Pampir's eyes lit up. You never cease to amaze me, Lady Anna. He scooped me into his arms and smiled down at me as he gave my back a stroke.
This will make the journey very much quicker.
His magic surrounded us, and we popped into the air. The world sped past beneath us, but my mind was focused on the destination and not the journey. Ariane would be waiting for us. She was going to give me the greatest of all bear hugs. I hoped my bones would survive the love. Time moved with us, and evening was beginning when we came almost within sight of the Heaven Gate. Rather than going that way, however, Pampir turned right and sped us northward. Meow? I asked him. It is as I said earlier. Lord Lyron showed me another way into the realm, he reminded me as we flew over thick woods. I believe he is one of a few who know of its existence. Here we are. The landscape had changed to include a huge pile of boulders about 10 feet high and 30 feet long. Pampir landed us on the north side and set me down. He inspected the mass of vines, ferns and grasses that covered the wall of stone. Pampir dug around the base of the pile of rocks. A few muttered words escaped him. It was around here somewhere, if these insufferable vines were not so thick. I hopped into the search and slipped behind the mess of weeds and vines. The surface of the stone pile was completely flat, and I soon discovered a leg of an arch. The bend led to another leg about 10 feet away. I popped my head out and saw that Pampir was still fighting the vines. Meow. He pulled himself free of the mess and whipped his head to me. Have you found it? I slipped out of the vines and pawed at the center. He hurried over and yanked off the loose vines, revealing a decayed gate like the one that led to the Heaven Realm. Pampir stepped back and a smile spread across his face. Yes, this is what I traveled through on my way out of the realm with you. It is amazing how quickly the vines replaced themselves, is it not? Meow. He bobbed his head. Yes, of course. We must hurry. Pampir pulled out the Dunyan cloak from inside his robes, and threw it over his shoulders. Everything below his neck disappeared. He scooped me up and drew the hood over his head. We were both now completely invisible. The Lord turned us to face the revealed arch, and he held out one hand. His earth magic shot out of his palm and struck the arch, where I could just barely make out some symbols. His magic revived the sleeping runes, and the gate activated with a soft whoosh. I cocked my head to one side. Meow. Apparently both gates were used, but this one was abandoned after one of the fierce battles with the demons, Pampir explained as he studied the aged stone. Fortunately for us, it can be activated by a heaven god. Pampir strode through, and we popped out into the sunny realm of the heavens. We weren't at the gates, however, but on a field overgrown with beautiful wilderness. Tall trees towered over us and birds sang in their branches. Little animals took one look at us and scurried away. We could just glimpse a view of the rest of the Heaven Realm through the thick trees. This is Lord Lyron's personal hunting grounds, Pampir spoke up, answering my silent question. He claimed it after the portal was abandoned. Pampir flew up and we burst out of the treetops. The wild island levitated far above many of the others, so the majesty that was the Heaven Realm stretched out below us. However, its wondrous beauty didn't entice me. I was too focused on the tiny palace that stood a few miles off. We dove down and toward the place I still called home. The garden was quiet and empty as we landed, but muffled voices came from inside the palace. The doors were shut, but I could make out a deep baritone voice. Pampir cautiously slipped up to the door and peeked in through a small crack. But he forgot about me. Pampir was angled so I couldn't get a clear look inside. I squirmed in his hold and he frowned down at me. Hold still, he scolded me. The doors were flung open, and we came face to face with a broad chest. Pampir yelped and stumbled back. The person's hand shot out and tried to grab him, but only succeeded in snatching a bit of the hood. My handler spun around to try to free himself, and the hood came off, revealing his head. I hissed and leaped at his attacker, and my fangs and claws sank deep into their arm. Their furry, thick arm, which they lifted to be face level. I found myself staring into the bemused eyes of King Pangberon, ruler of the Bear Clan. What in all the realms are you doing? Meow. I replied through a thick mess of flesh.
What was it, father?
A soft voice spoke up, and Ariane made her appearance behind him. Her eyes widened as she beheld my silvery feline self. Anna. Oh no. Chapter 42. Ariane raced at me, and wrapped me in her legendary tight hug. I yowled and thrashed as I felt my little bones pop under the pressure of her love. Pangbaron grabbed onto the back of her collar, and pulled her deeper into the house. We had better keep this reunion inside. A good idea, another voice spoke up, and Diane made his appearance behind the girth that was his father. He grabbed hold of Pampier's back and yanked him inside. Pangbaron shut the door behind us, but in my delirium caused by my friend's exuberant greeting, I swore I saw movement at the end of the garden near the arch. Diane stood at the door and peeked out, a frown creasing his lips.
Is something wrong?
Jin spoke up as the king's soldier moved to Diane's side.
I thought I saw something out there, Diane mused as he shut the door. We'll have to keep our ears and noses open for trouble.
Meow, I wheezed as my thrashing weakened. Ariane's eyes widened, and she drew us apart, holding me under my arms so my legs dangled under me. My sincerest apologies. I was so happy to see you that I forgot my own strength. Diane laughed as he sauntered over to us.
That's my sister.
Now then, he leaned down and studied me.
You don't look poisoned at all.
What happened? Lord Eastwei found the antidote, and Lady Anna is back to normal, Pampier spoke up as he brushed the wrinkles out of his robe, courtesy of Pangbaron's forthright handling of him. Jin lifted an eyebrow at me.
That's normal for her now.
Meow, I replied as my eyes darted to the bedroom. Of course, Ariane agreed as she cradled me in one arm.
You need some clothes.
Ariane whisked me into the bedroom, and set me on the bed before she closed the doors behind us. I sat on the bed with my tail twitching, and watched my friend hurry to remove my finest robe. Ariane laid it out on the bed and stepped back, her hands clasped in front of her and her face beaming. I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am to see you, Ariane commented as tears sprang to her eyes. I stood and trotted to the edge of the bed. Meow. She wiped the tears with the back of her hand and nodded.
I know I should not cry, but the joy is too great.
I transformed back into my human self and wrapped her in a tight hug.
I know.
I'm glad to see you too. She returned the hug with a slightly tighter one, though not bone-crushing.
I was so worried I would never see you again.
A shiver ran through me, and I pulled us apart where she could see my sheepish smile.
Wait a sec on the happiness.
I think I need some clothes on. I slipped into the robes, and was glad to have some clean clothes on. The men's voices came from beyond the doors, the major one being that of Pampier. A faint sound of the front door opening and closing caught my ears. I turned to my friend. I think Pampier's telling them what happened. You should hear it too. You deserve that much for what you did for me. Ariane bowed her head. I did very little. I clapped a hand on her shoulder and smiled at her. You risked your reputation and your freedom by staying here and pretending I was still sick. That takes a lot of courage, and I'll be forever grateful to you. A blush accented her cheeks. Thank you. A rap on the door made us both jump. Are you two coming out of there, or do you need some help? Diane called to us. Ariane lifted her head and rolled her eyes. We are fine. Her father's voice answered her. Then you had better come out and listen to what Lord Pampier has to say, and Prince Yushir is here now too. My eyes lit up, as I recalled one very important matter. The gift of Alien. I grasped her hands in mine and looked her in the eyes. Do you still have it? She blinked at me. I do. I had Diane bring it here. Why?
Where is it?
In my room. I slipped past her and flung open the door, surprising Diane who stood on the other side. He stumbled back as I rushed past him. Diane caught himself before he fell, and the others watched confused as I raced into Ariane's room.
What's the matter?
Diane shouted at me. I swept into Ariane's room and she soon joined me.
I placed it in my trunk.
She opened the said container and drew out a small box.
But why are you interested in seeing it?
I might be interested in using it, I told her as I took the box and opened the lid. The shimmering beauty of the lotus twinkled back at me.
Use it,
Ariane repeated as the others crowded the entrance, though Diane was absent. Prince Yushir had taken his place.
How?
I drew the lotus out of the box and admired its many sparkling gemstones. The demons learned from their archives that the things that kept the rain imprisoned were a cluster of gemstones, but they were stolen by the Marsh clan ages ago. Yushir's eyes widened. And the gift of Alien is an heirloom of that house. To think I held the secret to besting the rain all these years.
But how can they be used?
Ariane asked me. I looked up and my face drooped.
I have no idea.
The scroll didn't say anything about that part. I looked to Yushir. Do you know how to work it? He shook his head. I did not even know it worked to do more than propose marriage.
It should be taken to the barrier and tested there, Pangbaron spoke up.
Father! Diane shouted from the front room.
Someone is coming.
We all shot out of the room, and to where Diane stood in front of the pair of sliding doors. They were opened a crack, and we could glimpse part of the garden. Pangbaron stopped halfway to the entrance, and lifted his nose to the air.
Soldiers.
They carry well-oiled spears. And someone with very expensive perfume, Diane added. And a lady with strong perfume, Ariane added. Her eyes widened, and she whipped her head around to face me. It is Lady Xian. A little color drained from my cheeks at their information.
Xian and the king.
Footsteps could be heard marching down the stone path, but they stopped a few yards short of the house. One of the lead guards called out in a booming voice. Whoever may be present in Fanch Hall, know that the palace and its grounds are completely surrounded. There is no escape, even in the air. Diane snorted.
That wasn't something most of us could consider. Let me speak with them for a moment, Yushir pleaded.
They may listen to me. We'll give you 5 minutes, Pangbaron promised. The prince hurried out, and I couldn't help but notice the worry in Ariane's eyes. Jin noticed too, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He set a hand on her shoulder.
I'm sure he'll be all right. He's been captured.
The announcement came from Diane. We all scuttled over to the door and peeked out. What is the meaning of this? Yushir protested as 2 of the guards yanked his arms behind him.
Why are you handling me in such a fashion?
By orders of His Majesty, one of the guards told him. There is an order for your arrest, in connection with the escape of Lord Eastwei.
But there is no need to implicate the others in the house.
Yushir insisted. Nobody is allowed to leave. Pangbaron lifted his chin and sighed. I will present myself as the speaker. The rest of you remain inside. But they're here because of Anna and me, Ariane pointed out. And me, Pampir added. Ariane set a hand on her father's arm. I should go out there and explain matters. He draped his large hand over hers and smiled down at her. You forget that I have more experience in diplomatic matters than you. Stay here and we'll see what happens. Pangbaron strode up to the doors, and Diane reluctantly opened one of them. Don't do anything foolish, he requested of his father. His father grinned.
I'll try not to take after my son.
Pangbaron strolled out and Diane partially shut the door, but kept enough room so the company inside could see the king. He stopped a few feet short of the group of armed soldiers. There were about 30 of them, all carrying either halberds or swords or both. I am King Pangbaron of the Bear Clan, come to take part in the conference, Pangbaron introduced himself as he inspected his opponents. Why have you come here where my daughter lives bearing weapons and threatening her? A tall figure strode through the soldiers, who parted and revealed King Ken. His Majesty stopped at the head of the guard, and stood before the Bear King. My apologies for the very necessary precautions I have taken. I cannot allow anyone to leave, until I have arrested those who have broken my law. Are you accusing my daughter of having broken your law? Pangbaron questioned him. She is certainly an accessory, if what I have been told is true.
Told by whom?
King Ken stepped to one side and turned his head behind him. Lady Xian, will you come here? Xian strode to the front with a broad grin on her face. She stopped before the two monarchs and bowed to them. Good evening, Your Majesty. Your Highness. Tell King Pangbaron what you told me, Ken commanded her. She folded her arms over her chest and leaned to one side. I told His Majesty that I saw Lady Anna in her feline form enter the building with Lord Pampir, and that she was greeted with open arms by the occupants. Please, uncle, lay all the blame on me. Yu Xie pleaded, as he shifted in the grip of his captors.
It was all my doing.
King Ken half turned and frowned at him. He stepped over, and did a motion with his finger to have him turn around. The guards obliged, and Ken drew the ring from his finger. The king performed the same motion with his finger, and Yu Xie was refused while he studied the ring. I believe the escape was your doing, but the guards in the treasury spoke of others in the plot.
Then I will take the blame for them.
Yu Xie insisted. They will accept their own fault in the matter, Ken told him as he turned back to Pangbaron. Including your daughter. And if any of what you said is true, what of it? Pangbaron questioned them. Then Lord Pampir is an accomplice to the plot to steal a precious item from my treasury, and Lady Anna needs to be interrogated to discover where the others have gone, if they are not inside, the king revealed. Pangbaron stretched himself to his full height and lifted his chin. I can't allow that. Chapter 43.
What do you expect to find when we arrive there?
Rex asked his driver as they flew through the air. The skyline in the distance was shrouded in darkness, but night had already fallen as they dashed across the night sky. Kang now had only one passenger, but he still had trouble keeping up with Dardan's meteoritic flight. A gap had formed between the two, leading onlookers on the ground to wonder at the two shooting stars across the sky. Dardan stared ahead at the expansive forest that lay before them, and pursed his lips. I am not sure. I only know part of the barrier has crumbled.
But not all of it.
Rex guessed as he studied his companion.
The rain won't be spilling out to the local clans just yet?
You are concerned about your land. By the Creator's foot, of course I am. We're one of the closest except for the turtles. I wish I could give a better answer than what I have offered, but we will not know anything more until we reach there. Rex took in a deep breath and let it out. What I wouldn't do to be there right now. His eyes darted back to Dardan. Of course, have any of us even figured out what we're up against? The dogs mentioned that the peddler of Phrygia's fed the barrier some dark stuff. I am not sure, but that may have been the souls of the villagers who lost their lives to the Fangstrung. Rex's face drooped. By all the realms. How could that be? The Fangstrung in a horrible creature formerly of the marshes, but a seedling must have survived and been found by the peddler. Rex narrowed his eyes at his companion. Go on. Most of the Fangstrung disappeared after their attack. We might surmise that the peddler returned and picked up the plant that had stored that energy, drained from its victims. Rex shook his head.
That wasn't what I was wanting you to go on with.
Dardan lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
What I mean is you know more than you're letting on, aren't you? You know who the peddler is, don't you? He is an old acquaintance of mine. Rex's ears shot up.
An acquaintance?
Somebody actually sided with the rain?
My friend.
The hare's face fell. Ouch. I'm sorry. Dardan stared ahead and sighed. I tried to forget him, but it seems fate has other plans. So you think this old god is trying to help the rain to get out, using the fang strung and its black magic?
That is the crux of the matter.
What are you going to do if we find this old friend of yours? A dark cloud settled on Dardan's brow. I will have to do more than imprison him. I will have to kill him. Rex studied his hardened features for a moment, before he stared ahead. His soft words barely reached Dardan. I won't let you do that. Dardan frowned at him. Why? A bittersweet smile slipped onto the hare's lips. Because you shouldn't have to. He was your friend once, and I don't think you've given up on him. That's why I'll do it. I cannot ask.
You're not asking me to do it.
I'm telling you I'll do it. Me and everybody with us. We'll do it. You just deal with the rain, and we have to hope those gemstones you guys were talking about are the right ones. Dardan closed his eyes and a smile played across his lips.
What have I done to deserve friends such as you?
Rex grinned. Not much. Just saved a couple of towns and clan realms. I still expect you to take me on a tour of that armory when we're done. You forget I will no doubt be banished or worse. The hare laughed. Even after we save the world? Everybody will want us to visit them, even that stuffy king of yours. They flew on and the horizon changed. The darkness of night deepened, but not because of the late hour. Something else lurked ahead of them. Rex leaned forward and squinted.
What is that? The shrouded mountains. Yeah, but there's some kind of cloud over it.
Dardan stiffened his jaw.
That is not a cloud.
It is the rain. A little color drained from Rex's face. But it's huge. What are we, still 50 miles away? The rain was 3 times larger than that when I last fought it.
So we're hoping it isn't completely loose.
We must. I do not know if anything can stop it, should it be completely free. Come on, girls, Rex muttered as he studied the black horizon. Get those gems and get over here. They sailed across the forest and toward the craggy peaks that were the shrouded mountains. Rex's hair stood on end as they neared the dark cloud over the high hills. He also noticed the ground wasn't speeding along quite as quickly, and looked up at his driver. Dardan's face was incredibly pale, and one of his hands grasped his robe over his chest. You all right? Rex asked him. I will be fine, Dardan insisted as he looked over his shoulder. I wish for our companions to catch up with us.
Aha! Rex mused as he looked him over.
You wouldn't happen to be holding out on me again, would you? Dardan tightened his grip on his robe. Keeping the barrier all these years has been taxing on my crystal. Rex's eyes widened before his eyebrows crashed down. He clapped a hand on Dardan's shoulder and leaned down to capture his gaze. You're really messed up, and you didn't tell anyone. That's the story I'm getting from you now, right? A faint smile slipped onto Dardan's lips. That is the sum of it. Rex sighed and allowed his hand to slide off Dardan's shoulder. He set his hand on the hilt of his sword.
Well, I guess we'll just have to take up the slack, but don't expect to get away with not telling us everything.
I'm going to give you a good thrashing when all of this is done. Dardan chuckled.
I look forward to it.
Kang and Isun were able to catch up to them as they neared the mountains. The hunting god was out of breath, and his magic flickered. Rex looked him over with surprise. You look about ready to collapse. Kang glared at him. This is as far as I have ever flown. Focus, you two, Isun scolded them as he nodded at the looming cloud.
That's our enemy.
Dardan led them to the open meadow, where Anna and he had visited, to repair the barrier. They landed 50 yards away, as the black miasma that poured out of the huge fissure wouldn't allow them any closer. Isun winced at the horrible flow of dark energy that pulsed out at them. Is this the true power of the black rain? It is only a fraction of its power, Dardan told them as he studied the miasma. There! Kang shouted, as his eagle eyes caught sight of something standing at the foot of the mountain.
Somebody's standing there.
All eyes fell on the figure who stood with their back to them. The person stared forward with both arms raised. Dark energy flowed out from their front and poured into the gaping hole, and with each second the fissure grew wider. Dardan took a step toward them. An sung. The flow of shadows stopped, and the person turned to face them. A smile slipped onto the young man's lips as he closed the lid to his tray. A good night to you, old friend. I am not surprised to see you here, and I am most glad you are here to witness the revival of my master.
You do not have to do this,
Dardan insisted, as he used a hand to gesture at the miasma. You can help us stop the rain. Ansung's smile faltered and his shoulders sagged.
I really must decline, old friend.
You see, I really can no longer disobey my master, even if I desired to do so. Darkness flowed out of his body, and his eyes became dark circles without pupils. Ansung's voice came out as a deep hollow echo. I have been his vessel since my escape, and I will be his vessel when he is once again free to make the world in his image. Ansung! Dardan shouted, as more of the miasma flowed out of the hole. A huge crack appeared in the barrier, and Dardan's eyes widened. He dropped to one knee, and clutched an arm over his stomach. Eastwei! Ison shouted as he knelt beside him.
What is it?
What's wrong? The barrier and he must be intricately linked, Kang spoke up as he glared at the darkness. Whenever it is injured, so is he. Tendrils slithered out of the cracks and crawled toward them. The trio drew their weapons and tensed for combat. We have to make it through this until they come with those jewels. Ison shouted. As so began the battle with the Black Rain. Chapter 44. King Ken lifted an eyebrow. Whatever are you meaning, King Pangbaron? You cannot seriously be considering stopping me from enacting my will in my own domain. I mean to stop you from making a terrible mistake, Pangbaron countered. The majesty of the heaven realm narrowed his eyes. Whatever do you mean, Pangbaron? Pangbaron folded his arms over his broad chest. My daughter told me the whole story of what has transpired, and I have seen the results of their endeavor. They risked everything for their friend, so I will risk everything to protect them. Ken turned his head to one side, and his eyes darted over his men. You would go against this many guards and expect to win? A smile slipped onto Pangbaron's lips. No. I would go against you, and I expect to win. A confused tension flowed over the heaven guards and their king. Ken furrowed his brow and shifted his feet.
What are you talking about?
Why should I fight you? We have a tradition among our clan, that the leaders may fight each other. The victor takes the battlefield. Ken lifted an eyebrow. I do not follow. Pangbaron jerked a thumb at his chest. I challenge you to a duel, Your Majesty. The winner gets to decide what to do with them. The king of the heaven realm lifted his chin.
That is not our custom.
A smirk slipped onto the bear leader's lips. Pangbaron's folded arms moved up and down as he chuckled. I can understand if you're scared I'll beat you, but it's a bad look in front of your men. Don't you have any pride? Ken's cheeks reddened, and he balled his hands into fists at his sides.
You shall not speak to me in such a manner.
Pangbaron's good humor dropped away, and he narrowed his eyes at the monarch. You've threatened to imprison my daughter because she helped save her friend's life. By rights I should be speaking to you much more harshly. Ken's eyes lit up. Then it is true that Lady Anna has returned and is healed. He leaned to one side and looked past King Pangbaron. Lady Anna. Come out of the palace, and you will spare your friends further punishment. Indecision racked my mind. Ariane set a hand on my arm.
You do not need to heed his threats.
We will be fine. I lowered my gaze to the floor, and a heavy sigh escaped me. I can't. You guys have sacrificed enough for me. I need to take responsibility for my carelessness. Ariane's face fell, but she slid her hand off my arm. She pressed her fist against her chest and lifted her chin. Then we will go out together. Diane smiled at me and grasped at the door. All of us will go out. Father will be furious, but I think we'll risk it. Jin stepped up to my other side and grinned. I'm tired of hiding in here, anyway. He swung open the door and we strode out. Ken and his men stiffened at our coming. Pangbaran turned his head to one side, and one bright yellow eye scolded us. Ariane wrapped her arms around one of mine, but I smiled and waved at him. My good humor faded as I turned my focus to King Ken. His Highness knitted his eyebrows together as his attention focused on me. Xian stood behind him, a triumphant smile on her haughty face. You are healed then, he commented. I stopped just behind Pangbaran and puffed out my chest a little. Thanks to my friends. They saved me, and that's why I'm offering myself for the only one for punishment. If you are healed, then the Hexen was given to die against my wishes, Ken pointed out as he swept his eyes over the company. Everyone who assisted your recovery is complicit in the disobedience. But Dai has been defeated and her children destroyed, Pampir spoke up as he took a step toward his monarch. There is no longer any danger from Lord Eastwei's removing the Hexen from the treasury. Your objection is noted, but I cannot allow my will to be disobeyed without punishment. Then give all the punishment to me, I insisted. Everyone will take the share of blame according to their part, His Highness snapped. Nobody will take the blame unless you win, Pangbaran interrupted as he stepped to one side, blocking me from King Ken's view. The imperial ruler scowled at the clan king. I have told you already, your customs are not ours. Pangbaran dropped his arms to his sides, and his hands transformed into bear claws. Then I'll make it one. He rushed the ruler, and a half-dozen of the halberd holders slipped in front of their king. Diane and Jin darted forward, and were quicker than Pangbaran's bulky frame. They slipped past him and launched into battle with the guards. Their efforts cleared the way for the king, who rammed through the fighting parties and swung his furry fist at Ken. The king ducked and leaped back, his face a picture of fury. Their efforts also freed Yushir, who caused a torrential downpour to fall on our foes and only our foes, dampening their fighting spirit. It also made it more difficult for them to hold their swords, and the men were able to disarm them without problem. You dare attempt to strike me, he shrieked. No, I intend to do it. Pangbaran shot back as he jumped forward for another attempt. More guards moved into position to protect their ruler. An idea struck me, but I had to ditch the box. I caught Pampir's attention as he stood on the sidelines, uncertainty in his eyes. He would be fighting his own people after all, while Jin and Diane were helping their king. Pampir. The Lord whipped his head to me, and I tossed the box at him. Hold this. He juggled the box before tightly clasping it against his chest. Of course. I clapped my hands together and furiously rubbed them. A static charge of Sylvine energy erupted from my palms. Ariane blinked at me. What are you doing? Remember what I did when your dad and King Weg were fighting? Her eyes widened. You do not intend to do the same, do you? I'm going to do something a little different, I told her as I spread my hands apart. My threads tumbled over one another in a swirling vortex of energy. Ariane set a hand on my arm. But you must mind your strength. That's what you're here for, I commented as I grinned at her. You'll pick me up off the ground when I'm done. I didn't give her a chance to reply, but threw my arms apart. My threads shot out like an escaping bouncy ball after being confined in a small box for several hours. They arched into the air and wrapped themselves around the guards around Ken. At least they were around him for another 2 seconds. My threads transformed into adorable little silver shadows of cats. The phantom felines used their teeth and claws to attach themselves to any soft spot in the guard's armor. Some of my cats even wormed their way into the men's clothing. The men shouted and yelped, and scurried about trying to detach my persistent phantoms. Exhaustion crept into me, and one of my legs buckled. I would have fallen if Ariane hadn't caught me.
You must stop, she pleaded.
I grinned at her.
Just a little longer.
Your dad needs that time. Pangbaron now had a clear path to his majesty, and he swung hard. Ken's hand shot up and he caught the fist, but not without being pushed back a few feet. Pangbaron swung his other hand, and Ken caught that too, and the two pushed against each other. Pangbaron leaned in close to him and grinned. I won't let you win. Ken scowled back at his opponent. You cannot hope to win yourself. The king gritted his teeth and pushed hard, forcing Pangbaron back, and they lost their hold on one another. Pangbaron grinned.
Then that's a challenge.
His Majesty straightened and sneered at him. I will not stoop to your level of debasement.
You would not be stooping.
The voice cut through the chaos. I lost my concentration on my weakening magic, and my cats disappeared. However, the soldiers didn't strike at Pangbaron as someone strolled through their midst. Instead they backed away, staring in awe and curiosity. It was Lyran who walked among them. The ancient god had a soft smile on his face as he approached the two monarchs. On the contrary, there is quite a history of our kings performing one-on-one combat to decide the outcome of a disagreement. He stopped before the pair and folded his arms over his chest. I myself fought the first king of heaven to investigate a certain suspicious activity atop a mountain, and there found Lord Eastwei. King Ken's eyes widened. You fought my father? Yes, and was the victor, and he honored that victory, Lyran revealed as he nodded his head at Pangbaron.
Now you have been challenged.
I expect you to take up the fight with the dignity of your house. The monarch's eyes flickered with indecision before he turned to Pangbaron and lifted his chin. I will fight you. Pangbaron grinned at him.
And I accept.
And I shall be the judge, Lyran mused as he sauntered past them and joined we three on the sidelines. Jin and Diane also moved over to our little group, and the soldiers retreated behind their king. You may use your magic and shifter abilities. Begin whenever you wish. Chapter 45. Pangbaron and Ken faced off, and a hush fell over the crowd. I leaned toward Lyran and lowered my voice to a whisper. Did you really fight his dad? Lyran chuckled.
Yes, though he swore all of us to secrecy on the matter.
He did not wish to make a precedent of the affair. A crooked smile slipped onto my lips.
But you came here to mention it.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, he countered as he tapped a finger against his lips. A fang peeked out from Pangbaron's lips as his body began to expand. Have you ever fought a shifter before, Your Majesty? No, Ken replied as electrical charges flowed from his hands. And I would venture to guess you have never fought an elemental god. My eyes widened. He's electricity. As are all of the House of the King save for Prince Yushir, Lyran told him. Ken threw a punch that would never have landed, but a bolt of lightning shot out of his fist. Pangbaron dodged the attack, and the battle began. The bear could dodge the attacks, but he couldn't get close. Ken's thin frame wouldn't have withstood a beating by the imposing bear clan leader. They were at a stalemate. That is, until Pangbaron, forced back by another bolt of lightning, slid to a stop a few yards away from us. His eyes flickered to us, and most especially to his daughter. Her worried eyes met his and he stiffened his jaw. Pangbaron whipped his head back to Ken and let loose a mighty roar. The guards behind Ken stepped back at the sheer reverberations that shook the air. The Bear King dropped on all fours and rushed Ken. The Heaven King's eyes widened, and he used both hands to let loose lightning bolts. The bolts struck their target, and the odor of singed hair permeated the air, but Pangbaron didn't even flinch. Father! Ariane yelled, as his whole body became entrapped in a web of painful electricity. Pangbaron crashed into Ken and the pair grappled, but the fight was quickly won by the bear. He pressed Ken to the ground and pressed a sharp claw against His Majesty's throat. The guards behind them stiffened, and a few took a step toward them. Pangbaron grinned and drew away, letting Ken sit up. His Majesty rubbed his neck and frowned at the victor. You were very persistent. I do not understand how my electricity did not harm you. Pangbaron grabbed the front of his shirt with both hands and tore it open. A gasp rose from Ariane when he revealed the terrible burns that mingled with his fur. You hurt me just fine, but I didn't care. I knew I was going to win. Ken lifted an eyebrow as he was helped up by one of his guards.
What do you mean?
You were doomed to lose, Your Majesty, because I was fighting for my daughter. Your only aim was to remedy the wound done to your pride.
Oh, Father!
Ariane shouted as she raced toward him, along with Diane and Jin. Pangbaron whipped his head to the trio.
No time for that.
You get out of here and go help Eastwei with whatever he needs done. Ariane took a step toward him.
But you... We'll be fine, he scolded her as he pointed in the direction of the gate. Just get there and do what you have to do.
I wouldn't expect anything less from my children. Ariane stiffened her jaw and nodded. Diane grinned and clapped a hand on Jin's shoulder. We'll come back with a great story, Father, so just wait for us. Xian's mouth dropped open as we rushed past her. I slowed and winked at her, and her cheeks erupted in red rage. She stomped her foot and a screech followed us as we rushed out of the garden. We raced down the marble streets toward the gate, but as I looked around, I realized we had a math problem. How are we all getting there, or will one of us be staying behind? I volunteer, Jin, Diane shouted. I won't let that happen, Jin insisted. Lyron grinned at me.
That should not be an issue once we reach the gate.
True to his word, we discovered Lady Bidao waiting for us at the gate. I was more than a little surprised to see Xian's bosom buddy, and lifted an eyebrow at her.
You want to help?
She blushed and hung her head. I wish to make amends in any way I can. Lyron clapped a hand on my shoulder and smiled down at me. Now is a very good time to set aside differences and focus on helping Lord Eastwei. He swept his eyes over our large group. I will take Lady Anna. The rest of you will make your pairs and follow. The others hurried to follow suit, and Lyron took the box from Pampir. He handed it to me with a smile.
Hold tight to this, Lady Anna.
I expect it will be most invaluable. I accepted the box, but lifted an eyebrow at him. How do you know so much? He chuckled. Great age gives one great insight. Now let us go. Lyron led me toward the gate. The guards moved to stop us, but one look from the elder god made them back up. We were all loaded on the magic clouds of the heaven gods, and flew out into the land realm to help Dardan. I only hoped it wouldn't be too late, especially when I noticed something amiss with the horizon.
What is that?
I asked my driver. Lyron stared at the black cloud and pursed his lips. The black rain. It has been loosed. My heart dropped into my stomach, but I steeled myself. Can you go faster?
Yes.
We quickened our speed and the others followed. The familiar forests of the Turtle clan passed underneath us, and I waited with bated breath. The closer we came, the larger the pit in my stomach grew. We had nearly reached the head of the river, when a terrific lightning bolt shot down from the sky. The bolt slammed into the center of the cloud, and miasma burst upward like a cloud of dirt. Lord Kang is desperate to use such power, Lyron commented. I spotted some shapes at the edge of the black cloud, and stabbed a finger at them. There. I think I see them. Lyron dove down, and the others followed. We landed on the edge of the meadow, and I rushed forward. Kang stood in front of their group of 4, cuts and bruises all over his body and with him breathing hard. The others were in the same shape, even Dardan. He knelt on one knee, panting like the others. They faced a mountain of tendrils like had been produced from the fang-strung plant, and Lady Yiddle. A faint figure stood in the middle of that horrible creature. I couldn't make them out, but I didn't need 3 guesses to know it was Ansung. Anna! Lyron shouted. The group of men turned at the name, and Dardan's eyes widened. Get back, he commanded me.
Not on your life or mine.
I yelled back. The tendrils stiffened and recoiled as I approached. The miasma swirled about like it was caught in a tornado, and a terrible screech came from the center. It was so horrible that I skidded to a stop and clapped my hands over my ears. The box tucked under my arm shifted about, and almost dropped to the ground. And into the waiting pointed end of a tendril. I yelped and snatched the box before it slithered up to grab it from me. More of the greasy limbs crawled toward me.
It knows what's in the box,
Rex shouted. Dardan climbed to his feet, and clapped his hands together before yanking them apart. A huge blast of fire swept over everyone, leaving his friends untouched but lighting up all the tendrils between them and where I stood. The limbs caught fire and flailed about, trying to put out the flames. I stumbled back and clutched the box against my chest.
It looks like we have just the thing for the monster,
Ison shouted as he hacked away at some fresh limbs.
Now how do we use it? Just protect it for now,
Kang advised as he snapped his fingers. Electricity shot out of his body, and incinerated a few nearby tendrils. We will worry about that when we can breathe. Chapter 46. My friends behind me rushed forward. Lyron drew out his silver tendrils and used them like whips, cutting through the thick arms like they were cheese. Bidau's wind flew past and crashed into a dozen limbs, leaving them tumbling over one another. Yushia's water wall slowed them down. Elements Steel and Staff battled with the never-ending supply of shadowy limbs, while the members of the Bear Clan rushed into the fray, slicing and dicing their way through. And then there I was standing there like a statue, clutching onto the box. Being worthless again. My friends tried their best, but they couldn't stop all the limbs from slithering through their ranks. A half-dozen slender ones slunk through their defenses and lashed out at me. I jumped out of their reach and tossed my Sylvine magic at them. My threads cut a few of them, but one managed to wrap itself around the box. I was wrestled to the ground, and their slimy paws pried at the box. The lid buckled beneath such force and popped open. The gemstone lotus tumbled out and onto my lap. I let go of the box, and my slimy opponents were yanked back by their own strength. Other tendrils leaped at the lotus as I did the same. I scooped up the flower and pressed the sharp petals hard against my chest. A beautiful light erupted from the gemstones, and the tendrils retreated from the brilliance. Our foes drew back to the source of the crack and spilled into Ansung's body. His flesh bubbled and tendrils exploded out of him. Ice magic flowed out and shot across the ground, even underneath us. A terrific scream poured out of his mouth before he was engulfed in the miasma. Hundreds of tendrils shot out, and all of them were now covered in thin, sharp icicles. A few dragged across the ground and left huge wounds in the dirt. Our company flung their elements at the wall and sliced their way through the mass. They hardly even slowed down our foe, and it nearly crashed into them. Until Dardan stood. He held his hands out in front of him, and his crystal floated out of his body. It was horribly cracked and broken. A large piece threatened to fall off, even as he wrapped his hands around it. He summoned a huge wall of flame that wrapped around all of us, and extended to create a dome. The tendrils slammed into the barrier, and pounded the heat. The icicles melted away, only to be regrown time and time again. The large piece on Dardan's crystal cracked and broke off, evaporating like mist. The barrier fizzled, and Dardan dropped to his knees. "No," I whispered as I struggled to my feet. "No." A bright crystal-shaped light burst out of my chest and glittered with Sylvine magic.
But it didn't stop there.
The crystal slowly turned and shaped itself into a tree. It was the Diade tree. The lotus in my arms shuddered and floated out of my grip. The gemstones shot out of the golden clasps and attached themselves to the branches. The rubies and emeralds morphed into fruit-shaped gems, and some of their colors changed. There was a dark blue and a light green, and several browns next to a light earthen tan. A strange furry fruit hung near them. And then there was a fiery red, and 2 silver fruits hung near that one. My companions started back as their crystals were drawn from their bodies, even Rex's. Their lights corresponded with those on the tree, and a tiny speck of their magic flew out and landed on the fruit. They were absorbed by the tree, and the crystals shone like tiny stars. "Oh wow," I whispered as I held out my hands. I don't know why I needed to do that. Something was just telling me to do it. The tree hovered over my palms as though waiting for something. That's when I noticed it. A tiny fruit with an icy blue color. It wasn't lit up like the others. I needed one more friend. I knew then what I needed to do. I steeled my shaking nerves and walked through my friends. They leaped at me to grab my arms, but an invisible wall separated us. Ariane grunted at me, but I offered her a smile as I continued on my way. "Anna," Dardan whispered to me as I passed. He stretched out a shaking hand. "No." "I'll be all right," I replied as I stepped through the front of his barrier. The tendrils retreated from me, and a path to the center was opened. Ansung was at the end of that path. He hung in a web of the thinnest of tendrils. His head hung down, and his arms were stretched on either side of him. My light fell on him, and he lifted his head. A faint bitter smile slipped onto his lips. Finally. The end. I stopped below his tormented prison, and studied his weary face. "This isn't what you want, is it? Just free me," he pleaded as he dropped his chin back onto his chest. I hugged the tree against my chest, and its warmth flowed over me. I could almost hear a voice speaking in my mind, and I repeated the words. "I don't think you're going to get let off that easily." He lifted his head high enough to frown at me. "What do you mean?" "You're going to have to live long enough to make amends for what you've done," I insisted, as the light of the tree grew brighter. "Then you'll really be free." Ansung shook his head. "There is no way I could ever make amends for what I have done. Never." "An immortal life is a long time to say never," I quipped as I held up the tree. "Why not give it a try?" Hope was kindled in his eyes as they changed from black to blue. The tendrils around us shuddered and writhed. They began to constrict around me. Ansung glared at them. "I will never let you hurt Dardan's friend." His crystal floated out of his chest, and a tiny droplet of magic emerged from that. It shot into the tree and merged with the icy blue fruit. A great wave of light flowed out of the tree. The brilliance touched the tendrils and they evaporated, leaving not even dust. Ansung was freed and fell limp to the ground. The light swept over the breach in the barrier, destroying everything but the core of the darkness. The heart of the monster was shaped into a bulbous mass of throbbing veins. They pulsed hard and loud, especially when I set my eyes on its body. A bottomless voice echoed in my mind. "You cannot defeat me. I have been here since the beginning. I will be here at the end." I stood straight and glared at the evil. "That might be true, but you won't be in any shape to hurt anyone ever again." I held aloft the tree, and the plant floated up to be even with the heart. The many-colored fruits pulsed with magic, as a bright white light emanated from the core of the tree. The brilliance burst outward and slammed into the heart. A terrible screech came from the entity, as the light ate away at its body. The core didn't completely dissipate as its tendrils had, but rather, it was reduced to dust particles. Those rose in the air, and were dispersed by a gentle breeze. The tree faded to nothing, and I dropped my hands and let out a sigh of relief. I had a feeling we'd never be bothered by Chinai again, which was a very good thing. The effort left all of us weary, and my legs buckled as my strength vanished. Chapter 47. "Anna!" Ariane shouted as she rushed to my side. She scooped me up in her arms, and cradled me against her body. "Are you all right?" Yushia strode up to us and cleared his throat. "I believe she is, but might I offer my outer robe to you?" Ariane looked down at her naked self, courtesy of her transformation, and blushed. "Now is not the time to think of such things." "I'm all right," I croaked out as I looked around at the coming faces. One of them was missing. My pulse quickened, and I tried to sit up.
Dardan.
Where's Dardan? I am here. The love of my life strode through our friends and knelt beside me. Color had returned to his cheeks, and a smile lay on his lips. I looked him over with confused eyes. But how? It was the crystal formed by the gemstones, Diane explained. His waist was decked out in the ruins of his clothes.
They not only purified the rain, but they fixed his crystal.
Jin rubbed his bare chest above his own makeshift loincloth.
I feel a little fixed myself.
Like eating a good meal after a long starvation. Dardan knelt beside me and cupped my cheek in his hand.
You saved me, Anna.
Thank you. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I had enough strength to fling myself at Dardan. He caught me in his arms and embraced me in a tight, warm hug. A soft chant of "Ah" rose from our friends. I drew myself away, and wiped the tears from my eyes before playfully glaring at them. Don't you guys have some other world to save? Ison studied his sword, the blade of which was chipped in places.
I hope not for quite some time.
It will take a while to fix this. Rex squinted at the foot of the mountain, and narrowed his eyes at the prone body.
What do we do with him?
Lyron strode over to the unconscious Ansung, and knelt beside him. Rex joined him, and they conferred before the hair hefted the god over one shoulder. He carried Ansung back to the group, and didn't look too pleased with the task. I still think we should leave him here, Rex insisted to his companion. Lyron smiled at him. He will need to begin his punishment as soon as he can, and being nibbled on by the wildlife will prevent that. Ison glared at the unconscious god.
That'll have to be a lot for many of us.
Lyron chuckled. I will be his guide through the making of amends. I need a new hobby anyway, now that the barrier is no longer here.
What terrible adventures you lot have.
Lady Bidao spoke up as she looked down at her torn and cut dress.
How will I ever repair this?
Bear hair is the best thread, Jin spoke up. She wrinkled her nose.
I do hope you are joking.
Brown hair will not mingle well with my dresses. I too would be glad to change my clothes, Pampir mused as he sighed at the state of his attire.
Such a mess and such a tale.
His Majesty must be informed of the matter at once. Ariane's eyes widened, and she whipped her head up to her bear companions. Father. Diane grinned.
We'll go break him out of jail if we have to.
Yushir wrinkled his nose. I hope we will not need another jailbreak in quite some time, and that my uncle is the wiser for his actions. We should go see, I suggested as Dardan helped me to my feet.
And I think I hear my bed calling me.
Dardan held me close against his side. Then I will guarantee we arrive there in as short a time as possible. His fiery light surrounded us, and swept me off my feet. Hey! Kang shouted as he pointed at the unconscious Ansung slung over Rex's shoulder. Do not tell me I have to carry another extra passenger. The crowd scurried to prevent themselves from being volunteered, as Bidao, Lyron and Yushir grabbed a bear each. They zoomed into the sky behind us, leaving Kang with the heavy duty. I laughed and looked up at Dardan.
So do you think it's really over?
For the Black Rain? I believe so. I furrowed my brow, as I thought back to the battle.
Why do you think the gemstones didn't destroy it the first time it was imprisoned?
Why turn it into dust now and not then? We might assume there was not such a party as there was today, he mused as he pensively looked out on the world stretched out beneath us. After all, you succeeded in bringing together shifters, demons and the gods on high to battle the creature. He dropped his gaze to me and his voice softened. And you saved my friend. I blushed and tapped the knuckles of my fisted hand against his chest.
You helped do that too.
We all did. A faint glow appeared on the horizon. A new day was dawning. There would be other adventures, but they wouldn't beat the one with the Black Rain. Thank goodness. I would have my happily ever after. The end.